the Holy Land stands on a knife's edge. In the wake of Baldwin I's death, kingdoms fracture, alliances waver, and new powers rise from the deserts and citadels of Syria. A new king, Baldwin le Beau, must hold together a fragile realm beset by enemies, from the horsemen of Aleppo to the ships of Venice. Across 2 decades of war, the Crusader States will face their greatest tests yet. Battles fought not only with swords and faith, but through cunning diplomacy, betrayal, and endurance. From the ashes of disaster to the thundering charge of redemption, from royal captivity to the clash of fleets upon the sea, every decision will decide whether the cross still flies over the east or is swallowed by the crescent forever. This is the story of the Latin kingdom's survival and the turning of an age in the Crusader world. This video covers the events from the aftermath of the First Crusade to the end of the Second Crusade. Do you know why thousands of people on YouTube and Patreon support us financially? Because they get history you won't find anywhere else. We release 3 new exclusive videos every week. Plus, they get perks like early access to all videos, voting rights on upcoming series and videos, access to our private Discord, our production schedule, and much more. Right now, 250 exclusive episodes are waiting for members and patrons, including from our series on the Eastern Front of World War II, Spanish War of Succession, the Punic Wars, the Pacific War, the Iberian Reconquista, the Russian Revolution and Civil War, the North African and Italian campaigns of World War II, Sicilian Wars between the Greeks and Carthaginians, and many others. By joining, you're not only unlocking rare content, you're also supporting the stories you love. Your help allows us to keep producing 3 free videos per week while paying our team competitive salaries and growing the channel. Join via the links in the description, the pinned comment, or by pressing the join button under the video. Thanks for making this possible. With the death of King Baldwin I of Jerusalem in 1118, the Latin knights and barons present in the Holy City had to choose his successor. Baldwin didn't have a natural-born heir, so in theory his eldest brother, Eustace, seemed to be his most logical successor. However, Eustace was far away in Europe, and preferred to rule his safer family holdings in Bouillon rather than risk it all in the Holy Land. Only after he came under pressure from his courtiers, shaming him for not fulfilling his family duties, did he finally decide to move east to inherit all Baldwin had fought so hard for. Meanwhile, Jerusalem was in more immediate need than ever for a strong and decisive leader. The Grand Vizier of the Fatimid Caliphate, Al-Afdal, wanted to punish the Latins for the latest invasion of Egypt, and saw Jerusalem's interregnum as an opportunity to do just that. To that end, Al-Afdal made an alliance with Baldwin's mortal enemy Tughtekin, Emir of Damascus. The Fatimid army gathered in Ashdod and invited the Burid warlord to join their forces against the Latins. Tughtekin was eager to undermine any Frankish influence in the Levant, and quickly sent a delegation to Jerusalem, demanding all Frankish possessions beyond Jordan. Everyone in the royal council in Jerusalem was keenly aware the odds were not in their favour, and fell into hopelessness. Everyone except for Joscelin of Courtenay. Confidently, he proposed that King Baldwin I's cousin, Baldwin le Beau, Count of Edessa, be elected the next king of Jerusalem. For many nobles, this idea seemed quite reasonable. Baldwin le Beau was the eldest surviving leader of the First Crusade, which made him an experienced warrior and a cunning diplomat. Joscelin also hoped that as a reward for putting Baldwin of Edessa on the throne of Jerusalem, he would be given a county of Edessa. Having the support of Jerusalem's patriarch Arnulf, Baldwin of Edessa was summoned to Jerusalem and on the 14th of April 1118 was crowned as Baldwin II. Shortly after this, Joscelin received his desired county upon swearing an oath of loyalty for Baldwin. Other lords like Roger of Salerno and Pons of Tripoli followed suit, and recognized themselves as Baldwin II's vassals. Consequently, the Kingdom of Jerusalem formally became the most powerful Crusader state in the Levant. Back in Europe, as soon as Eustace heard the news in Apulia, he returned back to his European domains, sparing Jerusalem from a potential succession crisis. Just like his predecessor, Baldwin le Beau did not sit idly by as his enemies gathered around his realm. Refusing Tughtekin's impossible demands, he rallied his forces, and together with his newly acquired vassals, he intended to confront the threat from Cairo and Damascus all at the same time. In the west, en route to Jaffa, Fatimid and Frankish armies rushed for engagement, but realizing that neither of them had the advantage of surprise, both armies ended up trapped in a stalemate for several months until both of them decided to retreat. Through his hasty actions, it wouldn't be the last time Baldwin II would save Jerusalem. Meanwhile, to the northeast of Jordan, Joscelin of Courtenay had delayed his departure to Edessa by fighting the forces of Damascus, dealing with ongoing raids in Galilee orchestrated by Toghtekin's son, Buri. When his forces finally joined with Baldwin II, he decided to intercept the Damascene army at Dara in modern Syria, not to be confused with the battlefield where, in 535 AD, Belisarius won a crushing victory against the Sassanid Empire. In the engagement that followed, the Franks provoked the young and inexperienced Buri to rush forward, luring him straight into an ambush and defeating his Damascene host entirely. Another threat on the horizon was the local Bedouin tribes, who used the power vacuum in the Transjordan to settle into the region and raid trade caravans near the Yarmouk River. Joscelin made an attempt at a daring night attack on one of the Bedouin camps, with the aid of Galilean barons Godfrey and William of Bur. Numbering around 150 horsemen, the Crusaders divided their force into 3 squadrons, each commanded by its leader. Though the plan looked promising at the start, its execution went terribly wrong for the Franks. Joscelin's group got lost and stuck between the sandhills, while the Bedouins, already aware of the Latin presence, surrounded the Bur brothers and routed them. Godfrey was killed during the fighting, and around 100 knights were taken as prisoners. Only Joscelin, with a handful of men, returned to Tiberias and reported what had happened to Baldwin II. Evidently annoyed by this new nomadic thorn in his side, the King of Jerusalem sent an entire army to confront the Bedouin threat. Realizing they had no chance with the full might of Jerusalem, the Muslim nomads panicked and opened talks with the Franks, promising the return of the prisoners in exchange for a peaceful duration in Transjordan until the end of summer 1119. This stabilized the Crusader States' southern frontier, but as this was happening, a conflict between the Principality of Antioch and the city of Aleppo was spiraling out of control. The death of Sultan Muhammad Tapar in 1118 sped up the fragmentation of the Great Seljuk Empire, whose central authority had already been weakening for some time. When the Sultan died, he was succeeded by Mahmud II, but due to the new Sultan's young age, he could not wield any authority among his powerful governors. So it was that Mahmud's uncle Sanjar, ruler of Khorasan, seized control, turning the teenage Sultan into his puppet. Under Sanjar's administration, the Seljuk state mainly concerned itself with its territories in eastern Iran, which made the empire's western regions open to internal divisions. This negligence of the central authority of the Seljuks led to warlords in western Syria carving up their own domains in the region. Sultan Tapar's body was not yet cold when Toghtekin started a conflict with the powerful city of Aleppo, which was governed by a eunuch of Armenian origin named Yaruktash. Yaruktash, who had come to power via coup, was quick to look for allies outside his city. To that end, he made concessions to the Franks in Antioch by giving away a strategic fort and pilgrim station called Al-Quba. This infuriated the citizens of Aleppo, who rebelled against Yaruktash. In a final act of desperation, the eunuch pleaded for help from Najim ad-Din Ilghazi of the Artuqid dynasty. Ilghazi was the Atabeg of the peripheral city of Mardin near the Tigris River, and was more than happy to take the opportunity to extend his influence over Aleppo. Expecting an easy prize, the Atabeg rushed to Aleppo, hoping that Yaruktash would open up the city gates for him. But as the Artuqid had reached the city walls, an unexpected surprise awaited him. Yaruktash had already been killed by an angry mob, which had subsequently barred the gates of the city in hopes of discouraging the warlord from Mardin. Ilghazi quickly realized that the plan had missed the boat, so he decided to send his son, Kizil, into the city as an ambassador. The warlord of Mardin was well aware that in order to maintain balance in Syria, he had to make an alliance with Toghtekin, which as time would tell, proved to be the right choice. But bloody power shifts inside Aleppo were far from over. Sultan Shah ibn Radwan and his vizier Ibn al-Milhi, disgusted by Aleppo's dependence on Artuqid influence, decided to hand the city over to the Emir of Homs, Kirkan. What Ibn al-Milhi did not consider was that Ilghazi and Toghtekin had well-maintained relations. In a lightning campaign, they both quickly neutralized their opponents. Consequently, Ilghazi took Aleppo while Toghtekin took Homs. Thereafter, Ilghazi became one of the most influential atabegs in northern Syria, possessing the cities of Mardin and Aleppo, and laying foundations for the Artuqid dynasty to expand their influence across northern Syria and Iraq. Now, with matters between his Muslim neighbours secured, he could finally focus his attention to the west. While the Muslims fought amongst themselves, the Crusaders smelled opportunity. This was especially true of Roger of Salerno. As an Antiochene regent for underage Bohemond II and a vassal of Baldwin IV of Jerusalem, Roger intended to tighten the principality's grip over the northern and eastern parts of Syria, and crushing the squabbling factions in Aleppo seemed to be the perfect opportunity to achieve this. Having already received the fortress of Al-Kaba from the late Uruktash, the Frankish leader pushed even further. In 1118, Roger combined his force with Joscelin of Edessa and the Prince of Armenian Cilicia, Tauros. Together they jointly captured the northern fortresses of Azaz and Bizar, thus threatening to surround Aleppo from three sides. Never in the history of the Outremer had the Crusaders come so close to capturing this city. The Latin offensive of Roger imposed a serious threat to Ilghazi's freshly acquired territories, which only made the confrontation with the Artuqids more inevitable. In response to the Latin encroachment, the Atabeg gathered his Turkoman horsemen, along with the Kurds and local Bedouin tribes under his command, and called his long-standing ally Toghtekin of Damascus and the Mungatites of Shaizar for aid. Ilghazi used Toghtekin's previous demands for retreat of all Franks beyond the Jordan River as a pretext to invade the Principality of Antioch. At first, Ilghazi ordered his Mungatite allies to raid Antiochene territory as far as Apamia, while part of his Turkoman force blocked the road to Damascus near Samada. Meanwhile, the Artuqid himself raided the borderlands of Edessa to discourage local Latin nobles from helping Antioch, which worked, mainly due to Joscelin's absence from the region. Emboldened by his actions, Ilghazi moved with his 20,000 men to Kinasin near Aleppo to await for Toghtekin's reinforcements. However, Toghtekin was slow to arrive, and as time passed, Ilghazi began to grow increasingly angry at Damascus's emir's failure to show up at the scene. When news of the Artuqid incursion reached Roger of Salerno, he repeated his actions from his last campaign by gathering his troops near Antioch. But just as he had in 1115, he called for reinforcements from Jerusalem, Edessa and Tripoli. Yet, due to Baldwin's actions and Joscelin's struggle with the Fatimids and the Bedouins in the south, it took a lot of time before they could muster an army to relieve Antioch. On the other side, Ilghazi was still waiting for Toghtekin and his troops to arrive. This quickly turned into a stalemate. Roger waited for Baldwin, Pons and Joscelin, while Ilghazi waited for his Damascene ally. This uncertain deadlock was broken by the Antiochene nobles, who saw their fiefdoms being devastated by raids and started to pressure Roger of Salerno to take immediate action against Ilghazi. The only man who opposed this idea was the Patriarch of Antioch, Bernard of Valence. He advised caution and patience, urging the nobles to wait for the arrival of Baldwin II's army. Having been presented with a serious dilemma, Roger of Salerno ultimately chose to confront the Artuqid threat directly, without Jerusalem's assistance. He gathered the Principality's entire force, which consisted of 700 knights, 3,000 to 4,000 Latin infantry, and Armenians, Turcopoles, and other mercenaries. All told, the Antiochenes numbered anywhere between 7,000 to 11,000 men in total. The army also possessed a part of the Antiochene True Cross, which the regent of Antioch decided to use on the battlefield in order to boost the Latins' morale. With all the troops being assembled in Arta, Roger marched down to Samada, where he ambushed and routed a Turkoman detachment guarding the road. Confident in his position, he deployed his camp next to the hill, overseeing a road. But unlike his latest encounter at Samin, the Muslims were well informed about Roger's movement. Not only did Ilghazi's scouts have a strong presence in the area, but they even managed to infiltrate the Crusaders' camp by dressing as local merchants, before providing Ilghazi with a wealth of intel about the Frankish positions. When Antioch's army made camp, Roger of Salerno decided to strengthen the garrison at a local Atharib castle as well. The Crusader contingent deployed to this task was led by Robert of Villepont, who secured the fortress with ease. When the defenders saw an Artuqid detachment approaching the castle, the Latin commander decided to launch a foray beyond the walls. This move surprised the Turkoman horsemen, and having no time to make a feigned retreat, they were quickly routed. So far, the Crusaders had won a number of small victories, but unbeknownst to them, the Athrib raid was merely a diversion in the south, while the main Muslim force was moving to the north through the mountain passes to surprise Antioch's army. Meanwhile, Frankish confidence was plummeting, mainly because of a loud incident before the battle. Following the skirmish near Athrib, a lunatic approached the Frankish camp during the night, simultaneously shouting and laughing out loud about the Crusaders' looming demise. Considering the fact that in the Middle Ages, superstitions still veiled a great influence over the knights and commoners, it definitely had to have an impact to some degree on the Latins' morale. At the same time as the Antiochene troops had to spend a whole night with a madman, Ilghazi managed to surround the Antiochene camp from 3 sides. On the 28th of June 1119, as the Franks woke up, they saw a terrifying sight of Artuqid troops encircling their positions. The night maneuver of Ilghazi had shocked the Antiochene regent. The Latin camp was nothing more than a temporary stockade, which did not possess any water or food supply, making it ill-suited to withstand a siege. Initially, Roger sent scouts to look for a gap in Ilghazi's army, but as they searched for a potential weakness in the Artuqid line, they were driven back behind the palisade. Realizing the precariousness of his position, Roger hastily deployed his troops in line before the camp, bravely stating that he would like to go hunting. He ordered for a quick mass to be held, after which he divided his force into 4 groups. The right flank was composed of heavy knights commanded by Monk and Guy de Fromelles. Behind them was a second group of Latin horsemen led by Robert of Saint-Lô. The left flank was composed of Turcopoles and lighter Armenian troops. Lastly, in the centre, Roger of Salerno led the Latin infantry and guarded the Holy Cross of Antioch. The prince hoped that his centre and Armenian left flank would hold out until the right flank of the knights could penetrate the Artuqid left, allowing the Antiochene army to break through enemy encirclement. On the other side, Ilghazi first ordered his Turkoman horsemen to harass the Franks. Then he used his superior numbers to launch a direct charge of all his forces onto the enemy. After the initial exchange of bolts and arrows, it became all too clear that the Antiochenes' battle plan wouldn't last. The initial Antiochene charge from the right flank, led by de Fromelles' knights, had shell-shocked the Muslim troops at first, but it could not break the Artuqid left, and only temporarily managed to slow its advance. The second charge, led by Robert of Saint-Lô, faced the same issue, which resulted in lost momentum as the Latin knights gradually started to lose their ground. At the centre and the left flank, things didn't look any better for Roger. The Turkoman assault proved so effective that after a short bout of fighting, the Turcopoles and Armenians were overrun and fled to the centre, where they disrupted the formation of the Latin footmen. Around the same time, a strong wind named Khamsin arrived. It gathered up dry ground into a cloud of intense dust, and it blew directly in front of the Christians' faces. Their inability to see their opponents only added to the chaos and disorientation amongst the Latin ranks. It didn't take long before the forces of Antioch were encircled from the left. Undeterred, Roger of Salerno still tried to press forward with his centre and right flank in order to escape a possible encirclement. Only a group of knights, led by Raynal Mazois, managed to break through. Giving chase to the Artuqid horsemen, Raynal managed to rush Ilghazi's force from behind, but because of the intense wounds he sustained during the battle, he was barely able to ride a horse. His retainers instead decided to escort him to the closest tower. Simultaneously, the Antioch army couldn't break through and found itself completely surrounded. The regent was brave and ferocious in combat, but eventually he was cut by a Saracen blade that pierced through his nose and brain, thus ending his life. The sudden death of Roger had paved the way for the Muslims to seize the Golden Cross of Antioch, the main standard of the Latin army. Despite the ferocity of its remaining Christian defenders, the relic fell into the hands of the attackers shortly afterwards. At this point, medieval chroniclers depict over-exaggerated accounts, in which the Muslims were stricken by greed and malice in the presence of the cross, and supposedly started to kill each other over the distribution of the spoils. this is probably apocryphal. In any case, the fall of the main insignia panicked the Crusaders, who began to flee wherever they could, but to no avail. Almost all the Antiochene knights were killed that day, while only a few Franks managed to survive the battle and retreat to the Belus Hills to the west and Samadan. The Crusaders' casualties were so severe that the location of the battle was given its terrifying name, Ager Sanguinis, the Field of Blood. The name of the struggle also extended outside the battlefield. The victorious Ilghazi ordered that every Antiochene survivor was to be pursued and hunted down. Every Frankish knight or servant was slaughtered by Ilghazi in local vineyards. Ilghazi himself chased the remaining Latin force of Raynal Mazois, who had fled and barricaded himself inside the fortress of Samadan. Raynal, being well aware that he was heavily wounded and his men could not withstand a siege, began talks with the Artuqid chief. During these talks, Ilghazi was firmly impressed by Mazois' courage, and so allowed him to surrender and return to inform Antioch about his defeat. The same could not be said about the rest of his companions, who were massacred by Ilghazi's men on the spot. In the end, only around 70 Latin knights were taken captive. Being dragged by Ilghazi all the way to Aleppo, they became a major part of his victorious procession throughout the city. As the grand celebrations were over, all Frankish prisoners were executed by its inhabitants. Thanks to his victorious endeavour, Ilghazi's authority and prestige spread across the Muslim world. For his triumph, the Artuqid leader was rewarded by the Caliph himself, who titled the Atabeg as a star of religion, in other words, a spiritual guide of Sunni Islam. Despite having achieved a total victory, Ilghazi didn't press his army to attack Antioch. Many historians criticized him for this decision. However, it is very important to consider that Ilghazi likely did not have enough supply and siege equipment to lay a proper siege or break through the strong walls of Antioch. He couldn't be certain whether Jerusalem and Tripoli would approach him on Antiochene territory with another Christian army. For the moment, Ilghazi's main objective had been achieved. The city of Aleppo was saved from an encirclement. So Antioch was safe from the Artuqids for the time being. Antioch's confrontation with Ilghazi at Ager Sanguinis ended up as a disaster for the Latins in Syria. Its renowned leader, Roger of Salerno, was dead, and almost every experienced knight who served with Bohemond and Tancred was killed. Moreover, the Antiochene part of the Holy Cross was lost to the Saracens, the Principality of Antioch was defenseless, and the Latin presence in Syria was in jeopardy. The events that took place at the Field of Blood sent shockwaves across the entirety of Syria. As soon as Raynal of Mazois arrived in Antioch, announcing the Latin defeat, the citizens of that city were stricken by panic. Only the local patriarch, Bernard of Valence, and Roger's widow, Cécile, managed to ease the tensions. Temporarily taking charge of the city, Bernard ordered the people of Antioch to mount their heavily fortified walls and gather supplies for any possible attack. Nevertheless, with Roger of Salerno and his army gone, the city of Antioch was practically defenseless against the might of Ilghazi. The victorious Artuqid had sent several raiding parties, including some which had reached as far as St. Simeon's harbour, and even managed to reach and sack the outskirts of Antioch itself. The de facto ruler of Antioch, Bohemond II, was still too immature to rule, so Antioch's fate lay in the hands of Baldwin II, King of Jerusalem. Together with Pont of Tripoli and Joscelin of Courtenay, Le Bourg had already assembled a powerful host under the relic of Jerusalem's Holy Cross. Previously, they attempted to reinforce Roger's army. However, upon hearing of Antioch's defeat at Latakia, the undeterred Baldwin II rushed his force further north to aid the city as quickly as possible. This forced march had paid off for Le Bourg. When the Jerusalem and Tripolitan armies had entered the Principality, they encountered not the bulk of Ilghazi's army, but only a few small Turkoman raiding parties, which they managed to easily repel from the city's outskirts. On the first days of August 1119, just a week after the Battle of Ager Sanguinis, King Baldwin Le Bourg, Pont and Joscelin entered Antioch. Relieved by Baldwin's arrival, the entire city welcomed the King of Jerusalem as a hero. Baldwin II took command of the city with the Patriarch's permission, and called for every remaining knight in the Principality to prepare for an inevitable showdown with the Artuqid warlord. He also guaranteed safety for Antiochene citizens by sending several squadrons out to drive off any additional waves of Turkoman raiders back beyond the Orontes River. With the matters near Antioch secured, Baldwin Labor could finally focus all his efforts on dealing with the threat of Ilghazi. Meanwhile, in Aleppo, Ilghazi had celebrated his victory over Roger by massacring all remaining Antiochene knights in his captivity. Despite winning a decisive engagement, the Artuqid leader realized that he needed to possess more men to overwhelm Antioch itself. Thus he decided to seize bordering Latin towns and castles east of the Orontes River in order to secure them as potential bases for his campaigns in the future. Ilghazi's ambitions to seize Antioch proper were bolstered when his Damascene ally Tughtekin joined the Artuqid force. This allowed the Lord of Mardin and Aleppo to nearly double the size of his forces. His confidence grew even stronger when he finally moved towards the Antiochene border and besieged neighbouring castles, starting with Athrib. Athrib's feudal lord, Alor, had not been present due to Baldwin Labor's orders to rally all the Latin forces in Antioch. Because of this, the Antiochene fortresses to the east were basically defenceless. Without hesitation, Kerep, Athrib, and many other bordering castles surrendered to the Artuqids on the condition that all the Christians within should be spared and allowed to retreat to Antioch safely, which Ilghazi surprisingly often agreed to. This was the fate of the crucial fortress of Zardana, governed by Robert the Leper. Yet again, the absence of the castle's lord and the lack of a properly established chain of command during his absence forced the defenders to surrender to the Artuqids. The successful capture of all these fortresses paved the way for Ilghazi to strike at his next target, the city of Antioch itself. By that time, Baldwin II had already arrived at the principality's capital and rallied the knights from Antioch, Edessa, Tripoli and Jerusalem to face off the Artuqid onslaught. As the retreating troops and civilians from Athrib and Zardana gave word about the Saracens breaking through the Latin frontier, the king couldn't wait any longer. Baldwin II had already been aware that without relieving these strongholds, the city of Antioch would constantly be threatened by Muslim atabegs. After the army had been blessed by Ebrahmah, Bishop of Caesarea, on the 10th of August 1119, Labor marched out of Antioch with a significant force, attempting to reinforce the eastern Antiochene territories, starting with the castle of Zardana. The Latin army went through abandoned Kerep and Rugia to attack Ilghazi from the south. The Latin's vanguard was led by the king, accompanied by the Holy Cross of Jerusalem. At first, the King of Jerusalem attempted to rescue Zardana's garrison, but just 2 days later, the news reached the Latins about its surrender. After this, Baldwin decided to retreat to quarter in Hab in order to replenish all the necessary supplies. King Baldwin Labor knew that Ilghazi would not pass up an opportunity to ambush the Christian army, and that their inevitable headlong clash with the Artuqid seemed unavoidable. As the Frankish host was passing through the road to the city of Hab, all of Baldwin's suspicions proved to be correct. On the 14th of August 1119, the Latin army was greeted by Turkoman skirmishers who suddenly appeared on the horizon. They were part of Ilghazi's vanguard, who started to rain down their arrows upon the Crusader column. However, King Baldwin II was experienced with Saracen hit-and-run tactics, so he wisely decided not to take the bait. Instead, he ordered the Latin forces to form a line divided into 9 squadrons, formed into 4 key segments. The right flank was led by Tripolitan knights, led by their Count Pont, while the left, commanded by Robert the Leper, consisted of the remaining Antiochene knights. At the centre, the king deployed his vanguard of 3 knightly contingents, covered by the missile and melee Latin infantry. Despite possessing heavier horsemen, Baldwin II's cavalry lacked numerical superiority. Numbering only 700 knights, with additional sergeants and Turcopoles, Labor had been all too aware of potential encirclement by the enemy, so he created a second line of reserves that included his forces from Jerusalem. On the other side, Ilghazi took positions on the left flank, comprised of his Turkoman and elite Gulam horsemen stationed in front of the Franks. Behind them were deployed infantry bands from Mardin and Aleppo, supported by the light Kurdish missile units. To the Muslim right, Tughtekin prepared his forces in the same manner as Ilghazi, by deploying his cavalry on the front line of the battle, while his infantry militias from Damascus and Homs were put at the back of the formation. As both sides managed to complete their deployment, the battle for the future of Latin Syria soon commenced. The clash started with shouts and the noise of the trumpets and drums of each side, which was quickly cut short by a volley of Seljuk arrow fire, to which Latin archers and crossbowmen eagerly reciprocated. As ammunition stocks began to shrink, both sides prepared for melee engagement. Confident in his victory, Ilghazi and Toktekin ordered a full-scale assault on the Crusaders. The first attack came from the Artuqid Turkic horsemen, who attacked the Frankish right flank. This fearsome charge almost managed to break the Tripolitan contingent entirely. Some of the Tripolitan knights panicked and fled the battle. Several of them even rode to Antioch, already announcing the defeat of the Latin host. However, Pont of Tripoli and his retainers managed to withstand the charge, and with a few of his knights hid behind the Tripolitan Latin footmen, who managed to hold their ground, while simultaneously closing the distance between themselves and Baldwin's centre. On the left flank, Robert the Leper, Count of Zardana, charged and broke through Toktekin's contingent from Homs. However, Robert did not intend to flank the Artuqid force, intending instead to rush and retake his home castle of Zardana. Initially, all seemed to go as planned for him, but as the pursuit was coming close to the castle, the Saracens had time to regroup. Realizing they were only chased by a small contingent of knights, they decided to turn back and clash with the Frankish pursuers. Disregarding any potential signs of a trap, Robert and his Antiochene knights were ambushed near the walls of Zardana. In this scuffle, Robert fell off his horse and became a prisoner of Ilghazi's men. The remnants of Toktekin and Ilghazi's force were so preoccupied with the Lord of Zardana that they didn't see an opportunity to exploit the Crusaders' left flank. Upon seeing that tactical error, Baldwin II attempted to prepare his counterattack to repel Ilghazi himself. Because the main Artuqid assault came on the Latins' right flank, the infantry from the centre were relatively fresh, with only knights from the vanguard taking heavy losses, who started to push back Ilghazi's infantry from the centre. Baldwin Labor also used his remaining reserves of Jerusalem knights to charge the advancing Saracen force from the rear. After a brutal melee and clever manoeuvre, the reinforced Latin forces managed to push the Artuqid centre back and aid their ailing flanks. Seeing no way to break through the Jerusalem and Tripolitan line, Ilghazi retreated from the battlefield in an orderly manner. The number of casualties at the Battle of Hab is hard to estimate. We only know from Archbishop William of Tyre that the forces of Jerusalem and their vassals lost around 700 infantrymen and 100 knights, while the Artuqid casualties remain unknown, though it is very likely that their casualties were similar if not slightly higher. As soon as the dust settled, Baldwin II, with his remaining troops on the battlefield, claimed victory and returned to Antioch, where he was greeted by the citizens as their saviour. Along the way, the King of Jerusalem reclaimed the fortresses of Samen and Kafatab, previously taken by Ilghazi after Ager Sanguinis. The next target of Baldwin's wrath was the fortress of Marat an-Numan and Rusa, which were held by the Munakadites of Shaizar. Soon, all of these key strongholds surrendered, and the remaining Muslim-controlled castles in the Principality of Antioch followed suit, all except Atharib and Zardana. Simultaneously, Ilghazi and Toktekin went to Aleppo and announced that it was the Muslims who had won the battle because of the sheer number of prisoners they had taken, including important Antiochene baron Robert the Leper. The Atabegs also found themselves in dire need of funds and attempted to ransom the captives for a considerable price. Though reluctant, Robert agreed on a large sum of 10,000 dinars. However, when they asked Robert to convert to Islam as well, he refused. Angered by this factor, Toktekin decided to execute the nobleman during captivity, much to Ilghazi's dismay. Who exactly won the Syrian campaign of 1119 in Syria and the Battle of Hab remains a hard question for modern scholars to answer, but the major academic consensus is that it had been a clear draw between the Latins and the Muslims. The Crusader States managed to avenge Antioch's defeat at Ager Sanguinis and save the principality from certain demise. However, the Latins paid for it at the cost of diminishing Latin presence in northern Syria. Ilghazi, on the other hand, despite gaining a great victory at Ager Sanguinis and severely weakening the Antiochene force at Hab, was still unable to exploit his victory and take Antioch itself. The failure to annihilate the principality had cost Ilghazi dearly, and the western expansion of the Artuqids was dramatically stopped. Thus, with all factors considered, despite the draw on the numerical and tactical side, it was the Crusader army that achieved the greater strategic victory by cutting short Ilghazi's expansion, an achievement made even more impressive by the fact that it was done on the heels of a major military disaster at Ager Sanguinis. The dramatic showdown at Hab between the Latins and Ilghazi had a major impact on the northern lands of the Outremer. The survival of Antioch's principality and stabilization of the Syrian frontier came at a great cost to the Crusader States. King Baldwin III knew that the only way to secure the principality was to take charge of Antioch until Bohemond II came of age. In Lebor's absence, power in the city was held by its patriarch Bernard of Valence. Additionally, Baldwin honoured his agreement with Joscelin of Courtenay by installing him as the Count of Edessa, which, together with sending him additional troops, allowed the Latins to stabilize the situation in Edessan territory as well. However, the damage of the 1119 campaign was much more visible in Antiochene territory. Alongside all the Norman elite that had built the de Hauteville domain in Antioch, Baldwin needed to strengthen its frontier by allowing his Jerusalem knights to integrate with them in the lands of northern Syria by giving lands and titles in the region. Oftentimes, this was done by encouraging Baldwin's knights to marry the widows of Antiochene knights who had fallen at Ager Sanguinis. This policy showcased Antioch's declining power in the Middle East and further dependence on Jerusalem's overlordship, a far cry from the times of Bohemond I and Tancred. Ultimately, the Battle of Hab would not be the last time that the power of the Latins in Syria would be put to the test. In the aftermath of the Battle of Hab and the dramatic campaign of 1119, tensions in northern Syria remained at an all-time high. The Artuqid Atabeg Ilghazi was not done fighting the Franks and demanded a rematch. By the next year, he had renewed his feud with Antioch and Edessa. The Artuqid split his forces in half, delegating his governor of Athareb, Bulak, to raid Antiochene territory, while the main force would besiege the city of Edessa. However, the Latins had already been made aware of Ilghazi's intentions. Consequently, Antioch's governor, Patriarch Bernard of Valence, and Count of Edessa, Joscelin of Courtenay, declined to meet Ilghazi in open battle, opting instead to disrupt his main supply line. Since the areas of northern Syria had already been devastated, Muslim armies had no potential loot and plunder, diminishing the enthusiasm of Ilghazi's men. Moreover, the news of Baldwin II returning with Jerusalem's army only further damaged Artuqid morale. Having nothing to fight for resulted in Turkoman warriors deserting Ilghazi's force en masse. Reluctant, Ilghazi signed a truce with King Baldwin that was meant to last for 1 year. Thus, after 2 years of struggle, both sides were relieved from fighting one another and could finally divert their attention in different directions. After securing the northern frontier, Baldwin II could put his efforts into solidifying his realm. Ever since the times of the First Crusade and the conquest of Jerusalem in 1099, there had been no single official law or set of rules in his kingdom except the one borrowed from feudal Europe. The Latins quickly found out that in order for the Crusader States to survive, they needed better organized social structures that could withstand their surrounding neighbors. On the 16th of January 1120, Baldwin II, together with Jerusalem's Patriarch Gourmand, gathered most of the secular and clerical figures in the kingdom to the town of Nablus in order to discuss and resolve all internal affairs. This event, also known as the Council of Nablus, was the first Crusader convocation assembled in the Holy Land that sanctioned a set of 25 laws, rights for the clergy, and even social norms acknowledged by the Latins in the Outremer. It resolved the matters of investiture between the church and the state by clearly setting boundaries between them. Clerical figures like priests, bishops, and patriarchs were banned from military affairs and were only allowed to defend the Christian communities and spiritually support crusading armies. During the discussion, laws were passed to prevent Christians from integrating into the surrounding Muslim environment and adopting Muslim lifestyles by prohibiting marriage between different faiths. In addition, the new laws also presented a set of punishments for crimes like oath-breaking, adultery, bigamy, and other sins sometimes common among crusaders. But the most important matter discussed at the Council of Nablus was the official acknowledgement of the military orders by the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The first of them were the Knights of Hospitalis. The Knights Hospitaller started as a group of Italian merchants of Amalfi, who were led by a man named Gerard from the same city. Together they travelled to the Holy Land back in the 11th century, and with the permission of the Fatimids, who ruled the region at the time, they established a hospital under the name of St. John the Almsgiver. Their main objective was to provide aid and protection for pilgrims eager to visit the holy sites. Their activity was halted by the Seljuk takeover of Jerusalem. During the First Crusade, and later creation of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the Hospitallers proved themselves very useful in aiding the Latins, providing care for the initially all Italian pilgrims and aiding the kings of Jerusalem in battles against the Seljuks and Fatimids. Their actions were rewarded by Pope Paschal II, who officially acknowledged the Hospitallers Regula in 1113. However, as the fighting between the Christians and the Muslims intensified, pilgrim routes were gradually more endangered by the Fatimid raiding parties or local Muslim bandits. When Master Gerard passed away around 1118 or 1120, his successor, Master Raymond of Antioch, reformed and restructured the order and extended its actions beyond hospital work. Marked by a white cross on a black tunic, the Hospitallers started to fight the local banditry, and even served in open military campaigns under the King of Jerusalem. At Nablus, their actions were officially acknowledged by the entire kingdom, allowing them to expand their operations to the entire Outremer. The rebranding of the Knights Hospitaller was heavily influenced by the beginning of another equally famous order, the Templars. The Knights Templar were founded by a French knight of Champagne, Hugh de Payens, who in 1118 managed to convince King Baldwin II to set up a new military quarter in one of the wings of the royal palace located at the former Al-Aqsa Mosque. Filled by his knightly companions, they formed a special order, vowing to actively defend the Christian pilgrims along the way to Jerusalem. The Templars bore a red cross on their tunics, with knights and clerics wearing a white tunic, whereas the sergeants wore a black one. All brothers followed Saint Benedictine's rule of monastic Christian asceticism. With the Council of Nablus settled, the King of Jerusalem granted the Knights Templar his full support, allowing them to have their own outposts, land, and independent organization from the crown, in exchange for providing a disciplined military force and sharing the burden of garrisoning several border castles. As the various knightly orders of the Levant grew in numbers, their support would play a key role in the future of the Latin states in the Levant. The only man opposing the Nablus Council was Pont of Tripoli. The Count was furious at Baldwin for claiming Antioch for himself, and grew ever more fearful that Jerusalem might come to dominate over all the Outremer states. In an act of protest, he forbade any Tripolitan noble or religious figures from his domains to attend the council, which only strained his relations with the King of Jerusalem. Later on in 1122, Pont even went as far as to rebel against Labor. However, as Baldwin rallied his army with the Holy Cross and approached Tripoli itself, Pont gave up and reconciled with the king. Meanwhile, on the Muslim side, Ilghazi embarked on a military campaign into Georgia in 1121. The Artuqid Atabeg accepted an invitation from the Emirate of Tiflis, located in modern-day Tbilisi. In recent years, the emirate had become increasingly threatened by the burgeoning power of the Bagrationi dynasty. Ilghazi was soundly defeated by the Georgians at the Battle of Didgori, and was forced to retreat back to Mardin, with his manpower resources severely depleted. Further bad news for Ilghazi soon followed, as his own son, Suleiman, who governed his territories of Aleppo, revolted against his father. In order to stabilize his borders with the Franks while he dealt with this internal crisis, he ceded the fortresses of Athareb and Sardana back to the Latins, to which Baldwin II gladly obliged. Ilghazi's previous fruits of conquest were now again in the hands of the Crusader States. The civil war and the loss of bordering castles proved to be a heavy blow for the Artuqids. Tired of trying to keep a lid on internal divisions, Ilghazi gradually delegated parts of his domains into the hands of his relatives, only further decentralizing his state. Attempting to retake Sardana, he assembled his army and marched west to confront Baldwin once more. However, as the two sides were approaching an upcoming engagement, Ilghazi died of apoplexy, forcing the Muslim army to withdraw. Once a powerful warlord willing to challenge all his neighbours, Ilghazi died as a broken man, his empire fading from his eyes. Lebor was relieved by how things turned out, but he had little time for celebrations as he had to turn his focus on Transjordan in order to repel a Toktecan invasion, after which he could finally return to Jerusalem. Ever since the Battle of Ager Sanguinis in 1119, King Baldwin II Lebor had sought military aid from all corners of Catholic Europe. Much to his disappointment, most European leaders like Pope Calixtus II and Holy Roman Emperor Henry V were embroiled in the investiture controversy, resulting in no aid for the Crusader States. The only candidate interested in aiding the crusading cause proved to be the maritime Republic of Venice. Familiar with trade in the Levant, the Republic desired more trading posts in the region from which it could profit. When Baldwin's emissaries approached the Venetian Doge, Domenico Michiel, with promises to provide the most serene Republic with just that, the latter proved willing to cooperate. Meanwhile, the Venetians had also received a letter from Calixtus II encouraging the Republic to go on crusade. The Pope's relations with the German Emperor were by that point gradually improving, and the Bishop of Rome needed to focus Europe's attention somewhere else. Just like in 1095, the Holy Land seemed to be the perfect solution. With papal blessing, a crusade was announced in 1122, with the aim of supporting Jerusalem in its darkest hour. Word was quickly spread across Europe, and soon knights and pilgrims from France, Germany, Bohemia and Italy gathered near Venice. With the final preparations completed on the 8th of August 1122, the Crusaders and Venetians set sail from the Venetian lagoon. The number of ships in the historical sources varies from 72 to 120, but it is safe to say that the Crusaders numbered around 100 vessels with a maximum of 15,000 men on board. Their voyage proved to be more problematic than previously expected, as while the Venetians were sailing around the Adriatic coast, they were tempted to renew their quarrel with the Byzantine Emperor John Comnenus over their unfavourable trade rights with the Greeks. Wanting to settle their score with the Eastern Romans, the Venetian fleet attacked a strategic fortress on the island of Corfu. But much to the Doge's dismay, the siege dragged on for over a year, and the other European crusaders became restless about sailing to Jerusalem. Finally, the pilgrims' voices were heard, as a messenger from Jerusalem urged the Venetians to abandon the siege of Corfu in favour of reaching the Holy Land, as the recent events unfolding in the Outremer required the Crusaders' immediate attention. Ilghazi's death in 1122 had emboldened Joscelin to raid Aleppo territory and attempt to secure a strategic crossing of the Euphrates at Balis. Like during his previous fights with the Bedouins at Transjordan, he planned for a swift action with only 100 men. Confident in Ilghazi's realm decentralization, the Count rushed his force inside enemy territory, neglecting the remaining Artuqid Turkoman force. Much to Joscelin's surprise, his force was ambushed and defeated by the Turkomans, headed by Ilghazi's nephew Nur ad-Dawla Belik Ghazi, who killed most of the Latin knights, all except Joscelin and Galeron of La Puissée, Lord of Birjek. Elated by his easy victory, Belik decided to keep his hostage and imprison him at the remote Karpurt fortress in southern Armenia. Hearing the news of Joscelin's troubles, Baldwin II decided to take charge of the county's overlordship and initiate a rescue mission, gathering a few hundred knights, sergeants and Turcopoles for the action. By quickly reaching Edessa, Lebor re-established order in the county. Afterwards, the king rushed to the place of Joscelin's captivity. However, Baldwin's raid proved to be as short-sighted as Joscelin's. As he tried to cross the Euphrates River at Gaga, he was ambushed and captured by Belik, and thrown into the same prison as Joscelin. The situation turned out to be dire for the King of Jerusalem. The loss of Joscelin could only be felt as a loss of the Count's personal prestige, but a king's captivity would put the entire Kingdom of Jerusalem, including all Latin states, to the test. Meanwhile, by the end of May 1123, the Venetians and the rest of the Crusaders had finally sailed to Acre. After the initial lavish celebration in Jerusalem, the Latin nobility entered into a heavy debate on where to direct the Venetian fleet. Only Tyre and Ascalon remained in Muslim hands from the remaining strongholds and harbours in the Outremer. The Latin barons from Judea favoured an offensive on Ascalon, while the barons of Galilee opted for the latter. Ultimately, the deciding voice came from the Venetians, who preferred to sail upon Tyre, mainly because of the better harbour conditions. During the discussions, Domenico Michiel demanded terms for their service. Realizing that the opportunity could not wait until Baldwin's return from captivity, Constable William and the newly appointed Patriarch Waimund reluctantly agreed. They signed a treaty, also known as Pactum Waimundi, which stated that in exchange for Venice's naval and military assistance in the Holy Land, the Kingdom of Jerusalem would allow Venetian merchants to settle one street in each major harbour and city in the Kingdom of Jerusalem except the Holy City itself, and enjoy certain privileges, like an exemption from taxation. The Republican traders could use their own coin weight measures and standards during the transactions, and were guaranteed rights to have a separate church, market, bath, mill and oven in every city. Furthermore, upon the capture of Tyre, Ascalon and the rest of the harbours, 1/3 of the city and 1/3 of the city's surroundings, were to be handed to the Venetians. This agreement was very favourable to the Venetians, for it gave them the lion's share in the lucrative trade routes of the Levant. As the talks ended, the Crusaders and the Venetians approached Tyre and began the siege on the 15th of February 1124. Luck was on the Crusaders' side, for the city was in turmoil due to strained relations between Fatimid Egypt and the Emirate of Damascus. Previously, Tyre was governed by Toghtekin's governor Masud, and the city still maintained prayers for the Fatimid Caliph, which, according to Muslim custom, meant that formally the city still belonged to the Fatimids. The Egyptian vizier Al-Afdal was hesitant to change this delicate political balance, wanting to maintain good relations with both the Fatimids and the Atabeg of Damascus. However, the situation changed rapidly after his assassination in 1121 by his own Caliph Al-Amir. After this, the Fatimid Caliph sent a fleet to Tyre, which managed to lure out Masud and bring him back to Egypt. After this successful kidnapping, Masud was forced to hand the city over to the Fatimids, after which he was allowed to return to Toghtekin. When the Damascene warlord realized he had been outsmarted and nothing could be done, he decided to allow the Fatimids to keep the city, probably out of fear of breaking the alliance. He remained with his forces behind Jordan, awaiting any opportunity to retake the city. This infighting amongst the Muslims was very beneficial for the Franks. Without Al-Amir and Toghtekin coordinating their efforts, the Franks could easily defend their positions against any Fatimid or Damascene reinforcements. However, despite all these factors, their opponents still couldn't be underestimated. The defenders of Tyre could still rely on resupply and reinforcements from the sea, as long as the Fatimids possessed a strong navy in the region. Moreover, the Crusaders were pressured even further due to Al-Amir's army arriving from the south. The Caliph ordered the building of as many ships as possible, amounting to his fleet of over 70 galleys. He intended to relieve the city by striking the Crusader forces from land and sea. By the end of May 1123, the Egyptian army had moved from Ascalon through Jaffa. Without any hesitation, Constable William hastily mobilized knights, pilgrims and citizens of Jerusalem, numbering around 7,000 men, to confront the Fatimid threat. Marching with a relic of the Holy Cross, the forces of Jerusalem blocked the Muslim march on Jaffa near Ibilin. When both sides spotted each other near the village of Caco, the Latins blocked the path, providing time for the Venetian sailors to embark on their ships and get out of danger. As the Caliph's forces approached the Christian host, the battle ensued. Despite the numerical superiority of the Fatimids, William's army had higher morale in the presence of the Holy Relic. Encouraged, the Latins pushed forward, and with great ferocity, finally broke through the Fatimid centre. Seeing their formation broken, the Muslims fled, leaving their camp and spoils in the hands of the victors. After this, the Crusaders returned to Tyre, celebrating their victory. When the Egyptian fleet learned about the defeat of their land counterpart, the Fatimid admiral decided to return to Ascalon, denying the Venetians the chance to engage with the Egyptians for a while. When both of his forces returned to Ascalon, the Caliph decided to change the direction of his army for Jerusalem in order to divert the Crusaders' attention, also dividing Venetian galleys from their Latin suppliers while his fleet would continue to supply the city. Meanwhile, as the Venetian fleet was resupplying in Cyprus, the Venetian Doge learned that the Fatimid main fleet had sailed again from Ascalon, aiming to reinforce the Tyre garrison again. The Egyptian ships were slowed down by the increased number of transport ships, causing the fleet to sail slower than was possible. Knowing that such an occasion may not repeat itself for a long time, the Venetian Doge launched a daring assault on the Fatimid galleys. He divided his vessels into two groups, with the stronger ships at the front to lure enemy ships into battle. On a foggy morning, the Fatimid convoy noticed a small Venetian squadron. Counting on an easy victory, the Fatimid fleet broke away from their course and turned to face the approaching Latin ships. But as they advanced upon their enemy, the rest of the Frankish ships gradually moved out of the fog, with their number outgrowing the Muslim ships. Soon, panic and chaos spread across the Fatimid fleet. The Venetian ships caught the Egyptian galleys and engaged in fierce deck-to-deck fighting. In the midst of combat, the Venetian sailors captured 4 galleys and 6 transport ships. The Most Serene Republic's navy carved their way up to the Fatimid flagship, boarded it, and killed the enemy admiral. When the Egyptian sailors heard of the death of their commander, they panicked and fled, sailing back to Ascalon. The Venetians pursued their foes as far as Al-Arish, then returned north to rejoin the rest of the Latin army. William of Tyre, probably exaggerating the outcomes of the battle, stated that over 4,000 corpses of Fatimid sailors were carried out onto the shore, turning the sea red. The naval victory at Jaffa was a turning point in the siege. Now the city was encircled by both land and sea. Moreover, water and rations were starting to dwindle, and the situation inside the city was getting direr with each passing day. Its citizens again decided to send letters to Al-Amir and Toghtekin, desperately pleading for immediate assistance, stating that the city would be forced to surrender if no further provisions were provided. Sadly for Tyre, the Fatimids had just suffered 2 defeats in a row, and the Caliph felt that he was in no position to send any more reinforcements. However, not all was lost for the city of Tyre. Toghtekin was on his way, having marched his army to the aid of the city, probably counting on an easy victory, assuming that both the Latins and Fatimids had sustained heavy losses from the siege. Having mustered a huge army near Damascus, Toghtekin easily crossed Galilee and encamped just 4 miles outside the city walls. The Crusaders, shocked at the speed of the Damascene army, thought the attack was coordinated between the Emir of Damascus and the Fatimid Caliph, so they split their forces into 3 groups. William of Burr, together with Pont of Tripoli, would use all the Latin cavalry in an attempt to stop Toghtekin's advance. The Venetians would sail around Tyre, expecting the next assault from the Fatimid fleet, while the 3rd group would guard the siege engines, preventing the defenders from sallying out of Tyre. Toghtekin, on the other hand, counted on his element of surprise. When he heard that the crusading force was rushing to meet him in battle, he decided to return home. At the same time, the Venetian fleet, suspecting an attack from an Egyptian fleet, seized the small harbour of Scandalium, only to find that the Egyptian fleet was nowhere to be found. The only remaining move to be made was by Tyre's defenders, and in a desperate sally, they managed to burn down some of the siege equipment. Undeterred, the Crusaders decided to double their efforts, since it was certain that no help would arrive anytime soon. They sent a letter to Antioch for more engineers, including one Armenian named Havadik, whose skills and expertise allowed the Crusaders to cover their losses and even further intensify catapult and ballista firepower on the city walls. Hearing of the siege's progress, Toghtekin was again called for aid. This time, Toghtekin knew all too well that capitulation was inevitable, and the crusading force was too numerous. Finally, the Emir of Damascus opened negotiations with the Crusaders in the name of Tyre. During the talks, terms of surrender were presented. The city would be handed to the Latins, and in exchange, the Muslim population could leave freely for Damascus with their property intact. This proposal was ill-received by some of the Crusaders, but in a heated discussion, William of Burr managed to convince the rest to agree with the final statement. After the terms were presented to Toghtekin, the Emir of Damascus agreed, and on the 7th of July 1124, the city was finally handed over to the Franks. The Latins also fulfilled their obligations to the Venetians by giving them control of 1/3 of Tyre. As the Most Serene Republic fleet sailed back to the Venetian lagoon, they also reached a favourable trade agreement with the Byzantines, thus establishing themselves as the main powerhouse of maritime trade in the Eastern Mediterranean. The Venetian Crusade marked the beginning of the Crusader kingdom's growing dependence on the Italian Maritime Republic. Thanks to the signed Pactum Warmundi, Venice was allowed to become a main benefactor of the trade in the Levant, which could quickly unfold into political influence, as well as indicating a foreshadowing of the events of the disastrous Fourth Crusade. Still, the Latins managed to achieve a great victory, and with only Ascalon remaining, almost the entire coastline of the Holy Land belonged to the Franks, which resulted in a drastic shift in the balance of naval power in favour of the Crusader States. This allowed for an increased influx of pilgrims from Europe. Furthermore, the Kingdom of Jerusalem was put to the test, and thanks to King Baldwin's organisation, it managed not only to survive without his presence, but also to expand its territory. When Venetian crusaders assisted the Latins during the Siege of Tyre in 1123, King Baldwin II of Jerusalem and Count Edessa Joscelin were both ambushed in two separate incidents by Ilghazi's son and Atabeg of Aleppo, Belek Ghazi. In both cases, each Frankish noble was taken as a prisoner and held in the Armenian stronghold of Carpet. The capture of such highly situated Latin leaders put the fate of the entire Kingdom of Jerusalem into potential jeopardy. Fortunately, King Baldwin's previous reforms allowed for the temporary stability of the realm. However, the news of the Crusaders' successes in Tyre hadn't reached the monarch in Carpet, who was becoming increasingly worried about his absence in Jerusalem. While Baldwin was uncertain of the Outremer's future, Joscelin used his good reputation among the local Armenian population. Ever sympathetic to Joscelin's tolerant policy towards Armenians in his county, they were convinced by him to sneak into the castle as pilgrims, murder the Turkic garrison, and free both leaders. However, despite being liberated, Baldwin and Joscelin realized that even if they all managed to escape the fortress, they would be quickly detained by Belek's swift Turkoman riders. Even more worryingly, word of their prison break had already reached the Atabeg, who sent an entire army to retake Carpet. At this point, Baldwin II convinced Joscelin to escape first in order to find help, while he and the Armenians would buy Joscelin some time to escape and defend the castle. To make sure Joscelin would be recognized, Baldwin gave him his own ring and 3 Armenian servants to make sure he would safely reach the Frankish territory. Moving only by night to prevent detection, the Count of Edessa managed to reach the Euphrates. Exhausted and weakened by the captivity, Joscelin could not swim, but using their wineskins as floats, they all managed to cross the water and reach the opposite shore. After reaching his county, Joscelin revealed himself to his wife and court at Tebussul. After a brief reunion, he immediately rushed to Antioch to seek assistance, but because of the losses at the Battle of Ager Sanguinis and Hab, Patriarch Bernard, who governed the Antiochian Principality in Le Bour's absence, could not provide the knights Joscelin had been so hoping for. After several failed attempts to raise the army in Antioch, Joscelin rode in haste to Jerusalem. Upon arrival, he devoted his chains at the altar of Calvary, thanking God for his fortunate escape. Next, he informed Patriarch Gourmand and Constable Eustace, who had governed the kingdom during the king's absence, about Baldwin's situation in Armenia, asking for troops for a rescue mission, to which they agreed. With his rescue party in hand, Joscelin rode north in haste to Baldwin's relief, but by the time he reached the Euphrates, it was already too late. Baldwin's resistance at Carpet had fallen apart faster than expected. In Joscelin's absence, Belek's engineers had dug a tunnel and managed to undermine a section of the wall that allowed the Artuqid warriors to enter the castle. All Armenians who had assisted in the coup were killed by Belek, while Baldwin II himself was transferred to a more guarded fortress at Haran. The Latin army of Joscelin could not reach Le Bour that far without risking a possible ambush or a major battle. Still undeterred, the Count of Edessa raided the Aleppo countryside, demanding the King of Jerusalem's release. However, after seeing the futility of his actions, he decided to return to Tebussul. Although Joscelin's attempt to rescue the king failed, Belek could not exploit his victory, mainly because of the revolt of Menbiji's governor. Realizing he could not afford to lose that city, he sent his loyal general Timotash to defeat the rebels' army at the city walls. Timotash quickly mobilized his men and forced the enemy outside of Menbij, scoring a decisive victory. But Menbij's citadel was still in the hands of the rebels, led by the governor's brother Issa. Desperate, the rebels asked the Count of Edessa for aid. Joscelin moved with his army to capture the city, but was intercepted by Belek's army, and was soundly defeated under the city walls. Belek then proceeded to continue the siege, but was hit by an arrow from citadel defenders and died shortly afterwards. With the death of Belek Ghazi, the Artuqid state was yet again embroiled in internal fighting. During this power struggle, Ilghazi's son Timurtash came to power as the next Atabeg. Upon realizing that he could benefit immensely from Baldwin's release, he entered into negotiations with the Franks. The king and the Latin realm were represented by Joscelin and Baldwin's wife, King Morphia of Melitene. The Munkadites of Shaizar, who were attempting to better their relations with the Latins, served as mediators, going so far as to send some of their own people as hostages to Timurtash. After intense talks, the Atabeg of Aleppo agreed to Baldwin's return in exchange for the strategic castles of Athareb, Kafatab, Zadana and Azaz, an exorbitant sum of 80,000 dinars, the exchange of valuable hostages to guarantee the terms would be honoured, and a promise that both Latin leaders would jointly attack the local Bedouin chieftain, Dubais ibn Sadaka. These demands were exceptionally harsh for the Crusader States in Syria, as it meant handing every major border stronghold they had captured back into Muslim hands. Reluctantly, the Latin delegation agreed, and after 16 months of captivity, Baldwin II was finally released in August 1124. When Labor left Haran, he realized just how unfavorable the bargain had been for the Franks. If all the eastern border fortifications were to be taken back into Aleppo's sphere of influence, this could make Timurtash the greatest threat to Latin security in northern Syria since Ilghazi. Knowing too well that the Lord of Mardin and Aleppo wouldn't execute young Joscelin and Joveta, he decided not to honour his obligations. All King Baldwin needed was a pretext, which he easily found. Prince of Antioch Bohemond II had turned 16 years old and could thus inherit the principality. However, he was still in Italy. This meant that Baldwin Labor could still act in the boy's name as Antioch's regent. Since Baldwin couldn't bargain for Antiochene territory in the absence of Bohemond II, the legal ruler of Antioch, he officially asked Antioch's patriarch Bernard for permission. Naturally, the patriarch refused to hand the eastern parts of the principality to the Muslims, so Baldwin II gladly used this factor as a pretext to break his oath, assembling forces from Jerusalem, Tripoli, Antioch and Edessa, and preparing for an upcoming showdown. Doing the opposite of what he had been expected to do per the terms of his release, Baldwin allied himself with the Bedouin leader Dubais, thus adding Bedouin tribes to the Frankish host. Together they planned to take the initiative and siege Aleppo before Timurtash could respond from his main power base at Mardin. The situation inside the city looked very promising for the Latins, as the city's great leader Ridwan was dead, the Artuqid clan split, and Aleppo was consumed by a power struggle between factions. Internal divisions between Ilghazi's successors were used by Ridwan's son, Sultan Shah ibn Radwan, who rose in rebellion against Timurtash and rode into the Bedouin Crusaders' camp, hoping to be installed as the rightful ruler of Aleppo. The idea of installing a pro-Frankish ruler was too tempting a prospect for the Christians to refuse. However, they first had to ensure Shaizar's neutrality in the south and ease minor tensions between the Munkadites and the Principality. After these matters were settled, the Latins marched straight to Aleppo with their Bedouin and other Muslim allies. Baldwin attacked from Atta, while Joscelin marched from Tel Bashir with Dubais. The attack from both sides took Aleppo's forces by surprise, forcing them to hide behind the city walls. On the 19th of October 1124, Baldwin, Joscelin and Dubais' groups all rejoined under the walls of Aleppo and encircled the city. Meanwhile, the situation inside the city was getting dire for its citizens. The city itself was not prepared for a siege, morale was at an all-time low, and even worse for the defenders, some of Ibn Radwan's supporters in the city were eager to open the gates for their sultan. Even more worryingly for Aleppo, Timurtash decided to stay in Mardin and neglect the Franco-Bedouin siege in favour of securing his inheritance from his brother, Suleiman of Myafarakin. The abandonment of Aleppo would cost the Artuqid Atabeg dearly. In desperation, the citizens of Aleppo wrote a letter to Timurtash pleading for help. Not only was the Lord of Mardin unwilling to send aid, but he was angered by Aleppo's willingness to capitulate and ordered the city's emissaries to be arrested. However, the Aleppo ambassadors managed to escape from prison and, in desperate need of allies, went to Mosul, begging its Atabeg for immediate rescue in return for pledging their allegiance to the Seljuk warlord. Mosul's Atabeg, Aksunkur al-Busuki, was eager to take his revenge on the Latins for his defeat at Samin in 1115, and was buoyed by the opportunity to undermine the Artuqids by seizing Aleppo for himself. Thus he marched westward to relieve the city. With a huge army at his disposal, and with the blessing of the Sultan of the Great Seljuks, Mahmudi Muhammadi Malikzar, he easily convinced other Muslim powers to his cause, receiving additional forces from Emir of Homs, Kirkan, and Tughtekin of Damascus. The Latin sources of William of Tyre and Fulcher of Shat state that Aksunkur's force numbered 15,000 strong, while the Armenian Matthew of Edessa indicates that the Atabeg of Mosul came to command over 40,000 men. Though Matthew of Edessa's numbers are probably overestimated, a 15,000-man army was still formidable by the Outremer's standards. This Seljuk host managed to reach Aleppo at the end of January 1124. Meanwhile, the besieging Latin and Bedouin army had begun to fall apart. At first, the Bedouin chieftain Debais had intended to block Busuki's force on the Euphrates, while Baldwin II continued the siege, believing that the city's capture was imminent. However, in a matter of only a few days, it became apparently clear that Labor had been incorrect, and the city's fall was not imminent. Despite Ibn Radwan's supporters inside the city, most of its defenders didn't give in, and the siege dragged on for long enough for Aksunkur's army to arrive. Upon learning about the relieving force, the Franks and the Bedouins knew that Busuki possessed numerical superiority. Baldwin didn't want to risk an open battle under Aleppo's walls. Instead, the Bedouin groups retreated east, while Baldwin moved his Latin force back to the Ethereum, after which he went to Jerusalem to celebrate his return from 2 years of absence. Satisfied with his maneuver, al-Busuki decided to stop the pursuit and return to Aleppo to celebrate his victory, for the time being. The siege of Aleppo had been lifted. Freed from its troubles, the city's government submitted itself to Busuki, surrendering to him its formidable citadel, treasury, and all Latin hostages previously owned by Timurtash. With his power base in northern Syria and Mesopotamia secured at Artuqid expense, Busuki again turned his attention to Antioch's territory, where he intended to continue Timurtash's policy of demanding the handover of its border strongholds. Leading his troops from Mosul and Aleppo, the Atabeg started his campaign by striking the Principality of Antioch at its southeastern frontier, capturing the fortresses of Al-Bara and Kavatab after a short siege. After securing both of these castles, the Lord of Mosul and Aleppo marched north with his ally Tughtekin to attack the Antiochene fortress of Zardana. Despite being attacked by this enormous army, Zardana was able to withstand the siege, and its defenders even managed to send word to Baldwin. When the news reached Antioch and later Jerusalem, King Baldwin yet again rallied all Crusader states under his banner, including the Tripolitan contingent of Pons and Joscelin's Latins of Edessa. In addition, the Crusader forces were joined by an Armenian contingent led by Duke Levin from Cilicia. In total, the Franco-Armenian forces, claimed by Latin historians, numbered around 1,100 knights and 2,000 infantrymen. However, it is very likely that these historians mentioned only Frankish warriors, neglecting their Armenian counterparts. Meanwhile, an Armenian author estimated the size of Baldwin's army to be 1,300 knights and 4,000 infantry overall, which is probably the largest possible capacity of the Christian forces. As the Latin and Armenian forces were gathered near Antioch, King Baldwin received news that al-Busuki redirected his focus from Zardana to Azaz. Not willing to let his mighty fortress slip into Aleppo's hands, he left Antioch with his joint forces and reached Cyrrhus, where he ordered his troops to leave their baggage train behind to speed up their march. Meanwhile, the besieged garrison of Azaz knew it could not hold for long, mainly due to the constant bombardment of 12 ballistae brought by Busuki from Aleppo. But on the 11th of June 1125, as the Muslims were just about to break through Azaz's defences, Baldwin's army finally arrived, approaching from Busuki's rear. Jerusalem had arrived, and one of the bloodiest battles of the Outremer was about to begin. Sources differ on the exact outcome of the battle. However, what we do know is that the sudden approach of the Latin army must have heavily impacted al-Basuki's decisions, as Baldwin II managed to corner the Muslims between Azaz's walls and the Christian army. According to Fulcher of Chartres, Baldwin deployed his army in two lines. The left side of the front line was filled with knights and soldiers from Edessa commanded by Count Joscelin, while the right flank was led by Tripolitan troops commanded by Lord Pont of Tripoli. The second line was commanded by King Baldwin le Boar and his forces from Jerusalem, most likely accompanied by Armenian auxiliaries. Baldwin's army pitched a camp outside of the city and even managed to establish a line of communication with the Edessan defenders. From this point on, the Latin sources of William of Tyre and Fulcher claim that the battle took place only in the fortress's vicinity. But Armenian chronicler Matthew of Edessa shares a different, more detailed, and perhaps less glamorous version of this engagement. Matthew states that after the Latins and Armenians set up their camp, Basuki and Toghtekin's army turned from Azaz and sent their archers and horse archers to barrage the freshly arrived opponents. For 3 days straight, the Franks and Armenians in the camp were hammered by the Turkomans' arrows, constantly hearing shouts and war cries from opposing sides. Even worse, foraging parties riding outside the camp were forced to return empty-handed due to possible casualties. Things were not looking good for Baldwin, who had left all his army's food behind with the baggage train in Cyrrhus. Soon the Crusaders were faced with the prospect of starvation. Thinking the Franks were already demoralized by hunger, Basuki withdrew his archers and ordered them to charge down the camp head-on. A quickly deployed Frankish formation was immediately crushed by the impending Muslim force. After initial fighting, it was clear that the numerically superior Muslim force would eventually overwhelm the Crusaders. However, just as things were looking the most dire for the Christians, King Baldwin developed a plan. He knew that the enemy had more than twice the numbers the Franks and Armenians had. So the monarch of Jerusalem decided to cast the proverbial die and announced an orderly retreat in the direction of Ethereum. However, this was no true withdrawal. In fact, Baldwin was using the Seljuk tactic of false retreat to lure Basuki out of Azaz so that the Muslim army would lose its cohesion. Unsurprisingly, the Atabeg of Mosul took the bait and, thinking that the Franks had escaped the battlefield, followed in pursuit of his Christian enemies. While moving southwest to Atharib, Baldwin received a firing beacon from Joscelin's men in Azaz, reporting the King of al-Basuki's decision to follow them. During the chase, the Muslim forces divided into their own groups, just as the King of Jerusalem had hoped they would. When his army was 2 miles south of Azaz, Baldwin ordered his men to halt, take a quick rest, and turn around towards their pursuers. Matthew of Edessa mentions that the Latins were desperate for food and water, so in order to acquire any possible provisions, they were willing to fight to the death. As the disorganized and separate detachments from Mosul, Aleppo, Damascus and Homs met the Latins, they found themselves exhausted. Moreover, they were almost entirely out of arrows, which meant that they would have no choice but to face the Latin knights and footmen in melee combat. It was at this moment when King Baldwin, emboldened by his foe's fatigue, ordered the battle trumpets to blare, signifying a charge on Basuki's men. The Edessan and Tripolitan troops stormed forward from the left, the men of Jerusalem from the center, and the men of Antioch from the right. All of them descended with fury on disorganized Turkic warriors. According to Muslim chronicler al-Basuki, the Muslim warriors at first attempted to keep their distance and fired upon the charging Latins with whatever arrows they had, but realizing the distance between them and the Franks was too short, the Mosul and Damascene troops decided to form an improvised line to prepare for the enemy's charge. In a matter of minutes, the Latins and Armenians ploughed through the Muslim line. A desperate melee soon ensued, and with heavier armor and better skill in hand-to-hand combat, the Crusaders developed a clear upper hand over their eastern counterparts. Soon, the Latins and Armenians from Cilicia started to gain ground. It was Count Joscelin, reportedly fighting like a ferocious roaring lion, that first managed to break through the enemy line, spreading terror amongst the Mosul and Damascene armies. In a short period of time, the Muslim warriors dispersed all over the plain. Victorious Baldwin and the rest of the Latin knights followed his Edessan count, and many of their opponents were hunted down all the way to Azaz. Some of the Latin contingents chased the Muslim warriors all the way to the outskirts of Aleppo. All in all, although sources differ, the Muslim army likely lost anywhere between 2,000 and 7,000 warriors, making the Battle of Azaz one of the greatest bloodbaths in the history of the Crusades and one of the worst military disasters in Seljuk history. The battle was a total victory for the Latins and Armenians, and a testament to Baldwin le Beau's strategic genius, which shone through even in the most hopeless situation. More importantly, Baldwin II seized al-Basuki's and Toktekin's camps, complete with all the goods left behind by the Seljuk warlords. Its value was estimated by Latin sources to be around 80,000 Byzants, thus providing the Latins with a better bargaining position in the conflict. Meanwhile, Basuki returned beaten and humiliated all the way back to Mosul, remaining in Aleppo with only his son Masud as its governor. As the dust settled, the Christian force retreated back to Antioch in glory, while Prince Levin returned back to Armenia. Both parties planned to renew the fighting. However, in doing so, both rulers encountered severe obstacles. Al-Basuki's authority was in shambles, and reconstructing his devastated army seemed almost impossible. Meanwhile, in the Principality of Antioch, the rightful heir Bohemond II had arrived from Italy in 1126 to claim Antioch from his father Bohemond I. This forced Baldwin to resign from Antioch's regency and from absolute control over its manpower and resources. Moreover, due to Bohemond's temper, King Baldwin's attention would have to shift in another direction. All these factors forced both leaders to settle around peace talks, during which a line was drawn between the interests of Antioch and Aleppo. All of the bordering strongholds of Atharib, Al-Bara, Zardana and Azaz remained in Latin hands except for Kafatab, which was handed to Aleppo. Through the looted goods gathered from Muslim camps in the battle's aftermath, Baldwin II was able to pay the ransom for his daughter Javette and Jocelyn's son. This ransom went fully into al-Basuki's pocket and not Timurtash's, which the Artuqid of Mardin took as a great offense, but ultimately there was nothing he could do. Fate was also unkind to Aksunkur, as he was publicly murdered by a group of Nizari assassins in the Great Mosque of Mosul, leaving all his power in the hands of his young son Masud. Baldwin, on the other hand, had returned to Jerusalem as a victor, and was heralded by huge celebrations upon his return. Along the way, the king built a fortress near Beirut on Mount Glavianus to better guard the Tripolitan route from Antioch to Jerusalem. After splendid celebrations in the Holy City, King Baldwin II le Beau planned his next moves with one particular foe in mind, the Emirate of Damascus. Overall, the Battle of Azaz significantly reshaped the balance of power in Syria. The Latins were able to regain their power and prestige, restoring Antioch and Edessa to their previous conditions before the Battle of Ager Sanguinis in 1119. This battle had finally allowed Baldwin and his realm to change its policy from defensive to offensive expansion on all its fronts. On the Muslim side, it would also mark a turning point, as from the chaos of constant warfare in Syria, new figures would rise to reshape the Outremer forever. Following the Latin victory over Aksungur al-Basuki at Azaz, King Baldwin II le Beau marched south to Jerusalem's aid. While he had been preoccupied in Syria, the Fatimid army had arrived at Ascalon and plundered the Latin borderlands. Moreover, the quick truce after a struggle for Azaz between the Latins and Basuki's ally Toktekin was coming to an end, which portended an imminent war with the Burids. So, in the autumn of 1125, in order to secure both frontiers, King Baldwin decided to launch a preemptive raid on Damascus territory, pillaging 3 villages before returning to Jerusalem. According to William of Tyre, just 3 days after the Latins returned to Jerusalem, Baldwin assembled his host again and put an end to the raids on Ashkelon. Luring part of the Fatimid army in Ashkelon into an ambush, le Beau personally led his cavalry contingent into battle and scored a decisive victory with minimum casualties, once again proving his valor on the field of battle. This defeat gave the Fatimid garrison enough reason to halt their land attacks on the Kingdom of Jerusalem for some time, which gave Baldwin II enough breathing room to make his next move. At this point in Baldwin's reign, all the Muslim powers surrounding the Crusader States were severely weakened. For the first time ever since the capture of Jerusalem, the Latins could finally afford a major expansion outside the Mediterranean basin. Al-Basuki had been defeated at Azaz, and was still licking his wounds, while the Fatimids were on the defense and the Emir of Damascus, Toghtekin, was an elderly man, gradually losing his grip on Syrian affairs. Ultimately, Baldwin decided to focus his attention on the Emirate of Damascus, hoping that the Principality of Antioch and the County of Edessa could threaten and even capture Aleppo around the same time. If the Latins had seized both cities, the Franks could potentially extend their influence further east, as well as enrich themselves by opening a direct connection with the Silk Road. So, because of this, the King of Jerusalem started to put his plans into motion at the beginning of the year 1126, when he assembled his vassals from all of the Outremer to invade Damascus. For the first time in history, the Latins' plan was straightforward: to storm, siege, and take the city in a direct assault. After gathering all his forces in Tiberias, King Baldwin crossed the river Jordan and marched through the Horan region, neutralizing any possible watchtowers along the way. From Fulcher's accounts, we can assume that Baldwin intended to attack Damascus by surprise, so he ordered his army to keep a low profile in the Damascus countryside by keeping the Latin banners hidden, and even dressing some of his Latin soldiers in Muslim armor. Despite the attempts at secrecy, word spread about the Frankish advance, and the army of Damascus, commanded by Toghtekin and accompanied by his son Taj al-Muluk Buri, confronted Baldwin's army on the 25th of January 1126 near the village of Maj al-Safar. The depiction of this battle is very vague, but from what we can assume from the information available, the Frankish army eventually routed the Muslim force at the cost of heavy losses. Unable to continue their campaign, the king retreated to Jerusalem, destroying 2 more Burid strongpoints on his way home. Though his initial expedition had failed to capture the city of Damascus itself, Labor was still testing the Burid's waters by gradually weakening Damascus's defences. In 1126, Paul, the Count of Tripoli, made plans to capture the strategic stronghold of Raphania that guarded the Orontes Valley near the Burid city of Homs. Paul's efforts were initially promising, as he successfully built a neighbouring fort across from Raphania that allowed him to conduct raids around the surrounding countryside. However, the Tripolitan Count did not possess enough force to bring down Raphania's walls, so he asked his suzerain Baldwin II for aid. The king agreed, seeing Paul's war efforts as an opportunity to further destabilize Damascus's influence over Syria. The Jerusalem and Tripolitan armies assembled and marched out from Tripoli with all the siege equipment at their disposal. Thanks to their quick march, the king and the count managed to approach the fortress before it could seek assistance from the surrounding Muslim rulers. Left on its own, the Burid fortifications of Raphania were no match for Latin siege machinery, and in a matter of 18 days, the city fell to the Franks. After Raphania's fall, Tripolitan territory was expanded, and better communication between Jerusalem and Antioch was established. Baldwin Labor left in high spirits, hoping this victory had opened the door for a new offensive on the major Burid city of Homs. This new Latin expansion in western Syria angered the Atabeg of Mosul, Aksunkur al-Basuki, who planned to take revenge after the disastrous battle at Azaz in the year prior by attacking Athareb and capturing Homs in hopes of stopping the Crusader States' advance. Simultaneously, the Fatimid fleet sailed as far as the city of Beirut. Latin sources tried to present both events as a coordinated effort against the Crusader advance. However, according to Stephen Runciman, it is more likely that al-Basuki and the Fatimids were acting separately. This was a difficult situation for Labor, but ultimately, the king decided to put all his efforts into defending the Principality of Antioch. Thankfully for Labor, the Fatimid fleet was attacked on the shore by the local knights and peasantry, which prevented the Egyptian marines from gathering water supplies from Beirut's countryside and forced them to flee in panic. Meanwhile, to quickly summarize the events in Syria, after going back and forth with temporary sieges and fruitless diplomacy with the Frankish elite, al-Basuki realized he could not risk an open field battle and retreated back to Mosul. With the loss of the majority of his force, the power of the Seljuk Atabeg and his authority became a shadow of its former, leading to growing hatred amongst his supporters. On the 26th of November 1126, al-Basuki was murdered in the Great Mosque of Mosul during the call to prayer. Seeing the Bursakid threat neutralized, King Baldwin realized that the opportunity to take Damascus and Aleppo was suddenly possible again. From there on, King Baldwin's main focus was expansion through the Emirate of Damascus, while simultaneously, the Latin expansion of Aleppo mainly relied on the Count of Edessa Joscelin and Antioch's new ruler, who had just arrived in the Outremer. After reaching maturity at 18 years old, Bohemond II Hauteville departed Italy, leaving his lands in Tarento in the hands of his cousin William II of Apulia. Accompanied by 24 galleys and the Sassulo-Norman elite, the son of the cunning Bohemond I set sail from Otranto all the way to the harbour of St. Simeon near Antioch. William of Tyre and Fulcher of Chat depict Prince Bohemond as a tall, blonde and energetic ruler who resembled his father. Indeed, just like his father, Bohemond II was also eager to fight for Antioch and for glory. Upon his arrival in early October of 1126, the young prince made an impression on King Baldwin II. Favoured by Le Bourg, the king handed over the rule of the principality to Bohemond and married his daughter Alice to him. For the first time since the death of Bohemond I in 1111, Antioch had a ruler of its own. Upon assuming the throne, the new Prince of Antioch immediately proved his strength to Baldwin. Combining his troops with newly acquired nobles, Bohemond retook Kavatab from Al-Basuki. Then he moved southeast to settle the score with Shaizar. However, just as he was about to overcome the Mundukites' defences, he received troubling news from his neighbour, Count Joscelin of Edessa. In the midst of 1127, Joscelin de Courtenay launched an offensive on Aleppo, hoping that their citizens, demoralised in the wake of al-Basuki's death, would immediately surrender. To his shock, instead of a Muslim crowd welcoming his arrival, the Count arrived upon the city to find the gates shut in his face and ditches built around the city. Not possessing enough troops to seize Aleppo, he returned to Edessa unsatisfied. Whether it was due to jealousy of Bohemond's successes and King Baldwin's favouritism of the young man, or frustration from the failed campaign, Joscelin de Courtenay turned on Bohemond II, demanding Azaz from him. Joscelin argued that Antioch's previous regent, Roger of Salerno, had promised it to Edessa. However, since the regent had no legal right to give away Antiochian territory, Bohemond coldly rejected Joscelin's demands, resulting in war between the Principality of Antioch and County of Edessa. During the quarrel, Count Joscelin went even so far as to hire Turkic horseman mercenaries to raid Antiochian territory. As the news reached Jerusalem, King Baldwin II became concerned that this Latin feud would throw a wrench in his ambitions, so he yet again marched with his army northward to stabilise the northern Outremer. Le Bourg knew that the internal fighting amongst the Latins could easily be exploited by their Muslim neighbours. Moreover, the dispute between Bohemond and Joscelin was a serious personal dilemma for Baldwin. On the one hand, Bohemond was his ally and fresh son-in-law. On the other hand, Joscelin was a devoted ruler of Edessa and practically his second-in-command. Luckily for Baldwin, by the time he arrived, Joscelin had become ill and fearful of his death. Looking mortality in the eyes, the Count of Edessa backed down, and thanks to the king's mediation, he relinquished his claims to Azaz. The issue between Bohemond and Joscelin had cost the Latins the opportunity for a joint effort to seize Aleppo while it was vulnerable. Without any supporters, the city ultimately surrendered to a new Atabeg of Mosul, Imad al-Din Zengi, a name that would soon be very widely known amongst the Latins in the Levant. Undeterred by the events in northern Syria, King Baldwin II decided to postpone his offensive against Damascus. The battle at Marj al-Safar in 1126 had demonstrated to Le Bourg that the Crusader States' efforts wouldn't be enough to take the great city of the Umayyads. Moreover, Baldwin was in his late 50s and had no male heir. He had to find a strong successor capable of bearing the crown of Jerusalem. Initially, he had great expectations of Joscelin or Bohemond II, but their squabbling over Azaz proved to Baldwin II of Jerusalem that their grievances could potentially sink the entirety of the Outremer. Another candidate, Pont of Tripoli, had already rebelled against Jerusalem once, and despite their official friendship, Le Bourg didn't really trust him. For the time being, he announced his eldest daughter, Melisende, would succeed him as the Queen of Jerusalem. All titles aside, Melisende still needed a capable husband who would direct all the military affairs, including the invasion of Damascus. This meant that the best candidate had to be found outside of the Outremer. Trying to kill two birds with one stone, Baldwin attempted to find a suitable noble that would not only succeed him, but would also rally a great number of knights in Europe. Thus, in order to accomplish his goals, the King of Jerusalem sent 3 embassies to the west between the years 1127 and 1128. The first embassy, led by William of Bourg and Guy Brisbard, headed to France. There, upon receiving a warm welcome from King Louis VI, William asked the French ruler for advice on picking the best candidate. King Louis recommended one of his vassals, Fulk V, Count of Anjou. Fulk had already been in the Holy Land since around 1120, when he made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. There, accompanied by 100 of his knights, he defended the Kingdom of Jerusalem against smaller Muslim raids, gaining substantial gratitude from King Baldwin for his service. 7 years down the line, the 40-year-old Count Fulk had become the head of the powerful Anjou family and one of the richest nobles in Europe. In 1126, his previous wife, Eremberga of Maine, passed away, so the prospects of marriage with Queen Melisende and the royal crown of Jerusalem seemed very tempting for the Anjou dynasty. Accepting the offer of marriage, Fulk left his European domains to his son Geoffrey V, who had just married Empress Mathilde, the daughter of his long-standing rival, King Henry I of England. With the lands of Anjou secured, the Count travelled all the way to Jerusalem, gathering many of the Anjou nobility along the way. Meanwhile, another of Baldwin's embassies had headed to Rome, asking Pope Honorius II to announce a crusade against Damascus, and acknowledging the marriage between Fulk of Anjou and Queen Melisende. The Pope was eager to acknowledge Fulk as Baldwin's potential heir, and officially encouraged the European nobility to follow Fulk to Jerusalem. One huge contribution to promoting Baldwin's vision was the Order of Cistercian monks, including one of their famous abbots, Bernard of Clairvaux. Later, in 1128, Baldwin sent out another embassy led by the Grand Master of the Knights Templar, Hugh de Payens. Its main purpose was to officially acknowledge the Templar Order, which was achieved by the Council of Troyes in 1129, thanks again to Bernard of Clairvaux's efforts, who endorsed their ideas and wrote the official rule for the Templars. During Hugh de Payens' travel through Europe, the Grand Master heavily promoted Baldwin's expedition, mainly by the Templars' virtuous behaviour and devotion to fight in the Holy Land for their salvation. As a result, a significant number of knights flocked to become Knights of the Temple, while others, awed by Hugh's charisma, accompanied the order to war as private attachés. Upon Fulk's arrival in the Holy Land in May of 1129, and the securing of his marriage to Melisende, Baldwin II of Jerusalem had finally managed to secure the succession of his kingdom. Now Le Bourg could take care of all the knights and footmen Fulk and Hugh de Payens had provided. The only thing Baldwin wanted at this point was the right opportunity to strike, and an opportunity he would get from none other than the assassins. While the Franks had been mustering their forces, the internal stability of the buried state of Damascus had been put into question. On the 12th of February 1128, Toghtekin, the long-standing emir of Damascus, finally passed away after a long 24-year reign. As the old emir lay on his deathbed, the growing rivalry between Toghtekin's son, Taj al-Mulk Buri, and the vizier of Damascus, Abu Ali Tahir ibn Sa'd al-Mazdakani, had intensified. The main issue between the two revolved around the Shia sect of assassins, also known as the Nazaris. 2 years prior, they arrived in Damascus, fleeing from Shia persecution in Iran, perpetrated by the Great Seljuks and the Sunni Caliphate in Baghdad. The Nizari leader, Bahram al-Da'i, asked Toghtekin for refuge and protection in Damascus lands. Since the Nazaris were known for their warlike prowess, the emir had concluded that they might be of use to him, and gave them the town of Banyas, located near the River Jordan at the Frankish borderlands. In a span of 3 years, the Nazaris had expanded their influence by building up connections outside of Banyas, even by establishing their group inside Damascus itself. Favoured by the vizier al-Mazdakani, the court of Damascus came under increasing influence of this group of Shia assassins, much to the dismay of the majority Sunni populace. Then, according to Muslim chronicler Ibn al-Athir, Word spread that the Vizier of Damascus intended to use the Nizari to come to terms with King Baldwin II, promising to open the city's gates to him in exchange for handing over the city of Tyre. The eventual showdown between Emir and Vizier came on the 4th of September 1129, when Buri called up Al-Mazdakani for a council taking place at the Rose Pavilion. At first, the meeting went as usual, but when it was Al-Mazdakani's time to speak, he was struck by Buri's guards several times and was eventually beheaded on the Emir's orders. Al-Mazdakani's head was thrown onto the streets of Damascus, which was a signal for Buri's supporters to instigate a riot aimed at eliminating every living Vizier supporter, including the Nizari assassins. The sudden violence in Damascus had shocked the remaining assassins in Banyas. The new leader of the sect, Ismail, was terrified at the thought of further Nizari persecution in the Damascus territory, and decided to hand the town of Banyas to Baldwin II in exchange for the Nizari assassins receiving protection in Christian territory. King Baldwin had long waited for this moment. Unwilling to pass on such a promising opportunity, he agreed to Ismail's proposal, and around November of 1129, he crossed the Jordan with the full might of his armies. Sources don't state the exact numbers of the force assembled by the Crusaders, but it had to be significant since it included all the Latin lords from the Outremer, including Jerusalem, Tripoli, Antioch and Edessa, with the addition of Fulk's and Anjou's men as well. Modern scholars like Thomas Asbridge estimate that the Latin army in total could have numbered around 2,000 knights and 10,000 troops. After crossing the river, King Baldwin arrived under the walls of Banyas. Just as the assassins promised, the gates opened to him without a fight. King Baldwin honoured the terms of the pact, allowing Ismail to find refuge in his kingdom with his followers. However, much to the Banyan Nizari's unpleasant surprise, their unity quickly shattered, as Ismail caught dysentery and died shortly after the event. This resulted in the dispersal of Ismail's assassins throughout the entirety of the Outremer. Baldwin's army, meanwhile, began their march deep into Damascus territory. By the end of the month, the crusading army reached the outskirts of Damascus. The Crusaders set a camp near the place called Wooden Bridge, probably located 6 miles southwest of the city. Just as Al-Muluk Buri secured his power after his successful coup d'etat, he heard of the Frankish advance towards the Syrian capital. The Emir of Damascus quickly assembled a 15,000-strong army to confront the Crusaders. Buri blocked the passage for the Latins at the Wooden Bridge, resulting in both sides trapped in a stalemate. After a lengthy standoff, the Latin supplies soon began to dwindle. To remedy this, Baldwin decided to send a detachment composed of 1,000 knights of newly arrived nobles from Europe, led by the Constable of Jerusalem, William of Burr, to gather necessary food supplies in the neighbouring Horan region. However, this plan was ill-fated. The inexperienced European knights were more interested in looting rather than foraging. According to William of Tyre, Fulk's knights divided into small bands, completely losing any sense of order. William of Burr tried to organise the men, but it was to no avail. It didn't take long before the plundering Franks were spotted by Burid horsemen. Using the Crusaders' lost discipline to their advantage, they ambushed the knights around 20 kilometers from the enemy camp and quickly overwhelmed the unruly knights. After a withering arrow barrage and fierce melee, only 45 remaining Crusaders, with Constable William, managed to return back to the camp alive. Instead of chasing the Crusader contingent, the Muslims decided to celebrate their victorious engagement. When William reported the incident, Baldwin decided to counterattack and crash into Buri's men while they were enjoying their triumph. However, just as the King of Jerusalem was about to attack, a heavy rainstorm suddenly bogged down the Crusaders' advance, turning the area into a sea of mud. In such conditions, the famous Latin tactic of frontal charge would be useless. With the bad weather continuing for several days, a frustrated Baldwin decided to end the campaign and return home, satisfying himself with the lesser gain of Banyas. In Michael the Syrian's chronicle, the King of Jerusalem retreated only after Amir Buri paid 20,000 dinars for the Crusaders' departure, which was probably meant to cover the overall campaign costs. Unsurprisingly, the Burid forces were still emboldened by the Latin retreat, and the Crusaders were constantly harassed by Turkic horsemen all the way to the River Jordan. The failure of the Damascus expedition in 1129, though often neglected by popular imagination, had a serious impact on the Crusader States, as well as the Crusades in the 12th century. Apart from the capture of Banyas and the official approval of the Knights of the Templar, the inability to capture the Syrian capital proved to King Baldwin II that the offensive policy of the Latin realm had to be refocused back onto defense. In spite of Baldwin's expansionist dreams remaining unfulfilled, he decided to dedicate the rest of his reign to expanding the network of forts and strongholds along the Latin borders like Bagras, Gaza, and Safad in Galilee. Some of the frontier castles were given to the Knights Templar and Hospitallers, only further increasing their military role in the Latin states, while also solidifying their image as the defenders of Christendom in the Holy Land. The inability of such an enormous Christian army to seize Damascus also dissuaded the European elite from taking part in the Crusades for decades to come. Lacking any larger support from the West, the Latin states would soon have to face a man who would lay the foundation for an even larger threat than the Burids of Damascus or even the Fatimids in Egypt. A leader who wouldn't just merely challenge Antiochene or Edessan territory, but the entire Latin presence in the Levant. To better understand the circumstances behind Zengi's rise, we must begin with changes in the Latin Outremer that occurred after the Crusade of 1129. Jerusalem's failure to capture Damascus and Aleppo marked the end of Baldwin II Labor's dreams of the Crusader States expanding beyond the Levant, and this was not the only trouble the aging king faced. On his way home, King Baldwin found out that his favourite Prince of Antioch, Bohemond II, had died in Cilicia in 1130 during his expedition against the Armenian Prince Levon. Bohemond had no son, and his only living heir was just a 2-year-old daughter, Constance, guarded by his now widow and Baldwin's daughter, Princess Alice. This could only mean that the Principality of Antioch would be thrown into another succession crisis. In a bid to preserve her power over the principality, Alice did the unthinkable and sent a messenger to the powerful Seljuk Atabeg in the east, acknowledging Antioch as a Seljuk tributary in exchange for his protection. The man gladly agreed and moved his army to Antioch. As Baldwin approached Antioch, Alice bribed some of the citizens to lock the gates of the city before the king. If this wasn't bad enough for the king of Jerusalem, some of his knights captured Alice's messenger, who tried to sneak outside the city. The courier's bags contained a secret letter revealing Alice's plans to turn Antioch into a Muslim tributary. The message turned Baldwin livid. The king ordered the messenger to be hanged and Alice to be arrested. Baldwin and Fulk set a camp and summoned Count Joscelin of Edessa to support them. Eager to redeem himself after his previous quarrel with Bohemond, Joscelin answered Baldwin's call and moved against Alice. The stalemate continued under the walls of Antioch for a long time. It was only broken when some Antiochene knights, worried for their city's future, decided to open the gates during the night and let Baldwin inside the city. With the assistance of nobility from all over the principality, both Latin rulers managed to secure Antioch for the king's arrival. Initially, Alice locked herself in Antioch's citadel in desperation. However, she was eventually convinced to emerge by the notables, who guaranteed her protection. In a humiliating ceremony, the princess was dragged out from the tower and ordered to kneel before Baldwin II. Baldwin II took official regency over Constance, giving Antioch to Joscelin to govern the city in his name while he himself returned to Jerusalem. Thus, the situation in Antioch was stabilized, but one question remained unanswered. Who was this powerful Atabeg that, thanks to Alice, had almost managed to shake Antioch to its core? Why, it was none other than Imad ad-Din Zengi. The origins of Imad ad-Din Zengi are rooted in the political complexity of the Abbasid court. Zengi was a son of Qasim ad-Dawiya Aksunkur al-Hajib, who ruled Aleppo before the Crusades in the name of Sultan Malik Shah I. Despite being born among the Seljuk elite, his upbringing turned upside down in 1094 when his father was executed by Tutush, the ruler of Damascus. After losing his heritage, Zengi took refuge in the city of Mosul, where he served under a succession of local lords, growing into his own as a soldier. In 1111, Zengi took part in the first campaign against the Latins. There he was ordered to besiege Edessa, but was unable to take the city due to a lack of resources. However, it would not be the last time Zengi would stand under those walls. Zengi's loyalty to the Seljuk Sultanate was truly put to the test in 1126, when the Abbasid Caliph al-Mustashid craved independence from Sultan Mahmud II of the Great Seljuks. Eager to quell the revolt, Sultan Mahmud sent a Seljuk army commanded by his captain and subordinate Imad ad-Din Zengi. Proving himself in combat, the young Seljuk commander managed to crush the Caliph's forces at the Battle of Wesit and forced al-Mustashid into Seljuk submission. In September 1127, Zengi took advantage of the assassination of the Atabeg of Mosul and took power in the city, from where he seized control over Nisibis, Sinjar, Haran, and much of northern Iraq. Using the temporary quarrel between the Prince of Antioch Bohemond II and Count of Edessa Joscelin de Courtenay relating to the claim of the fortress of Azaz, Zengi took advantage and seized Aleppo in 1128. After finally reclaiming his ancestral city, Zengi combined the powers of Mosul and Aleppo under a single rule, securing territories in northern Syria and Iraq. Zengi was a polarizing figure in the Muslim world. To some, he was a fearless commander who could inspire thousands to join his cause. Others, however, saw him as ruthless and cruel. Moreover, he was allegedly a heavy drinker, in flagrant violation of the basic rules of Islam. Despite this, Zengi was undeniably the first Atabeg who could fully utilize the call for jihad against the Crusader States. At the beginning of his rule in Aleppo and Mosul, Zengi knew he wasn't ready to fight the Latin states, especially under King Baldwin II's watch. Thus, he temporarily signed a truce with Edessan Count Joscelin, focusing his efforts on consolidating his rising Zengid state. After reclaiming his home city, Zengi decided to continue his expansion towards Damascus. Initially, Zengi tried to convince its emir Buri to join their forces to prosecute the Holy War. Officially, Buri agreed to the alliance, but secretly he distrusted Zengi, fearing the Atabeg's ambitions. Buri's doubts were later confirmed when Zengi captured the Damascene embassy, led by his son Sevinj, and then locked him in the famous citadel of Aleppo. Zengi used Sevinj as his hostage to capture the towns of Menbij and Hama, though his attempt at taking Homs was thwarted by the local garrison. In a matter of 3 years of his reign, Zengi could extend his power from Mosul all the way to Homs. Thus began the long-standing rivalry between the Zengid state and the Emirate of Damascus. Meanwhile, after the events in Antioch, Baldwin II's health began to deteriorate, and the constant stress of carrying the Latin kingdoms upon his back had eventually taken its toll on the King of Jerusalem. In August 1131, it became clear that the death of King Baldwin II was imminent. On his deathbed, Baldwin Labor asked Jerusalem's nobility to move him from his royal palace to the Patriarch's residence near Calvary, where he wanted to die as close to Christ as possible. There, on the 21st of August 1131, Baldwin II passed away. According to Labor's will, the Kingdom of Jerusalem would henceforth be ruled by his daughter Melisende and her husband Fulk of Anjou, who would serve as joint rulers and guardians of their sons Baldwin III and Amalric. Soon after Baldwin's passing, death visited his right-hand man Joscelin as well. As the Count of Edessa was besieging a small Zengid fort near Aleppo, he went into a faulty siege tunnel which collapsed, leaving Joscelin heavily wounded. At the same time, emboldened by his victory over Prince Bohemond, and assuming Joscelin was already dead, the Danishmenid warlord Ghazi attacked the county of Edessa and besieged Kaysan. When news of the Seljuk attack on their homeland reached the Edessan camp, Joscelin initially asked his son, Joscelin II, to ride with their host to meet the Seljuk host in battle. The younger Joscelin refused, stating that the numerical advantage of the Danishmends was too heavy. Angered by this response, Joscelin I got out of bed and dragged himself onto a litter, commanding his force against Danishmend Ghazi despite his injuries. The Seljuk warlord, surprised at the sudden arrival of Joscelin, quickly returned to Anatolia. But the journey cost Joscelin dearly. Overjoyed by this victory, the Edessan count soon realized that his venture opened his wounds, after which he fell off the litter and died by the nearest roadside, leaving the county of Edessa to his son Joscelin II. And so the reign of the Latin rulers who took the cross in 1095 had finally come to an end. It was time for a new generation of Christian rulers to continue their father's legacy. However, the idea of a unified Latin leadership under the Crown of Jerusalem, which had existed under Baldwin II, no longer seemed possible, as the new Latin elite was far more eager to expand their personal influence than to serve Jerusalem willingly. Moreover, the new royal couple in Jerusalem simply did not possess enough authority or strength to simultaneously combine all the Crusader states in the Outremer as their predecessor did. Before Baldwin's body had even gone cold, Princess Elise returned to Antioch in 1131 and convinced the city to not recognize Fulk as their regent. She convinced the Antiochene lords of Zerdana, Sayun, and even the counts of Edessa and Tripoli to join her cause. When Fulk marched out of Jerusalem to punish Elise, the Tripolitan troops blocked key castles at Chastel Rouge and Asgan. Not eager to play on Alice's terms, Fulk used Jerusalem's fleet to sail all the way from Beirut to the harbour of St. Simeon, after which the battle ensued south of Antioch. In the ensuing struggle, King Fulk defeated the rebels. As Elise was forced to return to Latakia, Fulk assumed regency over Constance, appointing the veteran of the Ager Sanguinis, Raynald Mazois, as the principality's constable to rule in his name. Despite this, Elise was not through with her political machinations. Around 1135, Antioch's patriarch Bernard died, and Raynald Mazois vanished from the records. The new patriarch, Rodolphe of Domfront, had no intention of sharing power with Fulk, and called Elise back to Antioch. This time, Elise outsmarted Fulk by writing a letter to Melisende, who, persuaded by Elise's words, granted the princess safe return from exile. When Fulk again arrived at the principality, he couldn't do anything but watch as Antioch slipped from his grasp. Despite Elise's resistance, she had little to no support within the city walls. She knew that this time, Zengi wouldn't risk a march on Antioch, with Fulk present in Syria. So Elise decided to send letters to Roman Emperor John Komnenos, promising Antioch as a Byzantine vassal, and marriage between her daughter Constance and the future Emperor Manuel in exchange for her and Constance's protection. Though this recipe for Byzantine-Latin cooperation had initial merit, bypassing the opinion of the Antiochene nobility and clergy turned the whole city against her, including her former ally, Patriarch Rodolphe. Fulk took advantage of this, opening negotiations with the Antiochene elites to install one Duke William of Aquitaine as leader of Antioch. Realizing her defeat, Elise retired to Latakia, never to return. As Antioch went through another crisis, Zengi's ambitions to seize Damascus were temporarily halted by the events taking place in Baghdad. In September 1131, Sultan Mahmud ibn Muhammad died, plunging the Great Seljuk Empire into yet another civil war. Mahmud had been a close ally of Zengi's, which meant that wrong choices could threaten Zengi's position in the Sultanate. The lands of the Great Seljuks were divided between Mahmud's sons and other claimants, among which was one Masud of Fars. As Masud had the least support among all the claimants within the Eastern Seljuk nobility, he asked Zengi for help. On June 1132, they jointly marched on Baghdad. Being freed from the Sultan's grip, Caliph Mustashid took control of the city and sent an army to confront the claimant and the Atabeg. As Zengi's army marched carelessly through Iraq, it was soundly defeated by the Caliph's forces at Samarra, near modern-day Tikrit. Zengi and Masud managed to flee the battlefield. Still, Zengi's political career might have ended right there, if not for the support of a local Kurdish governor of Tikrit, Najm al-Din Ayyub, who was incidentally the father of a certain Salah ad-Din. From that day forward, the Ayyubid clan gained Zengi's trust and rose rapidly to prominence under the Atabeg's command. Eventually, Zengi managed to regroup his forces with Masud. Together they renewed their offensive on Baghdad, but this offensive was also a tactical failure and ended in their withdrawal. A few years later, in 1135, Zengi attempted to take Damascus, but was unable to exploit the political turmoil going on in the former Umayyad capital to subdue the city. Unwilling to dissuade his followers from jihad against the Latins, back in 1133, Zengi had sent his second-in-command, Sawar, to raid Tripolitan territory. Pont, the Count of Tripoli, rode out to repel these raids, but was ambushed and forced to find refuge in the Montferrand castle. Fulk decided to help Pont, and after assembling a quick relief force, scattered the Turkoman raiders near the castle. This act improved relations between Jerusalem and Tripoli. Meanwhile, Sawar decided to redirect his raids onto the county of Edessa. Joscelin II did not possess the same tactical genius as his father did. Leaving the safety of Edessa, he was defeated by the Zengid host and retreated to Tobessel with his army in shambles. The Zengid leader camped his army at Kinethrin. At that point, Fulk and Paul's army had finally arrived. By combining their forces, they made a successful night attack on the Zengid camp. Despite Fulk's success and his triumphal return to Jerusalem, the Sawar raids only intensified due to increasing numbers of followers willing to fight for Zengi. This only escalated when Zengi's ally, Masud, managed to rout the Abbasid Caliph's army at the Battle of Daimag in June 1135. The Caliph was exiled to Azerbaijan, where he was murdered by the assassins, most likely with Masud's guidance. Zengi's gamble to support Masud had paid off. The new sultan gained power in Baghdad and installed a new caliph as his puppet. Now favoured by the Seljuk Sultan, perhaps the most powerful Muslim leader in the world, Zengi had a powerful ally at his back, especially against the Christian Franks. This gave Zengi all the supplies and manpower he needed to expand his territory into not only Damascus but also the Latin states. Not wanting to delay his promises, Zengi made his first strike in 1135. He rejoined his forces with a newly acquired army from Iraq. This time, Zengi was not satisfied with just raiding. By testing Latin defences, the Atabeg concluded that the Principality of Antioch would turn out to be the weakest scale in the Crusader States' armour. Moreover, by cutting off the Principality of Antioch from the county of Edessa, Zengi could lay a staging ground for further invasions on the Edessan territory. His calculations proved to be correct. The Atabeg's army swept through western Syria and the Orontes Valley, successfully besieging Kafatab, Ma'arat an-Numan, Ma'arat Mithrin, Zardana and Athareb. In response to his successes on the Latin front, Zengi renewed his offensive to the south by taking advantage of the infighting between Damascus and Tripoli. In 1136, Yusuf, Emir of Damascus, was murdered by his Mamluk Bazawash due to his unpopular policy of maintaining peace with the Franks. Bazawash then fled to Baalbek with his retainers, threatening to return with an army if the Burids refused to renew fighting with the Latins. Reluctant, the newly appointed Emir Mahmud agreed, and in the next year, Bazawash invaded the county of Tripoli. He and his Damascene army used wealth and religious tensions between the Latin elite and local Syrian Christians living near Mount Lebanon to move through the Lebanon passes. This allowed the Burid forces to penetrate through the Tripolitan defences. Upon hearing the news of Damascus's sudden attack, Count Paul was yet again taken completely off guard. Assembling a contingent of his knights, Paul rushed from Tripoli to retake the initiative, but upon seeing the Muslim force, he fled into the mountains. There he was betrayed by the locals, handed over to the enemy and killed. The sudden death of Paul left Tripoli paralysed, and if not for Basawash's unwillingness to push for the city itself, the county of Tripoli's existence could be threatened. Rule over Tripoli was left to Paul's 22-year-old son, Raymond II. Unlike his cynical, opportunist father, Raymond was much more hot-tempered and eager to confront his opponents directly. Eager for vengeance, the new Tripolitan count sent a punitive expedition against border Muslim and Christian Armenian communities. Confident in his abilities to uphold Lebanon for Tripoli, he decided to bring the fight to Muslim lands. Sadly for the count, Bazawash retreated to Baalbek and refused to fight. Thus, Raymond decided to confront Zengi, who at that time was besieging the city of Homs, governed by Burid governor Unur. Surprised by the Tripolitans' action, Zengi lifted the siege and decided to move against Raymond. When the Tripolitan force approached Homs, Raymond realized he was outnumbered and began his retreat to the castle of Montferrand, with Zengi pursuing hot on his heels. Seeing little chance of defeating Zengi by himself, Raymond II sent letters to King Fulk asking for help. The King of Jerusalem answered the call and quickly amassed his forces to move out against Zengi. However, this sense of urgency proved to be disastrous for Latin logistics. Upon hearing about Fulk's approach, Zengi initially thought of lifting the siege, but when he realized just how badly prepared the Frankish army was, he decided to rush forward with his army and face the Latins in battle. Just as the Franks came out of the hills close to the castle, the Turkomans and Syrians descended upon them, resulting in most of the Latins being slain on the battlefield. Only a handful of knights were taken captive together with Raymond, while Fulk fled with his retainers back to the castle. It was now Fulk's turn to be rescued. He sent messages to the Patriarch of Jerusalem, William, Raymond of Poitiers, and Joscelin II. Sensing the direness of the situation, the Latins ignored other risks and banded together in an attempt to rescue the king. Luckily for Jerusalem, Fatimid Egypt had been embroiled in a civil war, meaning Jerusalem could focus all its efforts on relieving Montferrat. All the Latin hosts met at Bucay, after which Raymond, Joscelin, and the Patriarch moved against Zengi. Meanwhile, the situation around the castle was becoming dire for Fulk and his men. Zengi prepared for an all-out siege, and with the assistance of 10 mangonels, the walls began to give in. To add insult to injury, the supplies at Montferrat were running low, and with no reinforcements looming on the horizon, Fulk sent a herald to Zengi to consider the terms of Montferrat's surrender. Their terms were quite generous for the Latin king. In exchange for handing over the fortress, Fulk could leave it freely with all his men, followed by no ransom. As the king was returning back to Jerusalem, Fulk rejoined with his relief force. Despite seemingly insignificant gains, Zengi's capture of Montferrat allowed the Syrian Atabeg to gain control of the upper Orontes valley. Moreover, with Hama captured, Zengi could operate between Syria more freely. The victory at Montferrat and expansion of the Zengid state gained Zengi a reputation amongst the Latins as a force to be reckoned with. By weakening the power of Damascus, Zengi gained significant strength and determination to crush the Franks. Both of these traits he would find helpful, as the Atabeg would have to face one more challenge for his rule, the might of Constantinople itself. No sooner had Zengi managed to score a victory at Montferrat Castle against King Fulk, was the Atabeg faced with a new threat that jeopardized his newfound position of strength. For after years of silence, the Byzantine Empire was about to make its move. To better understand Eastern Roman involvement in the Outremer, we must go back to the events of 1118. With the death of the Emperor Alexius Komnenos, the throne in Constantinople was inherited by his son John II. The newly ascended emperor proved to be an energetic military commander, just like his father had been. During the first 10 years of his reign, John's attention revolved around securing the empire's western frontier. Only after dealing with Normans, Pechenegs, Serbs, and Hungarians was the Roman emperor finally able to turn his eyes towards the east. Flash forward to the 1130s, and John II took his first steps into the lands of the Outremer by launching a series of campaigns against the Danishmenids. Emboldened by his army's successes on the field, John Komnenos resolved to reconquer all the lands his empire had lost to the Seljuks and the Latins in the previous few decades. By marching through Anatolia, he subjugated the Cilician coast and eventually reached the city of Antioch on the 29th of August 1137. By that time, Antioch was defenseless due to the absence of its prince Raymond of Poitiers, who had just been engaged in Fulk's rescue at Montferrat. Rather than waiting for Raymond to return, John Komnenos pressed his advantage and laid siege to the city. On his way back from Montferrat, Raymond heard the news that his city was under attack and managed to sneak back inside Antioch by slipping through the Iron Gate, after which he reassumed command of the city and prepared its defences. As the missiles thrown by the Byzantine machine engines continued to pound the walls of Antioch, Raymond finally received an offer from the Byzantine emperor stating that he could receive the prestigious title of Imperial Vicar and keep the principality in exchange for becoming the emperor's vassal. As no aid was coming from Fulk, Raymond reluctantly decided to pay homage to the emperor. In a humiliating ceremony, the Prince of Antioch, abandoned by his king, had to swear an oath of loyalty to John II. Thereafter, the Roman emperor conscripted Raymond to join him in his planned campaign against Zengi. Upon hearing the news, Zengi grew alarmed, for he knew that confronting such a vast army would be madness. Not planning to make the same mistake al-Basuki did, he immediately lifted his siege of Homs in an attempt to avoid open battle at all costs, while delegating part of his force to Sawa to defend Aleppo. This would be a prudent move on Zengi's part, for after John's temporary actions in Cilicia aimed at pacifying the Armenian Rabbinids, the emperor launched his offensive. On the 1st of April 1138, John II left Antioch together with Raymond, Joscelin II, and an added contingent of Templar knights. At first, everything went according to plan. After seizing Balat, the Christian force moved on Aleppo, and by the 20th of April, the Byzantine-Latin alliance stood under the city walls and its heavily defended citadel. However, the emperor's attempts to seize Aleppo failed. Thereafter, the angered John II moved against the neighbouring border fortresses of Athareb, Marat-an-Numan, and Kavatab, all of which he captured in a single march. After this, the Byzantine alliance attacked Shaizar, a city which belonged to the Munkadites. The city's ruler, Amir Abu Asakir Sultan, was neutral in the conflict, but Shaizar was strategically important, for it could block Zengi's further advance into Syria. Moreover, John wanted to honour his word with Raymond, having promised the city to him. The Greek and Frankish armies began besieging Shaizar, and its walls soon fell due to intensive bombardment from catapults and trebuchets. Christian soldiers poured in, and the lower city was taken, with only its citadel still standing. The rapid progress of the siege on Shaizar terrified Raymond. If the city were reduced to ruins, as John II was well on his way to doing, Shaizar would be of no use to Raymond. Thus he decided not to honour his obligations to the Basileus and ordered his troops to stay in their camp. He was joined in this by Joscelin II, who hated the idea of Shaizar and Aleppo being given to Raymond. Instead of taking part in the siege, both Latin princes refused to join the ongoing battle, reportedly playing dice in their tents as the siege dragged on. Seeing the division in the Christian camp, Zengi decided to make his move. In order to gather more troops to fight the Byzantine emperor, he sent messengers to Baghdad, requesting the Sultan to launch a holy war. The Sultan agreed, granting Zengi the title of Champion of Islam. It didn't take long before Seljuk contingents arrived from all corners of the empire to aid the Atabeg in his fight against the infidels. Having amassed a sizable force, Zengi left the siege of Homs and moved on to Shaizar. With his army divided and enemy reinforcements fast approaching, Emperor John lifted the siege. After spending the years of 1139 and 1140 campaigning against the Danishmenids, Emperor John Komnenos returned to Antioch to reaffirm Roman power in Syria. Unbeknownst to his vassal Raymond, the emperor then moved through the upper Amanus mountain range to suddenly appear near the Edessan Tebessel. This shocked Joscelin II, who paid homage and gave his daughter Isabella to the Byzantines as a hostage. With Edessa subdued, John moved against Antioch, demanding that Raymond hand the city over to him. When Raymond refused, Emperor John Komnenos declared war on Antioch. However, due to supply shortages, the Byzantine army did not lay siege to the city proper. Instead, they chose to pillage the Antiochian countryside and return to Anatolia. While passing through Cilicia, John II sent an embassy to King Fulk of Jerusalem, requesting permission to visit the holy sites in the city and inviting the King of Jerusalem to discuss an alliance against the Muslims. In response, Fulk replied that the Holy Land was too poor to sustain such a vast Byzantine army. However, if the emperor wanted to visit the Holy Land with a small escort, he would gladly meet him. John's answer never came, as he was preoccupied with his succession. Then, on the 8th of April 1143, Emperor John II died in a hunting accident in Pamphylia, never reaching Antioch. John II's death saved both Zengi and the Latin Outremer. However, in the vacuum the Eastern Romans left, it was Zengi who came out with the upper hand. The Latin states were too weakened to resist Zengi due to internal and external pressures, and with the Byzantine threat gone, no one could challenge the Atabeg's hunger for power. Freed from the Byzantine threat, Zengi focused his efforts on further expansion, with his first order of business being to deal with Damascus. Sensing the opportunity to interfere with Burid internal politics once again, Zengi married the widowed mother Zumurrud Khatun in 1138, for which he received the city of Homs as a dowry in exchange for Montferrat. This unexpected meddling in Damascene affairs was extremely worrying for the Burid military Mamluk class, including the governor of Montferrat, Mu'in al-Din Unur. Contrary to Zengi's expectations, Unur did not obediently make for Montferrat upon his appointment. Instead, he went to Damascus, and in 1139 indirectly orchestrated the assassination of the Burid prince Shihab ad-Din Mahmud. After successfully slaying the prince, Unur asked Mahmud's younger brother, Muhammad, to take power in Damascus. This development cost Zengi a potential puppet. The Atabeg responded by using his wife Zumurrud's support inside the Emirate of Damascus to move against the Burid capital by the end of August 1139. On his way to seize Damascus, Zengi laid siege to Baalbek. However, despite an intensive bombardment, Baalbek's walls did not budge. After a prolonged 2-month siege, the town finally agreed to surrender on the 10th of October. Ibn al-Qalanisi records that as part of their terms for surrender, the citizens of Baalbek demanded that Zengi swear an oath on the Quran that he would spare the city's defenders. Zengi agreed and took a pledge, but as soon as Baalbek opened its gates and laid down their arms, Zengi ordered them to be detained and crucified. According to historians like Kenneth M. Seton and Paul M. Cobb, Zengi most likely did this to break the Damascene spirit. Despite his intentions, the city of Damascus did not falter. Even worse for the Atabeg, the massacre of Baalbek put a huge strain on Zengi's reputation as the champion of Islam. The only thing the Atabeg could do was to install a loyal governor to guard this vital town. Its rule was given to Saladin's father, Najm al-Din, which gave the Ayyubid family its first foothold in the Outremer. The next target for Zengi after Baalbek was Damascus itself. Using the massacre of the town to his advantage, Unur managed to convince the court in Damascus to rally against Zengi. As the siege dragged on for over 6 months, Unur further solidified his rule by killing Muhammad and installing the emir's immature son, Mujir ed-Din Abak, to rule in his place. However, this did not help slow down the progress of Zengi's siege engines. Sensing the need for allies, Unur proposed an unusual solution. He sent emissaries to Jerusalem and began talks with King Fulk of Jerusalem, offering 20,000 besants and the return of Banyas in return for military aid against their common enemy, Zengi. Having experienced the Atabeg's expansion firsthand, King Fulk agreed to aid his longtime rival. Thus, the official alliance between Jerusalem and Damascus was formed. Shortly after the alliance was ratified, Jerusalem's army marched out from the Holy City and soon entered Galilee, where the Damascene army was ready to sally out upon their arrival. Not wanting to risk being trapped between the hammer and the anvil, Zengi withdrew from Damascus to Aleppo, securing Baalbek and Banyas along the way. After a brief meeting between Fulk and Unur east of Lake Hula, they jointly moved on the fortress of Banyas, which was still used as a raiding base by the Zengid garrison stationed there. Its commander, Ibrahim ibn Turgut, attempted to divert the Damascene Jerusalem allied army by initiating a raid which went as far as Tyre. Turgut's initiative was very short-lived. As he raided the Tyre countryside, he was met with the host of Raymond of Poitiers, who had come to aid Fulk. A small battle ensued between the Antiochians and Zengids, during which Ibn Turgut was killed and his forces routed. As soon as Raymond joined Fulk and Unur's armies, they jointly besieged Banyas, which was depleted of its troops, and surrendered quickly. To honor this agreement, the city was handed over to Fulk, after which they vigorously exchanged embassies, only further tightening the relations between Damascus and Jerusalem. The alliance between Jerusalem and Damascus forced Zengi to postpone his plans for the Latins and Damascus, as between the years of 1141 to 1143, Zengi had to defend himself against Sultan Masud, who was eager to punish the unruly lord of Aleppo and Mosul. In order to avoid spreading his forces thin, Zengi acknowledged the Sultan's rule and paid him tribute. Through this, Zengi averted the risk of a possible invasion from Iraq. Without the significant threat of a common enemy looming, the alliance between the Latin states began to fade, as each lord returned to their own matters. King Fulk planned to strengthen his own domain, building more castles and ensuring security in the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Furthermore, Fulk further integrated lands south of the Dead Sea and Ultra-Jourdain into his realm by raising the massive fortresses of Montreal and Karak. These castles allowed him to successfully control passages between Egypt and Arabia, and allowed for a better connection with the Latin outpost at Alia in the Gulf of Aqaba. Fulk's plans for further strengthening Jerusalem were suddenly cut short by sudden events near Acre. There, the king attempted to join Queen Melisende on a royal picnic organized outside the city, during which Fulk's horse suddenly tripped and fell together with the king. Having sustained severe injuries, the king died a few days later. Although Fulk had strengthened the position of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, he had largely neglected to shore up the Latin frontier in northern Syria. The burden of this task now fell on Queen Melisende, who succeeded Fulk after his death. However, because of the pressure of Jerusalem's barons, she was forced to share her power with her eldest son, Baldwin III. In the upcoming years, this unusual division of Jerusalem's kingship would only increasingly sour the relationship between the mother and her son. The timing of King Fulk's death couldn't have been worse for the Crusader States, as the relations between the Crusader States had existed only as a formality, and with the monarch of Jerusalem dead, they had practically become non-existent. The ties that bonded the Crusader States throughout the reign of Baldwin I of Bouillon and Baldwin II Le Bour were no longer present. Instead of allegiances, only alliances remained, which were mostly regarded by the Latin rulers as nothing more than obstacles to be circumvented. Petty feuds between Raymond of Poitiers and Joscelin II threatened to plunge Latin northern Syria into an open war. Freed from Byzantine domination, Raymond attacked Armenian Cilicia and annexed a significant part of it. In addition, he retook Biza'a from Zengi and absorbed it into his Antiochian domains. Thereafter, Raymond intended to attack Aleppo, which was governed by Zengi's general Sawa. Initially, Joscelin agreed to a joint attack on the city, but on his way he changed his mind, signing a truce with Zengi. The reason for Joscelin's decision to abandon Raymond's plans remains debatable. However, it is very likely that this event sparked vicious animosity between the prince and the count. In response, Raymond spoke openly about his disdain for Joscelin. However, it was Joscelin who had the last laugh. In 1144, the new Byzantine emperor, Manuel Komnenos, deployed a large force and retook Cilicia, forcing Raymond to flee back behind the walls of Antioch. This clear lack of cooperation between Raymond and Joscelin would soon prove to be a grave error, not only for themselves, but also for the entire Latin Outremer. While the Christian states feuded amongst themselves, Zengi was carefully monitoring the situation. With the Byzantines not interested in the Levant anymore, and the Kingdom of Jerusalem embroiled in internal affairs, the Atabeg could finally make his counterattack against the Latins. Being able to renew the narrative around the Holy War, he gathered a massive army of supporters willing to repel Franks from Syria once and for all. Many Turkoman Seljuk horsemen rode from all corners of the empire to answer Zengi's call for jihad. He managed to assemble a massive army from all corners of his Zengid state, such as Syria, modern-day Kurdistan, and the Upper Tigris. All of these warriors were eager to follow Zengi's command. The only question remained, where would Zengi lead them? Ever since its establishment in 1098, the county of Edessa had been a thorn in the Seljuk side. It was also the most remote Crusader state in the Outremer, which made it an easier target for the Atabeg. Thus, Zengi declared that the target of his jihad would be Edessa. This jihad started with Zengi testing the waters of the Edessan defences by sending a part of his force to raid the territory of Diyarbakir, which was ruled by an Artuqid Atabeg allied with Joscelin. Just as Zengi predicted, the Count of Edessa soon heard of this attack and marched out from Edessa with the full force of the county behind his back. Historian Stephen Runciman argues that Joscelin attempted to intercept Zengi's supply lines from Aleppo, perhaps hoping to dictate a field battle for Zengi. Ultimately, the decision to call the entire power of Edessa proved to be a costly mistake. As the Count marched south, the Zengid army was not to be found. Overall, Zengi proved to be the better tactician. The Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo had been well informed about Edessan movements by the Turkoman's patrols near Haran, and after Joscelin had departed his city, he saw his chance to take Edessa itself. Outsmarting his younger adversary, Zengi used his scouts' reports to bypass Edessa's army and border forts to attack Edessa head-on. Using forced march and intensive pressure, the Zengid army reached the walls of Edessa by the 28th of November 1144. Due to Joscelin calling upon his every knight and footman to help the Artuqids, the city of Edessa had been left defenseless. The Christian populace, terrified at the sight of Zengi's army, attempted to organize themselves against the upcoming struggle. The siege preparations were led by the Catholic Archbishop Hugh II, with the aid of the Armenian Bishop John and the Jacobite Bishop Basil. Together they convinced all of the religious groups to fight for their city and man its walls. Seeing no use in the element of surprise, Zengi hoped to spread distrust between each Christian group inside the city. However, despite some differences, the clergy of the different Christian denominations inside the city united in the city's defense. Though ill-equipped, unprepared, and outnumbered, the people of Edessa were willing to buy as much time as possible for Joscelin's arrival. Thus, the siege began with the report of Zengid artillery, as experienced Zengid engineers subjected the city to a bombardment. The Atabeg also ordered them to dig tunnels under Edessa's walls. News of the siege eventually reached Count Joscelin. At first, he rushed his forces back towards Edessa, but on his way, he changed his mind and retreated back to Terbessel. Joscelin's decision not to aid his own capital brought him much heavy scrutiny. In William of Tyre's accounts, the archbishop saw his actions as nothing more but an act of cowardice. However, it should be noted that Joscelin didn't possess enough troops to confront Zengi, who had a large army gathered from all across the Muslim world. By moving his headquarters to Tebessel behind the Euphrates, Joscelin II was potentially preparing for an eventual counterstrike. Nevertheless, this act was done at the cost of Edessa, leaving it to Zengi's wrath. When Joscelin called upon Antioch for help, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Only Queen Melisende in Jerusalem answered his call, ordering her constable Manas with his subordinates Philippe of Nablus and Eleanor of Burr to raise an army and march to relieve the city. But due to time and distance, it was too little and too late. The only thing Joscelin could do was idly wait, as the once mighty Roman city was laid low by the Zengid Atabeg. Meanwhile, the Muslim tunnels began to get closer and closer to the walls of Edessa. In desperation, the Christian defenders built their counter-tunnels, followed by mine warfare, with each group trying to destroy the other's mine shafts. Although the civilian defense force was valiant, it was spread too thin to guard every stretch of the city's walls. Thus, the attackers began to build the tunnels from the other, less defended side of the wall, masking their progress through an intensive mangonel barrage. After 4 weeks of siege, the wall section near the Gate of the Hours finally collapsed on Christmas Day of 1144. Seljuk and Kurdish warriors rushed through the gap, and a violent clash between Latin Christians and Muslims began. The Christian citizens of Edessa at first tried to defend the breach, but as the numbers of the Zengid troops flooding through the gap increased, the resistance broke down, and the massacre of the city soon followed. The remaining inhabitants fled to Edessa's citadel, including Archbishop Hugh, who desperately tried to maintain some sense of order. As Zengi entered the city, he ordered the killing and pillaging to be ceased at once. In an act of relative kindness, he decided to spare the city's native Christian populations, but declared that all remaining Franks were to be rounded up and killed, including the Archbishop. Thousands of Catholics were slaughtered on that day, and the great city of Edessa officially fell into Zengi's hands. The fall of Edessa did not fully annihilate the county of Edessa. Joscelin still possessed half of his territories behind the Euphrates, and was awaiting potential reinforcements to retake his capital. Nevertheless, the news of Zengi's capture of the city managed to send shockwaves even beyond the lands of the Outremer. On the Muslim side, Sultan Masud was initially jealous of Zengi's progress against the Latins. Mahmud II's son, Prince Alp-Arslan, even tried to impose his rule in Mosul. However, the capture of Edessa changed Zengi's position in the Sultanate, and his followers quickly seized the Sultan, holding him hostage until 1146. This event de facto freed Zengi from his duties as Atabeg, and granted him full independence from Seljuk rule from Baghdad. Further benefits soon followed, as Zengi's efforts were even recognized by the Caliph himself, who honored the Atabeg by sending lavish gifts and honors, proclaiming him the champion of Sunni Islam. Zengi's call to action, now blessed by the Caliph himself, would result in the centralization of the many small Seljuk states in Syria into a single powerhouse, the Zengid dynasty, a state which had become an existential threat to the Crusader States. The loss of Edessa proved to be absolutely devastating for the Franks. One of the most major Christian states in the region was now in the hands of the Muslims, in no small part due to the Latins' own inability to unite and work together. Overall, the fall of Edessa was a turning point for the fate of the Outremer. Zengi's actions stopped the Crusader States' expansion and created a powerful, centralized state in Syria and northern Iraq that could directly threaten all the Latin states. Even while actively fighting against Damascus and other Muslim powers in the region, Zengi laid a foundation for a role model of a political and religious leader who could unify Sunni Islam against the Crusaders, inspiring future figures such as Nur ad-Din and Salah al-Din to take the fight into the next generation. Moreover, Zengi had proved for the first time since the Battle of Ager Sanguinis that the Latins could be defeated, and if they could be defeated, they could eventually be vanquished from the Levant. After the siege of Edessa came to an end, the victorious Zengi spared its Armenian and Jewish population, but put its Latin Christians to death. With the lands up to the Euphrates secured, Zengi made preparations for his next campaign onto Damascus in 1145, which ultimately failed. This refocused Zengi's priorities on consolidating his gains in northern Iraq and Syria. Fate, however, would not be so kind to the Islamic hero. In 1146, while besieging a rebel fortress of Kalash Jabbar, Zengi held a lavish party, during which he became heavily drunk. After the feast was over, the warlord saw that one of his eunuchs of Frankish origin, named Urankashe, drank from his cup. Angered by the eunuch's audacity, he ordered Urankashe to be executed by dawn, after which he fell asleep in his tent. In an act of desperation, Urankashe moved to Zengi's quarters and stabbed the Seljuk warlord to death. After Zengi's death, the Zengid domains were divided among two of his sons, Nur ad-Din, who governed Aleppo, and Saif ad-Din Ghazi, who took power in Mosul. Seeing Zengi's death as an opportunity, Count Joscelin attempted to retake Edessa, but this attempt was repulsed by the two Zengid sons, who, contrary to Crusader expectations, united against the Latins rather than fight amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the situation in the Kingdom of Jerusalem was looking dire. Queen Melisende intended to use Jerusalem's alliance with Damascus, currently ruled by Anur, to make a joint counterstrike on the Zengids' domains. The only factor that the Queen Mother didn't consider was her co-ruling son, Baldwin III, who was willing to undermine his mother's authority. Baldwin successfully convinced most of Jerusalem's army to aid Damascus's rebellious governor of the Hauran region, Al-Tuntash, in exchange for the strategic fortress of Bosra. This venture proved to be a disaster, as Anur avoided battle with the Latins until the attackers began suffering from starvation and were forced to retreat. Without Baldwin's support, Al-Tuntash's rebellion ended quickly. Baldwin's doomed venture cost Jerusalem dearly, for after being betrayed by his Latin allies, Anur reluctantly decided to ally himself with Nur ad-Din. Overall, the loss of Edessa and the Crusader States' inability to respond properly to the Zengid threat made it necessary to call for another crusade. On the 1st of December 1145, Pope Eugenius III announced a papal bull, known as Quantum Praedecessoris. This document encouraged the European knights to aid Jerusalem and the enslaved Christians to the east by promising absolution from sins to any participant. Interestingly, unlike Urban II's call for the First Crusade around 50 years earlier, the document itself did not set a clear goal for the crusade, which would later cause problems for the involved crusaders. Eugenius's bull was initially met with little enthusiasm. Eugenius's authority as pope was undermined by the Commune rebellion in Rome, led by Arnold of Brescia, which had driven him into exile in Viterbo. Moreover, the pope had another powerful enemy in King Roger II of Sicily, who openly challenged his legitimacy. However, when the papal bull reached King Louis VII of France, he gladly answered the papal call. When the 25-year-old king announced his intention to go on crusade, the French court was divided on this matter. Only a few nobles, led by the Bishop of Langres, agreed to the idea. The majority, represented by Abbot Suger, opposed the king's intentions. They were concerned that the king's long absence from France could potentially open the monarchy to internal and external threats. Undeterred, Louis still had one ace up his sleeve, and decided to consult with one of the most prominent orators and intellectuals of his times, Saint Bernard of Clairvaux. Saint Bernard of Clairvaux was a known figure in the Catholic world. After his appointment as an abbot of a Cistercian monastery, Bernard distinguished himself by reforming his monastic order and saving the church from the disastrous papal election of 1130. Consequently, Saint Bernard managed to establish connections with the European elite, turning him into a pope maker. Saint Bernard was also a staunch supporter of the crusading movement. Invited by the French king to Vézelay on Easter of 1146, the Cistercian abbot delivered a fiery speech by rhetorically enriching the papal Quantum Praedecessoris. The French royal court, together with crowds of commoners present, rose up in enthusiasm, crying for crosses. Things almost went south as many spectators rejoiced at Saint Bernard's performance, jumping on the wooden platform on which the Cistercian made his speech, which resulted in the platform's collapse. Luckily, no one was hurt or injured, which was only received as a miracle and a good omen for the coming expedition. The word quickly spread around the rest of France, and with further Bernard preaching, more tales of cures and miracles arose around the saint. It didn't take long before these stories began to circulate throughout all of Western Europe, and it didn't take long before Saint Bernard's call for crusade had reached the ears of the German king Conrad III. At first, Conrad wasn't interested in the crusade. Instead, in the hopes of receiving the imperial crown, he planned to cross the Alps to help restore the Pope's power in Rome. His concerns also related to internal disputes in the Holy Roman Empire. Despite being elected as King of the Germans, the opposing members of the Welf dynasty still plotted against Conrad. So, to nobody's surprise, Saint Bernard's first audience with the German king was coldly received. Nevertheless, the abbot of Clairvaux didn't give up, and on the second meeting in Speyer, he tried his luck again. During the public sermon, Saint Bernard used his speech to famously envision Conrad on the Day of Judgment, and, acting as a Christ, asked the king directly, "O man, what is there that I should have done for you and did not do?" Ashamed by his ingratitude in defense of Christ, Conrad cried out loud and with tears in his eyes replied, "I am ready to serve him." Thus, the King of Germany too decided to go on crusade. Almost simultaneously, other calls were received from Iberia, as King Alfonso I of Portugal, King Alfonso VII of Castile, and Count of Barcelona, Raymond Berengar IV, became interested in spreading a crusading movement to fight against the Moors in Al-Andalus, a tale we will describe shortly. Thus, due to the will of a single man, what was supposed to be a private venture of a French monarch became a fiery movement that sprung the entirety of Catholic Europe into action. At first glance, Pope Eugenius was very pleased with Bernard's successful promotion of the crusade. On the other hand, Eugenius feared Conrad's involvement in the crusade would allow his Sicilian enemy, Roger II, to operate against the papacy back in Italy freely. At first, the Sicilian king wanted to participate in the crusade, and due to possessing an enormous navy, was capable of transporting crusaders by sea to the Holy Land. The problem was that Roger simultaneously waged war not only with the Pope and the Holy Roman Empire, but also with the Byzantines. This meant that adding Roger to the crusade could, from the Byzantine-Greek perspective, put the Crusaders' motives into question. Moreover, Roger had claims to the Principality of Antioch through his de Hauteville bloodline. Thus, Roger's involvement was discarded. Meanwhile, preparations in France and the Holy Roman Empire began to take place. The French contingent, led by Louis VII and his wife Eleanor, had many nobles who accompanied the royal couple. Additionally, the Count of Savoy, Amadeus III, also agreed to follow the king, but promised to catch up later in Constantinople. Meanwhile, the German contingent consisted of Swabians, led by Conrad's nephew and successor Frederick, Bavarians and Austrians, followed by the Duke of Bavaria and Margrave of Austria, Henry II Jasomirgott, and forces of Lorraine and Franconia, commanded by Stephen, Bishop of Metz, and Henri, Bishop of Toul. A huge part of the army also included allied Slavic contingents from the eastern borders of the empire, such as the Bohemian Duke Vladislaus II and one unnamed Polish Duke. Modern scholars estimate that each crusading army could number up to 20,000 men, not including their servants, a very impressive army size for the era. The initial plan was for both armies to meet near Constantinople, from where they would jointly move through Anatolia and reach the Outremer. The Pope had already sent emissaries to the Byzantine Emperor Manuel Komnenos, informing him about the coming help to the east. Although glad of the Latins' willingness to help Byzantium, the Eastern Roman Basileus didn't really need their assistance as much as his predecessor Alexius Komnenos did. With that said, the Seljuks of Rum and Danishmenids were still a threat to Byzantine holdings in Anatolia, so any military prospects might be helpful. By the end of May 1147, King Conrad's Crusader host went out from Nuremberg and continued its march to the east, leaving the French Crusader army behind. It took more than a month of further preparations and talks with the Pope before King Louis VII departed from the Abbey of Saint-Denis on the 8th of July 1147, trying to catch up with the German king. Meanwhile, in the north, in the Holy Roman Empire, not every noble was eager to go to the Holy Land. Some of them, like the 17-year-old Duke of Saxony Henry the Lion, alongside Albrecht the Bear, Lord of the Northern March, rather preferred to take up arms against the Slavic tribes in the western Baltic, also known as the Wends, who were still present in modern-day Holstein, Mecklenburg, and parts of western Pomerania. The Wendish Slavs were divided into 5 tribes: the Abatrites and Wagrians to the west, Stodorans to the south, and Leotizians with Rani to the east. These tribes, though some of them tributaries to the empire, like the Stodorans, many of them still defied Christianity and continuously blocked Catholic missions through the Elbe River. This was due to the pressures of expansion led by the empire's frontier nobility. Another reason was the growing influx of Saxon and Frisian settlers who were trying to establish themselves on the borders of the empire, especially in the territories of eastern Holstein and Wagria. Eager for more conquests, the northern German elite had asked Bernard of Clairvaux and Pope Eugenius III to declare a new crusade on the Baltic Sea. After pleading for a while, they had finally received 2 papal bulls on the 11th of April 1147, also known as Divina Dispensione. This document allowed the German Crusaders to receive the same spiritual recognition for the Saxons as the Crusaders marching towards the Levant. Moreover, Bernard emphasized the need for the spiritual character of this conflict. Thus, he forbade the Crusaders any treaties with the enemy, stating that, until such time as, with God's help, they shall be either converted or wiped out. Previously, it was assumed that by this document, Saint Bernard did literally intend to exterminate the Slavs. However, modern scholars like Ibn Fonnesberg-Schmidt tend to question the interpretation of Bernard's policy of convert or die, as he points out that the Latin term that was used, donec auxiliente Dio aut ritus ipse aut natio diliata, could not only mean the extermination of the Slavs, but instead it could also mean the destruction of the Wendish political and religious structures as a whole. Nevertheless, it was very possible that the meaning of Bernard's call was overturned for the Saxons' convenience, as many of the crusading leaders sought to subdue the Baltic Slavs for their own gains. More polarizing rhetoric also managed to draw the attention of individuals from not just northern Germany, but also northern Europe. Hearing the papal calls for a crusade, the 2 pretenders to the Danish throne, Svein III and Knut V, decided to postpone their showdown in an attempt to punish the Slavs for their raids on Jutland and Zealand. In reality, the actual situation on the Elbe frontier had been much less polarizing than the Saxon elite presented it. The Wendish Slavs had a long history of conflicts, as well as alliances with the Christian rulers of the Holy Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Denmark, and the Polish princes. Although all these saw the Wends as a potential target for their territorial expansion, some of the Wendish princes still retained good relations with some of the border Christian nobility, like in the case of Niklot, Prince of the Oberdreiz, who was allied with Count of Holstein Adolf II, as well as Pribislav Henry, who had an amicable relationship with Albrecht, ruler of the Eastern March. However, with the crusade in motion, the local lords had to cut their ties with the Slavs. The most energetic of them all was Prince Niklot, one of the earliest nobles to realize the crusading tensions on the Elbe. At first, Niklot asked his ally, Count of Holstein, to aid him against Henry, but because of vassal oaths to Henry and papal pressure, Adolf refused. In response, the Slavic prince assembled his bands of warriors, also known as Druzina, fortified his keep at Dobin, and most importantly, allied himself with the Rani. Living on the island of Rügen, the Rani tribe were known as devoted pagans, worshipping the god Svantevit in Arkona, and possessing perhaps the most prominent war fleets on the Baltic Sea, that managed to inflict many raids on the Kingdom of Denmark and the Holy Roman Empire. Confident in his Rani allies' military prowess, Niklot could be aided by sea, as well as being prepared for a possible Danish attack from the north. Then Niklot decided that the best defense is offense, attacking the Saxon and Flemish colonies in Wagria. In a surprise attack, he managed to sack the city of Lübeck, and thus threaten the Germanic presence in the region. Returning with loot, supplies, and additional Slavic contingents, Niklot decided to wait in the reinforced keep of Dobin, and prepare for the inevitable showdown with the Crusaders. To muster the crusading army, the Pope designated Archbishop Anselm of Havelberg as spiritual leader of the crusade. The Crusaders themselves were divided into 2 major armies. The first was led by Duke Henry, with the strongest Saxon contingent. It also consisted of other smaller German groups, led by Conrad, Margrave of Meissen, Archbishop Albert of Bremen, Duke Conrad of Burgundy, and Bishop Dietmar of Verden. Its main purpose was to cross the lower Elbe at Magdeburg to move and capture the fortress at Dobin. The Saxons, who arrived from the south, were meant to join with the Danish army led by Knut V and Svein III. The Danes were supposed to blockade the army from the north. The second group was led by Archbishop Anselm of Havelberg, together with Margrave Albrecht, followed by other nobles. The plan, designed by Albrecht, suggested moving through Stodorani territory and capturing the Leutizi city of Demmin. The progress of the land armies was hampered by narrow passages and dense forests, with endless marshes along the way. This greatly delayed the Saxon advance, as Niklot had delegated some of his warriors to launch guerrilla warfare throughout his territory. Despite facing casualties and a threat to their supply lines, the Saxon host had eventually reached Dobin. The Danish princes also fulfilled their promise to the Crusaders, disembarking their ships at the Vanov River and approaching the keep with their forces moving up the river. At first, things looked grim for Niklot, as the town had been surrounded from both sides. Still, the capture of Dublin wasn't an easy task. The keep was located on a hill in the middle of a ford between two lakes, Lake Shrevna to the west and Lake Durpa to the east. Another advantage was the lack of proper communication between the Danes and the Saxons, as both parties preferred to take the city on their own, rather than jointly collaborate as a unified Crusader army. After initial assaults from German and Danish forces, it became clear that a prolonged siege would be inevitable. This only gave precious time for Niklot, as Slavic guerrilla warfare had already begun to take its toll on the Crusaders, stretching Saxon supply lines thin. It was at this point that the Rani allies could finally arrive at the Vanov River's delta. There, the Rani ships found the Danish fleet put on land, with little to no vessels guarding the shore. Sensing the opportunity, the Slavs launched a surprise attack, spreading terror amongst unprepared Crusaders. At first, the Danes tried to immediately drag the ships onto the river and chain them together, but the plan was ill-organized, allowing more maneuverable Slavic vessels to break through the gaps, only intensifying the Danish losses. Seeing the destruction of the ships on the delta, Danish Bishop Eskil gathered warriors besieging Dublin with haste and jumped onto the remaining ships, trying to flank already preoccupied Rani ships. The Slavs, however, spotted this and decided to retreat immediately. After this attempt, the Slavs tried their luck once again, but to no avail, being chased by the Danish fleet. At some point, when the Danes were already on their next pursuit during the afternoon, they were stopped by the terrifying view of hundreds of ships, alight with torches, approaching them. This proved to be a ploy designed by the Rani, who managed to gather merchant and fishing boats disguised as warships in order for the Danes to think that the Slavic fleet was more numerous than it really was. Shocked at the turn of events, the Danes decided to move onto land and focus on besieging Dublin instead. As Bishop Eskil could be relieved not seeing the Rani ships for a while, something was rotten in the state of Denmark. Danish princes still distrusted one another, and after the first defeat at the Vanov Delta, as well as constant failed attempts to take the city, the princes began blaming each other. It didn't take long before animosities began to rack up in the Danish camp, with the Jutland and Zealand contingents at odds with one another. Seeing the Danish camp demoralized, Niklot embarked on a night attack, killing many Danes and destroying much of the Danish supplies and siege engines. Suffering heavy losses, Svein III and Knut V decided to lift the siege and move towards their domains, preparing for their eventual showdown. On the other side of the ford, the siege conditions also deteriorated for the Germans. Seeing no breakthrough, the crusading host began to divide on the issue of Dublin's fate. The wealthy lords and margraves, including Duke Henry, deemed Slavs as future slaves for the Saxon settlers and intended to starve out the defenders to force their surrender. Pilgrims and poorer crusaders quickly found this decision to be contradictory to the official Crusades rhetoric, or at least what they believed. They thought they could loot the town and slay all its inhabitants, thus fulfilling their crusading vow. It didn't take long before quarrels began to stir in the German camp, and with supplies running low, the pressure began to mount on Henry. At first, he tried to divert the Crusaders' attention by trying to raid and loot the neighbouring villages. However, the defenders of Dublin didn't budge, leading to gradual Crusader desertion. Trying to walk out of Dublin with any semblance of victory, Duke Henry demanded that the Oberdrites be baptized, to which Prince Niklot agreed. It was only later revealed that the Slavs' baptism was less of a submission, but rather a farce instigated by Niklot, where baptized Oberdrites were mocking the Christian rituals during the entire ceremony. Angered but powerless, Henry called for withdrawal beyond the Elbe. On the eastern frontier, the Albrecht contingent crossed the Elbe as planned, seizing the town of Hobelin, renaming it as Havelberg. After marching to and looting the town of Melchov, the Germans besieged the town of Demmin. Unlike Margrave Albrecht had planned, the Liutizi were probably warned by the Oberdrite prince and prepared for a siege. Though the German forces had necessary siege equipment, Albrecht shared a similar vision for Demmin as Henry, planning to enslave the locals for his own purpose. Like in the case of Dublin, some of the pilgrims began protesting Albrecht's actions, questioning the Margrave's religious motives, and began leaving the crusade. Albrecht had to quickly find a new solution to convince the Crusaders to continue the campaign. Left with the remaining part of his original force, Albrecht decided to change his target and encouraged the Crusaders to attack the city of Szczecin, claiming that it was a vital Slavic paganism center, just like the island of Rügen, only more weakly defended. Convinced by Albrecht's rhetoric, the Germanic pilgrims moved east, heading toward the city on the Oder River. The remaining forces, led by Abbot Wibold, stayed at Demmin, trying to maintain the town's blockade. When the main contingent reached Szczecin in the middle of September 1147, they yet again began to build camp and readied the siege equipment. According to Helmund of Bossau's Chronicle of the Slavs, just as the Crusaders were about to assault the city, the gates of Szczecin were opened, and much to their surprise, instead of Wendish counterattack, only one man appeared before the Saxons, and it was none other than the city's local bishop, named Adalbert, who greeted the Crusaders, asking them about their plans. To add insult to injury, the Szczecin citizens demonstrated crosses on the city walls. Adalbert claimed the city was Christian and was under the protection of the Polish Pomeranian Duke Ratibor I. Shocked to his core, the papal representatives backed down from Albrecht's crusade, and many of the pilgrims followed suit, accusing the Margrave of manipulation and political opportunism, as the German Margrave was known to have conflicts with the Pomeranian Duke. By the end of September, the Germans decided to leave the crusade, angered at Albrecht's false guidance. Meanwhile, the remaining Germans besieging Demmin shared a similar fate and abandoned the crusade as well, according to Wibold's claim, due to unknown internal divisions. The only thing that managed to save Albrecht's reputation was securing the town of Havelberg, when the Starodani prince, Pribislav, was baptized and named Henry. When the Slavic Knyaz died in 1150, in his will, he gave Albrecht the right to inherit the territory of Stadorania. Albrecht claimed the land under a new name, later known as Brandenburg. Pribyslav's main keep, Kopanica, became part of the city called Berlin. The Wendish Crusade, at first glance, seemed to accomplish little for the Second Crusade, but its long-term impact on Northern Europe was immeasurable. For the first time in history, the papacy began to take an interest in the Baltic region, thus opening a new chapter in the crusading movement, also known as the Baltic Crusades. The Wendish Crusade wouldn't be the last time Duke Henry and Albrecht would try to pacify the Wendish Slavs, as Niklot's death in 1160 during the siege of Bergwelle only encouraged further Saxon expansion into Slavic territory. The events of the Wendish Crusade did not dissuade King Conrad III from his journey. After marching from Nuremberg to Ratisbon, Conrad's army entered the Kingdom of Hungary in June. Though Hungary was Catholic, its king, Geisa II, was unfriendly to the German king. Just a year earlier, Geisa had fought with the Bavarians and Austrians, and thus did not trust the Germans. Furthermore, Geisa had other reasons for being afraid of foreign armies in his territory. A pretender from the Arpad dynasty named Boris had claims to the Hungarian throne, and possessed many connections in the Holy Roman Empire. Despite the tensions, King Geisa II allowed Conrad's host to pass through his territory, though probably not without papal guarantees. While marching through Hungary, King Conrad was met with the Byzantine embassy led by Demetrius Macrembolites and an Italian named Alexander of Gravin. Emperor Manuel was well aware of Conrad's plans and demanded an oath of non-injury on imperial territory. Conrad agreed, and thus the Byzantine embassy led the Crusaders to cross the empire's border at Branicevo. The Germans passed through Niš and Sofia without any major setbacks, as Emperor Manuel ordered the local governor, Michael Brannis, to prepare markets for German arrival. The problems started as the Crusader host reached the outskirts of Philippopolis. There, during one day of rest, a group of German pilgrims misinterpreted the jokes of a local juggler, interpreting his tricks as sorcery and killing him on the spot. The angered townsfolk rallied for their favourite trickster and started to launch guerrilla warfare against the Germans. An immediate distrust between the Latins and the Greeks soon followed, compelling both sides towards further retaliation. Emperor Manuel had originally intended to host the Crusaders in Constantinople, but upon hearing reports of the Germans' violence, he instead sought to reroute Conrad's troops through the Hellespont. Dissatisfied with such a proposal, Conrad declined the offer and continued the march on Constantinople, so Manuel sent an army to follow the Germans. Tensions reached their boiling point when both armies reached Adrianople, where a group of locals snuck up and murdered one of the German knights. In response, a group of Swabian knights, led by Frederick, burned down a nearby monastery. Upon hearing of this, the Byzantine army readied for battle, only to be talked down by their commander, Prusch, at the last possible moment. In the end, it was not the Byzantines who punished the Germans, but the local weather. While the German army encamped on the Cherubachi plain, intense rains caused the Melis River to flood most of Conrad's encampment. Believing this to be a punishment from God, the Crusaders then marched all the way to Constantinople without any trouble. The Crusaders received their quarters near Philippatium Palace before the city walls. While this was happening, Emperor Manuel invited King Conrad to his palace and began talks with the German king. Although the Crusaders' actions had been troubling for both rulers, they both managed to maintain amicable relations due to their mutual hatred towards Roger II of Sicily, who was not only an enemy of the German king, but just so happened to have declared war on Byzantium too. The German and Byzantine rulers also had family ties, as Manuel's wife, Bertha von Sulzbach, was Conrad's sister-in-law. The Empress herself played a key role in peaceful talks between both rulers, as new reports began to mount over Crusaders pillaging in the countryside near the city. Though the Roman Emperor managed to strengthen relations with Conrad, he didn't intend for both crusading armies to meet. So Komnenos politely insisted that the German king cross his army to Anatolia as soon as possible. By throwing lavish gifts at the Crusaders and promising to help the Germans whenever they needed, Conrad agreed to Manuel's proposal, thus altering the Crusades' initial plans. Rather than wait for the arrival of the French, the Germans would now march into the Holy Land on their own. As promised, the Byzantine navy helped the German Crusaders sail through the Bosphorus to Chalcedon. In the midst of preparations, part of a French vanguard, made up of French-speaking Lorrainers, reached Constantinople and found the German departure shocking, as it jeopardized the initial plan of a joint Crusader army. The French Lorrainers also counted on German Crusaders to share their rations with them. Whether due to language differences or pure greed, the Germans not only refused, but also abandoned the French Lorrainers as soon as they landed in Asia Minor, much to the horror and protest of the German Lorrainers. Left on their own by the Germans in Constantinople, the Lorraine group would later antagonize the French Crusaders against Conrad's men. As soon as the German host landed in Chalcedon, King Conrad moved to Nicaea, where he had to decide between two potential routes through Anatolia. The first coastal route was longer and prone to raids from Rum Seljuks, but it also had more Byzantine strongpoints, whose garrisons could support the Crusaders. The second mainland route ran through hostile Seljuk territory, but it was much shorter than the previous one. Emperor Manuel tried to help Conrad by sending him a Varangian guide named Stefan, who advised Conrad to move along the Aegean coastline. At first, Conrad followed Stefan's advice, but just a day later he changed his mind and decided to move inland. Still trying to remain cautious, Conrad divided his force in two, leaving one Otto von Freising to march along the coast to Italia through Laodicea with a few men-at-arms and pilgrims, while the main part of the army would march inland through hostile territory. Conrad's motivations behind this decision are hotly debated, but the German king likely intended to quickly capture the Sultanate of Rum's capital at Iconium, where he could resupply his army. Conrad's march through Anatolia went smoothly for as long as the Crusaders marched through Byzantine territory, but the situation quickly changed when the Germans entered Seljuk territory. The Sultan of Rum, Mesud I, did not intend to just let the Crusaders pass freely. Another enemy to the Crusaders was the climate, as most of the German knights and footmen were not used to Anatolian heat. The starved and thirsty Crusaders began to split from the main army near the town of Dorylaeum in order to find provisions. That was exactly what Sultan Mesud was waiting for. From the 25th of October 1147, the divided Crusader contingents began to encounter Turkish horsemen raining down arrows on the unprepared Germans. King Conrad initially intended to repel small Muslim attacks, but as these detachments began to encounter heavier and heavier resistance, he realized his force had just entered into a trap. Soon shouts were heard from all sides as Mesud gathered his troops and charged into the German main force. At first, the German nobles intended to fight, but seeing his men exhausted and dehydrated, Conrad decided to call for an orderly retreat. Not every contingent followed the order and had to withstand Seljuk hit-and-run tactics on their own. During the withdrawal, the Seljuk cavalry constantly harassed the Germans with an unending mix of arrow barrages and melee charges, all the way until the Bosphorus coastline, inflicting heavy losses on the Germans, with reportedly only 1/10 of the army managing to escape from the battlefield. Even Conrad himself was wounded in the neck during the retreat. Beaten down and humiliated, Conrad retreated to Nicaea to resupply and wait for King Louis's French Crusader contingent to arrive. As the German Crusaders suffered a humiliating defeat in the east, another Crusader army had been sailing from the west. Upon hearing of the papal call, the English Crusaders, together with Flemish and Cologne contingents, attempted to sail to the Holy Land along the Atlantic coastline. The Anglo-Norman contingent was commanded by Hervé de Glanville and Simon of Dover, while the Flemish, Frisian and Northern Rhinelander contingent was led by Arnold IV, Count of Aarschot. Because of the growing textile commerce between the British Isles and the Low Countries, the idea of a combined Anglo-Flemish military venture seemed practically natural. The English harbour of Dartmouth was chosen as the main rally point. After gathering the combined fleet on the 27th of April 1147, its force numbered around 200 ships, with an estimated maximum of 20,000 Crusaders on board. The more likely number is probably around 10,000. Along with preparations, a strict code of conduct was placed on pilgrims, forbidding taking unnecessary baggage or partaking in frivolous activities. Due to cultural and language differences, harsh punishments were put in motion to improve discipline. With intensive preparations in motion, the Crusader fleet finally departed Dartmouth on the 19th of May 1147. Initially, the voyage was going well for the pilgrims, until the fleet moved around Brittany. While sailing through the Bay of Biscay, a sudden heavy storm scattered the crusading contingents, with many ships landing separately on Galician and Asturian coasts. Luckily for the Crusaders, the locals were friendly and helped to navigate them safely through Biscay. It didn't take long for the news to spread across Iberia about the Crusaders' ships, which gave the Iberian rulers an opportunity to utilize Anglo-Flemish assistance in acquiring new territories from the Muslims. The timing couldn't have been better for the Christians. The Almoravid Empire was crumbling due to internal strife and divisions, marking the beginning of the Second Taifa period. Even more worryingly for the Almoravid regime in Cordoba, a new power was arising in southern Morocco, as the new Berber Almohad dynasty began to gradually push the Almoravids out of Africa, forcing them onto the defensive. Divided into smaller states, taifas, the Muslim lands in Iberia were easy prey for the Christian rulers, including the King of Portugal Alfonso I. Predicting the Crusaders' route through the Iberian coastline, the Portuguese king realized that with the Crusaders' aid, he could fulfill his long-time dream of capturing Lisbon. In 1142, Alfonso failed to capture the city. However, this time, Alfonso had strengthened his position, making significant territorial gains in central Portugal. Just 3 months before the Crusaders' departure, King Alfonso began his offensive through the Tag River Valley, seizing the vital city of Santarém. This allowed the Portuguese ruler to tighten his grip over the city and secure his supply lines for the upcoming campaign. Whether the Crusades' cooperation with Portugal was orchestrated or spontaneous is debatable, but the consensus is that, regardless of motives, King Alfonso could not miss such an opportunity. When the Crusaders bypassed Corunna and on the 19th of June reached Oporto harbour, they were welcomed in great splendour by the local bishop Pedro Pitois, who received instructions from Alfonso ordering him to provide any help for passing Crusaders. Furthermore, he asked the bishop to persuade the pilgrims to move on to Lisbon with the Portuguese king. While celebrating a mass in Oporto's cathedral, Bishop Pedro shared the initial plans with the arrivals. The English Crusaders decided to wait for the remaining contingents to arrive, so that they could make a joint decision. When the Flemish and Frisian ships arrived, thanks to the assistance of Breguet's Archbishop John, the Crusaders set sail for Lisbon, and by the end of June 1147, the Christian fleet had reached the estuary of the Tagus River, while King Alfonso marched from Santarém with his 10,000-strong army. The Almoravid garrison, although strong in numbers and well-equipped, lacked a fleet that could prevent the Crusaders from landing. The only few boats that the Moors possessed were easily repelled by the approaching Latin ships. The Crusaders landed on the western side of the city. There, the Anglo-Normans set their camp, guarding the ships, while the Frisians and the Flemish guarded the eastern side with their camp near the St. Vincent Monastery. The Portuguese guarded the remaining area to the north. Initially, both Crusader groups sent their leaders to the Portuguese camp to discuss their further collaboration. Alfonso argued that the city should be jointly taken, and in return for their service, he would help the Crusaders receive absolution from their sins, instead of going all the way to Jerusalem. King Alfonso's proposal had opened a rift between the Crusaders. The part of the English contingent from Hastings, led by William Veal and his brother Ralph, recalled their service as mercenaries during Alfonso's previous siege. A heated argument between the king and his mercenaries then resulted in the Norman departure. They claimed that the Portuguese king attempted to deceive the Crusaders by avoiding mentioning anything about the loot. They also argued for bypassing Lisbon and seeking smaller Muslim towns to plunder along the way to Jerusalem. The lack of clarity regarding spoils from captured Lisbon also stirred the Flemish contingent, who began to encourage other crusaders to abandon Lisbon. Angered by the Ville brothers' actions, Hervé de Glanville decided to step in, and in a fiery speech condemned his opponents for valuing profits and enriching themselves over following the Crusades' spiritual motives. When he finished his talk, William lost his following, and as a result, the majority of the Crusaders favoured the Siege of Lisbon, and began talks with the king. During the talks, Alfonso and the Crusaders agreed that the city would be handed over to Alfonso in exchange for the aid, and an official oath that Alfonso would not abandon the siege. With the treaty signed and hostages exchanged, both sides made preparations for the upcoming attack. At first, the Christians tried to scare off the Muslim defenders and demanded Lisbon's surrender. However, the Almoravids refused. The Great Siege of Lisbon was about to begin. On the 1st of July 1147, the English Crusaders launched an attack on Lisbon's suburbs, located under the western walls and the citadel. After intense arrow barrages, the Anglo-Normans managed to repel the Almoravid militia, securing one of the suburb districts. From then on, the fighting would only intensify, as Lisbon's citizens began to barricade houses, fighting with the Crusaders for every inch of ground. Furthermore, militia units could also rely on archers and ballistae stationed at Lisbon's walls. Nevertheless, the English Crusaders managed to reach the Almacaval cemetery. Here's where the fighting took a heavy toll on both sides, with the defenders making night attacks. Still, the Crusaders held the cemetery, repulsing Almoravid forces several times. Eventually, as the Muslim casualties grew, the defenders decided to withdraw behind the city walls. The English pursued the Muslims all the way to the gate, but due to the Almoravids' intense fire, they had to withdraw as well. However, on their way back to the cemetery, some of the Anglo-Normans managed to find Moorish cellars full of provisions. The garrison failed to store all of the supplies inside the city. Taking advantage of this blunder, the English seized all the food, and thus the lack of food began to exert a gradual pressure on the defenders of Lisbon. The next day, Almoravid militia and Lisbon's citizens made a great sally out on the Flemish side, and managed to push them back from the walls. It was only by King Alfonso's personal intervention that the attackers were outflanked and forced to withdraw. With the suburbs and the surrounding area secured, the besieging armies could now focus on preparing all the necessary siege engines. On the Flemish and German side, a battering ram was constructed that was meant to be covered by 5 mangonels, while the English built a huge 95-foot siege tower. The first attack proved disastrous for the Christians. Because the Flemish mangonel's range was too small, and could only damage several towers, this meant that the ram couldn't approach the walls, as Muslim fire from their ballistae almost managed to destroy it. On the western side of Lisbon, as the siege tower was getting close to the walls, it got stuck in the sand and couldn't be moved. This factor was used by Muslim archers and ballistae, who annihilated the siege tower after 4 days of bombardment. For weeks, the Crusaders were demoralized by these events. Still though, they decided to continue the siege, and moved all the ships onto the shore. On the other side, the Muslims did not have the time to celebrate their successes either. Their supplies were running low, and the defenders tried to seek help from the Almoravid city of Evora. However, the messengers were caught, and upon reading the letters, the Christians' morale rose once again. What was worse for Lisbon, the Almoravids in Evora had signed a truce with Alfonso, which meant that no aid was coming. Emboldened, the Crusaders began to raid the local countryside of neighbouring Sintra and Almada with mixed results. Aided by King Alfonso's peasant engineer and siege equipment, the Portuguese and Crusaders renewed the attempt to break through Lisbon's defences. Using Portuguese resources, both the English and Flemish began to dig tunnels in order to undermine the city's walls. Furthermore, thanks to improved engineering expertise, new siege machinery was being built. A strengthened siege tower and 2 massive mangonels that reportedly required 100 men to operate and could fire 5 stones per hour. With such fierce firepower installed, the Crusaders could renew the city's bombardment, while the tunnels were gradually approaching the Almoravid walls. The English tunnel was built too high and too close to the walls. When the defenders realized what was happening, they fired on that place so intensely that the work there had to be stopped. More progress was made on the other side, where on the 16th of October, the tunnel finally reached the walls of Lisbon. After setting fire under the target, a 20-foot-high section of the eastern wall collapsed. Rejoicing, the Flemish rushed through the debris to break through. Though initially the attackers took the Muslims by surprise, the defenders quickly regrouped, denying the chance for the Flemish to take the city. When the Anglo-Norman contingent heard of the Flemish successes, they decided to fill the gap and aid the Crusaders' assault. Much to their surprise, instead of Flemish enthusiasm upon arrival of their fellow Christians, the English were blocked by remaining continental contingents and denied passage, stating that it was their breach and Anglo-Normans were not allowed. This infighting only helped the Muslims, as they used this time to form a barricade that could hardly be breached. Angered by the Flemish behaviour, on the 20th of October, the Anglo-Normans and the Portuguese finally deployed a siege tower that aimed at the walls close to Porto de Ferro on the western side, close to Lisbon's harbour. After a speech by the Archbishop of Braga, the siege tower moved forward. It didn't take long before it had to withstand all of the Muslims' firepower, as the Almoravid garrison moved ballistae from the eastern sections of the wall to repel the Christian attack. Despite the bombardment, the siege tower held firm. Once a fire broke out in one of the tower's sections, but a few English knights managed to put it out. As the tower gradually progressed towards the city walls, one night a tide of the Tagus River managed to isolate the siege tower from the Anglo-Norman camp. Alerted by this change of circumstance, the Almoravid garrison sallied out, attempting to burn down the siege tower from the inside. However, over 100 English and Lotharingian knights managed to hold their positions on their own for 2 days straight, despite being overwhelmed at least 10-1. On the 22nd of October, the tide receded, allowing the Crusaders to finally place the siege tower under the walls. The Crusaders' archers and crossbowmen managed to neutralize the archers from above, and it was only a matter of time before the attackers would mount the walls. Starved, being on their own and pushed back from the wall, the Muslims decided to ask for a day of truce in order to consider the conditions of surrender. As a gesture of goodwill, the Muslims sent hostages, to which the Crusaders agreed. But much to the anger of Anglo-Norman nobles, the hostages were taken by the king's representative, Fernando Captivo. A brawl began to take place, and it was only by Hervé of Glanville's intervention that the situation didn't escalate. When the Almoravids returned with an answer, they stated that only the King of Portugal could discuss the terms of surrender. They proposed that the city would be handed over to the Portuguese. The English, thanks to Glanville's rhetoric, agreed to those demands. The only groups unsatisfied were the Flemish and Crusaders from Cologne, who wanted the city to be handed to them together with all the loot. Using the hostage exchange, some of the Flemish and German mob entered the city and began to pillage it. When King Alfonso heard what was going on, he was furious. The Crusaders dishonored his word. He even ordered some of his troops to arrest the looters. Trying to calm down the situation, the Crusader nobility, including Glanville, swore an oath that during their stay in Portugal, they would swear fealty to Alfonso. They sent their men to pacify and punish their plundering companions. It was on the 24th of October, 1147, when the official procession finally entered Lisbon, during which Alfonso's flag was raised in Lisbon's highest tower, and lavish celebrations began to take place. The Crusaders' celebrations, however, were short-lived, as the Flemish and Rhinelanders yet again began to use the celebrations as a means to plunder the city, killing Muslims, Christians, and even the local Mozarab bishop. This resulted in Lisbon's inhabitants leaving the city en masse. The only contingent that held to their word was the English. To calm the Portuguese ruler yet again, the English offered that one of their churchmen, Gilbert of Hastings, was to be elected Lisbon's first bishop, to which Alfonso agreed, marking the first established good diplomatic ties between both nations. After the Anglo-Normans managed to restrain their Flemish counterparts, on November 1st, churches were reinstated by the newly appointed Bishop Gilbert, marking the final chapter in the Siege of Lisbon. The Crusaders decided to stay in Portugal for the winter, until on the 1st of February they departed Lisbon. What happened with this crusading venture next is quite unclear, as the main source responsible for documenting the Siege of Lisbon, De Expugnatione Lisbonensi, states that the Crusaders had reached Jerusalem. However, the sources in the Outremer do not support this claim. It is probable that the expedition split, with some of the Crusaders deciding to settle down in Lisbon. At the same time, the remaining groups joined the crusading movement on the eastern side of the Iberian Peninsula, with most likely only a handful of knights arriving in the Outremer. Although the Anglo-Flemish crusade in Portugal did not help shift the balance of power in the Levant, it inadvertently managed to score one of the greatest victories for Christendom during the Second Crusade. With Lisbon captured, the newly established Kingdom of Portugal could continue its expansion into southwestern Iberia, allowing it to become the territory of Portugal as we know it today. The conquest of Lisbon, however, was not the only endeavour where Christians could take advantage of the situation in Al-Andalus. Alfonso VII, King of Castile and Leon, stylizing himself as the Emperor of all Spain, together with his vassal Ramón Berenguer IV, Count of Barcelona, had plans for expansion across the southern and eastern part of the Iberian Peninsula at the expense of the declining power of the Almoravid state. On the other side of Gibraltar, a new religious group called the Almohads began to emerge, and under its new leader, Abd al-Mumin, began to form a serious threat to the Almoravids and the Christian kingdoms of Iberia. Not wanting to wait for Almohads to take all the spoils, the Christian rulers of Iberia decided to act. Thanks to Pope Eugene III's bull, called Divina Dispensatione, the Crusaders from other parts of Europe soon began to take interest in taking the cross to Iberia, like Frankish pilgrims from southern France and Italian cities. However, the biggest contributor to the crusade against the Moors was the maritime Republic of Genoa. During the Crusades, Italian merchants, including those from Venice, made a profit through maritime trade, especially in the trade of goods and transporting pilgrims to the Holy Land. Their trade expansion, however, had been strained by ongoing Arab and Berber piracy, oftentimes supported by the Muslim taifas in Iberia. The biggest offender to the Genoese merchants was the city of Almeria, which managed to enrich itself thanks to piracy and the slave trade from captured Italian sailors. 2 years prior, the Genoese fleet, led by a formidable naval commander and historian, Cafaro, tried to halt Muslim piracy, but to no avail, only managing to raid Minorca and temporarily block Almeria. As soon as Divina Dispensatione and King Alfonso VII's call for help were announced on the streets of Genoa, public opinion responded with immense enthusiasm. The Genoese had elected 10 consuls, including Otto de Buovillano, Alberto Torre, Filippo di Piazzalunga, Baldovino, Ingo, Ansaldo Pizzo, Guglielmo, Alberto Cancellieri, Ugo Guido, and Ansaldo Doria. Accompanied and guided by Cafaro, the consuls managed to amass a significant fleet, amounting to 63 ships, and gather all necessary supplies for the expedition. The Genoese decision to take part in his campaign in Al-Andalus had very much pleased the Castilian king. In 1146, Alfonso VII attacked Córdoba, during which he raided the region and forced its governor, Ibn Ghania, to pay a tribute. In the following campaign, Alfonso managed to seize the strategic fortress of Calatrava. The neutralization of Córdoba and Calatrava allowed the Emperor of Spain to take advantage of the Almoravids' decline, and by seizing Almeria, he counted on splitting the Muslim holdings in half. Moreover, Alfonso's vassal, Count of Barcelona, Ramón Berenguer IV, had hoped to consolidate his power in Aragon and Catalonia by seizing the city of Tortosa. All these actions relied on the key naval support from Genoa's fleet. Both Iberian and Italian representatives met in Toledo in September 1146. Despite Genoese enthusiasm to join forces against their common enemy, they still intended to maintain their interests in the Mediterranean. The consuls asked for constant resupplying of their forces, demanding over 30,000 maravedis, currency used in Iberia at the time, from which 10,000 would be paid by the end of autumn, another 10,000 by Easter next year, and the remaining gold was meant to be paid after the towns were taken. The Genoese also required that 1/3 of each conquered city would be given to them. Additionally, the supplies given by King Alfonso VII and Count Ramón Berenguer IV were meant to be ready by the 1st of August 1147. After all parties agreed on these terms, both Genoa and the Christian rulers in Iberia started preparing for war. Just like during previous campaigns, King Alfonso and Count Ramón advanced deep into Muslim territories, heading towards the city of Almeria. Meanwhile, the Genoese fleet sailed for Minorca, establishing a harbour at Mahon as the main rally point. Along the way, they were reinforced by a small Catalan and Barcelonan fleet. When the Christian fleet assembled, 15 galleys with Otto de Buovillano were deployed as an advance party, which sailed to Cabo de Gata and waited for King Alfonso's arrival. However, much to their surprise, Castilian forces were not to be found, as Alfonso, with his vassals, was preoccupied seizing Bayezid and tried to secure any potential strongpoints along the way. Even worse for the joint expedition, because Iberian Christian forces were spread thin, Alfonso could muster only 400 knights and 1,000 footmen, while Count Ramón had only 53 knights, aided by a few hundred cavalrymen. After months of waiting, the Genoese got annoyed and decided to attack Almeria on their own, with the eventual hope of Alfonso's reinforcements during the siege. The undeterred Genoese had divided their ships into 15 previously delegated galleys, which approached the end of the Lena River and the Great Mosque district, where they could disembark and attempt to provoke the Muslim garrison into open battle. One of the ships, led by Ansaldo Doria, had to use fire signals to communicate with a second advance party, numbering 25 galleys, which was hidden near the delta of the Andarix River. With successful actions, the Genoese advance party was meant to allow the rest of the fleet to arrive and begin a proper siege. The attack on Almeria began when the first group of Genoese ships approached the Great Mosque, disembarking and spreading terror in Almeria's outskirts. Initially, the Muslim defenders were very skeptical about facing a numerically superior fleet and intended not to use their forces. That is why the Almerians had deployed scouts in order to check for any other Christian fleet approaching. The Genoese signal ship had to hide on the shore and resort to flag signaling in order to maintain communication between the ships. Not seeing any ship, the Muslim patrols were convinced that it was nothing more than a small Genoese raiding force. The Almerians decided to sally out with 1,400 warriors descending on the attackers. After the initial fight, the Genoese squadrons began to retreat towards their ships, allowing the Muslim forces to distance themselves from the walls. Seeing this opportunity, the signal ship issued a message to the second squadron, springing the trap and allowing Muslim forces to catch them off guard. In a fierce fight under the galleys, the Genoese managed to push back the Almerians. By gaining a foothold in the western part of the city, the fleet was now able to approach. From the remaining fleet, a vanguard made up of 12 galleys was selected to set sail before the arsenal of Almeria, thus directly blocking the harbour, while the Catalan and Barcelonan warships with Count Ramon landed at other parts of Almeria's outskirts. Gradually becoming trapped, the Almerians decided to yet again make a sally out near the mosque, this time with the entire garrison. Heavy fighting ensued between the Genoese and the Almerians. It was only by the intervention of 12 galleys blocking the arsenal that the Muslims were yet again pushed back behind the walls. Cafaro recalls that reportedly 5,000 Muslim defenders were slain during the attack, though according to historian Joseph O'Callaghan, such a casualty rate would be very unlikely. Victorious, the Genoese army set up camp at the River Lena. Despite another attack by the Almerians, the Italians stood their ground and began to deploy catapults, siege towers, and other siege engines. It was at this point that Castilian forces with King Alfonso arrived from the north with additional siege equipment, completely cutting off Almeria from Al-Andalus. Intending to block their preparations, the Muslims attempted to raid and destroy Genoese equipment, but to no avail. After 7 weeks of siege, the towers made it through, reaching the walls of Almeria. In a matter of minutes, the Genoese knights and militia rushed to the walls, engaging in melee combat. 2 towers were destroyed. Simultaneously, after bombardment of Castilian catapults, an 18-yard section of the wall fell down, paving the way for a direct Christian assault. On October 17, 1147, the panicked Almerians sent envoys to King Alfonso VII. According to Cafaro, the Muslims offered 100,000 dinars for him to lift the siege. Whether the Spanish emperor received such an offer is debatable, but we can be certain that the exclusion of the Genoese during the talks led them to anger. The consuls sent a counteroffer inviting the king to refuse. In the meantime, they secretly prepared to capture Almeria by surprise. To increase discipline, their forces were divided into 12 companies with 12 standards, each numbering 1,000 men. During the night, the Genoese quietly moved under the walls. At a given trumpet signal, the Genoese poured through the wall gap. The Almerian citizens were completely unprepared for an attack during the peace talks, and could do little but escape to the citadel. Except for the lucky few who managed to reach the citadel, Cafaro reports that over 20,000 men were slaughtered under its walls, and the remaining 10,000 were sold as slaves back to Genoa. Not wanting to let their guard down, the Genoese quickly besieged the citadel as well. After 4 days of attacks and dwindling rations, the Almerians decided to surrender the citadel. As a punishment, the Almerians had to pay for their freedom with 30,000 maravedis, and by surrendering the city to King Alfonso, while 60,000 maravedis were given to the Genoese, with a third of the city in their possession. To honour this obligation, Consul Otto de Buovellano, with 1,000 men, had to guard the city throughout the transition process. As the transition was finished, the rest of the consuls gave Otto personal control of the harbour for 30 years, in exchange for tribute for 15 years and a half share of the revenue for another 15 years, and reduced the garrison to 300 men. This allowed Alfonso to control the city, while the Genoese now had a favourable trade position on the Iberian Peninsula. To fulfill their obligation to Count Ramon Berenguer IV, the Genoese fleet sailed with the Catalan fleet back to Barcelona, in order to resupply for the winter and build siege machinery. Around the same time, a meeting took place between Alfonso VII and Ramon Berenguer at Almazan, during which a plan was made to attack Jaén. During the talks, it became clear that each ruler shared a different view on the Reconquista. Count Ramon opted for weakening Zaragoza and the remaining Muslim holdings in eastern Iberia, while Alfonso VII preferred further southern expansion at the expense of the collapsing Almoravid state. As the talks went on, it became clear that Alfonso's vision would be the most prominent one. However, at this point, the Almohads were already gaining a foothold in Al-Andalus. Beginning from 1146, the Almohad leaders crossed the Pillars of Hercules, taking Baras Jerez, Badallo, Beja, and soon most of the southern Iberian coastline was under their control. Going further, the Almohads used the precarious situation of former Almoravid governor Ibn Ghania to relinquish Córdoba in exchange for protection and keeping Jaén as their vassals. The siege of Jaén itself proved to be a costly venture for Alfonso, and with mounting casualties, it became clear that expansion in the southern direction was becoming increasingly difficult. After a failed campaign at Jaén, Alfonso gave the green light to Ramon's plan. Furthermore, some of the Anglo-Norman Crusaders continued their journey after the capture of Lisbon and decided to join Ramon's expedition. On the 28th of June 1148, the Genoese and Catalan forces reached the mouth of the river Ebro. It took only 4 days before the Crusader army could arrive before the walls of Tortosa. The army consisted of forces from Barcelona, led by Ramon Berenguer IV, as well as Alfonso's other vassals, who Alfonso had ordered to support Ramon's fight. It consisted of a number of contingents, including those of William VI, Count Montpellier, Ermengarde, the Viscountess of Narbonne, and the Knights of Toulouse, with clerical figures like Bernard Tort, Archbishop of Tarragona, the bishops of Barcelona, Girona and Vic, Nicholas Breakspear, Abbot of St. Rufus and Berenguer, the Abbot of La Grasse, together with the Knights Hospitallers, and the supporting forces that accompanied the army were the previously mentioned Genoese fleet and a smaller Anglo-Norman contingent. On July 4th, 1148, the Crusaders deployed their army. The Count of Montpellier took position at Mount Bagnera, located west of the citadel. The northern side of the city was given to the Anglo-Normans and the military orders. The main part of the army, stationed at the lower city, consisted of Ramon Berenguer IV's forces and the Genoese army. After all groups managed to set up their positions, a huge number of the Genoese soldiers, being confident after their success at Almeria, decided they didn't want a joint assault, wanting to determine their valour in battle. Their attack proved to be a disaster. Many Genoese were either killed or wounded. Humiliated, the Genoese consuls had to force their army to take an oath, swearing to never go to battle without orders. As soon as the Genoese army rallied once again, Count Ramon proposed the idea of a joint attack. Catapults and siege towers were deployed, and after fierce resistance from Tortosa's defenders, one of the siege towers broke through the walls near the mosque. Simultaneously, another siege tower had successfully reached the western section of the walls near the citadel. The Crusaders' cheerful voices clashed with the dread of the Muslim defenders, after which a desperate melee soon followed. After intense fighting, the defenders realized they were outnumbered and retreated to the citadel. This proved to be a challenge for the Crusaders, as Tortosa's citadel was 140 feet wide and 105 feet deep. At first, doubts began to circulate between the Iberians and Crusaders about whether it was possible to assault such an obstacle. The financial situation of Count Ramon also proved problematic, as the costs of maintaining a siege skyrocketed for the Count of Barcelona, during which he even had to disband some of his knights and men and send them home. It was at this point that the Crusaders tried to cover the ditch by using rocks, earth and timber from the local area. When the attackers covered 2/3 of the ditch, the Genoese had finally deployed a siege tower mounting over 300 men. As the tower gradually began to reach the walls of Tortosa, the defenders began to bombard the tower using catapults and other missiles. Despite being damaged, the Genoese managed to repair it and move it forward. Even more worryingly for Tortosa, King Alfonso managed to capture the town of Esco, thus cutting off any potential help for the besieged city. Out of hope and ammunition, the Muslims surrendered, and on the 30th of December 1148, Tortosa became a possession of Count Raymond. The remaining Muslims were expelled unharmed, and the city was settled by some of the Aragonese, Anglo-Norman, French and Flemish Crusaders, while the Genoese returned to their home city as victors. The capture of Tortosa had opened up inland expansion for Barcelona, Aragon and Catalonia. Not intending to lose the momentum and lose the potential of the Crusader army at his side, Count Ramon Berenguer IV also decided to capture the city of Lerida, located 56 miles northwest of Tortosa. His army could also count on his vassals and allied contingents of the Count of Urgel, Viscount of Bern, Lord of Huesca, the Catalan Templar Knights, and the Abbot of St. Rufus. In April 1149, the Count of Barcelona first intended to block any potential routes for a relief force, capturing the smaller strategic surrounding towns of Fraga and Mequinenza. Lacking supplies or reinforcements, they were starved out, and in a matter of 6 months, both towns surrendered. Lerida followed suit. The capture of Tortosa and Lerida allowed Count Ramon to gain control of the Ebro Valley, forever blocking the Muslims from further expansion to the north. The capture of Almeria, Tortosa and Lerida, though, did not bring any short-term gains. In a matter of years, the Almohads had gained the initiative in the Iberian Peninsula, which only intensified after the death of King Alfonso VII in 1157. However, its lasting political and cultural impact was significant. The successful campaigns of Count Ramon IV Berenguer marked a consolidation of power that would turn the County of Barcelona, Catalonia and Aragon into a single centralized Kingdom of Aragon. Furthermore, until the Second Crusade, the Christians in Iberia could mainly rely on papal endorsement. The Divina Dispensatione and its use by the kingdoms of Castile and the Catalans achieved a significant development of the crusading movement, turning the process of reconquering the lands of Al-Andalus from private ventures aided by Christian Europe into an active crusading frontier. Just about a month after Conrad's departure, King Louis was finally ready to follow the cross. Leaving the Kingdom of France in the hands of Abbot Suger, King Louis marched through the territory of the neighbouring Holy Roman Empire. Despite some tension and minor rioting while passing through Germany, Louis VII's forces soon reached the city of Ratisbon in good order. There, the Byzantine emissaries asked Louis about his intentions, demanding an oath of non-injury on Roman territory, as well as a second oath stating any towns the Franks conquered in the Holy Land could be pillaged but not held. In exchange, the emperor promised the French a steady stream of supplies and further assistance if needed. The French were not eager to accept these terms, and one participant of the crusade, named Odo of Duil, even stated that the emperor's delegates threatened to burn all the supplies prepared for the Franks if they would not comply. Though reluctant, the French nobles were persuaded by their King Louis to accept both oaths. Satisfied, the Byzantine emissary left Ratisbon. From then on, the journey through Germany came with relative ease. By following Conrad's route, King Louis VII marched from Ratisbon to Passau, and from there, the French entered the Kingdom of Hungary from the town of Klosterneuburg. The Hungarian king, Gesa II, who had no previous quarrels with the French, intended to use Louis's march to improve the relations between the two monarchies. That is why, in stark contrast to Conrad's march, Gesa eagerly accompanied the young Louis on his journey through his territory. However, during the kind exchanges and lavish feasts, Gesa found out that Boris, a rival claimant to his throne, had used the march of the French host as a distraction to slip back into Hungary in disguise and overthrow his rival. Angered, Gesa demanded that Louis VII hand over the usurper in exchange for an alliance and more gifts. Unimpressed, Louis denied this offer. Thus, by dawn, the King of Hungary packed his camp and retreated into the Carpathians, allowing the French to continue their journey. After 15 days of travel, the Crusaders finally reached the Byzantine border at Braničevo. The French army moved through the cities of Belgrade, Nish Sofia and Philippopolis without an issue. This was done mainly in part due to the presence of the emperor's brother, Michael Brannus, who took care of the Franks' needs. Such a figure was necessary for the march to succeed, mainly because of the Greek populace, having already been antagonized by the German Crusaders, were not very keen on helping the Franks. When the French army reached Adrianople, the Franco-Byzantine relations began to sour. There, the imperial delegates suggested that King Louis should take the route through the Hellespont. Just like Conrad III, Louis VII refused Manuel's advice, stating that he wished to come to Constantinople and talk with the emperor directly, which the emperor refused to do. Nevertheless, the French reached Constantinople on the 4th of October 1147, taking quarters outside the city while Louis was stationed in the Palace of Philippatium. Only the king and royal retinue were allowed to enter the capital, while the rest of the army stayed outside the city walls. Separated from their king and starving due to price gouging by the local merchants, relationships between the Franks and the local Greeks deteriorated further. To add insult to injury, the Crusaders found out that the Byzantine emperor had signed a truce with the Seljuks of Rum, which was interpreted by many as a betrayal to Christendom. Around the same time the Crusaders entered Byzantine territory, King Roger II of Sicily declared war on the Eastern Roman Empire. His renowned general, George of Antioch, captured the island of Corfu and inflicted raids on Epirus, Peloponnesus, Evia, and Greek cities like Athens, Corinth, and Thebes. Unfortunately, the attack came at exactly the same part of the Adriatic coastline from which the Savoy and Montferrat contingents of the Crusader army were meant to arrive. This led the Byzantines to fear the possibility that the French Crusader host might link up with Roger II and jointly besiege Constantinople. These worries and accusations weren't baseless either. For days, the Franks had to sit idly under the Theodosian walls, separated from their king and angry at the Byzantines' semi-hospitality. Soon their army began to divide. Some of the clergy and nobles, like the Bishop of Langres, Godefroy, accused the Greeks of heresy and treason, proposing to join Roger II and capture Constantinople instead of going to the Holy Land. However, these orations were opposed by the papal delegates and most notably Royal Chancellor Bartholomew. Meanwhile, King Louis VII, together with his wife Eleanor of Aquitaine, enjoyed the marvels of the Second Rome, which the king later fondly recalled in his letters to Abbot Suger in France. Despite having tried to avoid hosting Louis, Emperor Manuel prepared a warm welcome for the French ruler with lavish feasts, touring the king through holy sites inside the city, and even jointly celebrating the festival of Saint-Denis, the holy patron of France. Despite taking great care of the French king, Emperor Manuel still wanted Louis to cross the Bosphorus as soon as possible, fearing a possible attack from the west. King Louis, however, reassured Manuel that he had no desire to conspire with King Roger. Partially satisfied, Manuel then asked Louis for an alliance against Roger, but the French king declined. Thus, Manuel tried to usher the French by shortening food markets. However, it was only when the Savoy and Montferrat contingents reached Constantinople that the French army began preparations to cross into Anatolia. To further speed things along, the Byzantines spread rumors about the German contingent of Conrad III having won multiple victories against the Seljuks, capturing Iconium and moving straight to the Holy Land. This only motivated the French king and his troops not to get left behind. Eventually, the French Crusader army was ready, and in the first days of November 1147, the Byzantine fleet transported King Louis across the Bosphorus. The moment the French reached Nicaea, they were greeted by Frederick, the Duke of Swabia, who would later be known as Frederick Barbarossa. Frederick delivered the grim news to King Louis. The German army of Conrad III, probably much larger than the French host, had been nearly annihilated at the Second Battle of Dorylaeum. King Conrad III was heavily wounded and, left with only 10% of his initial force, had retreated all the way to Nicaea, where he awaited French assistance. Moreover, the other German force, led by Bishop Otto von Freising, mostly consisting of pilgrims and attendants, had been ambushed by the Seljuks at Philadelphia. Soon, Conrad's highly reduced German army linked up with Louis's French host, and they went on the move. While marching through Adramyttium, Pergamon, and Smyrna, the Byzantine delegates warned the Crusaders about a Seljuk army being assembled. The Greek emissaries also advised caution, inviting the pilgrims behind the walls of the closest Byzantine towns. Undeterred, King Louis decided to march further, reaching Ephesus in mid-December of 1147. There, Conrad's injuries proved to be more severe than the King of Germany initially anticipated. When the news reached Emperor Manuel, he decided to take care of Conrad's health, inviting him and his men back to Constantinople, deeming that the depleted German forces were no longer a threat to his city. Having been left by the Germans, the French continued their march southward until reaching the valley of the Meander River. It was there that the French Crusaders tasted combat for the first time. While Louis VII and his advisors moved to the valley, they tried to find the most suitable river crossing for the army. Then, two bands of Turkoman raiders appeared on the horizon. one on the other side of the river and the second on the hilltops surrounding the valley. Despite having successfully sprung an ambush, the Seljuks' decision to directly charge into the French host and fight them head-on proved to be a grave error. The Meander Valley was large and flat, providing the heavy French knights with enough terrain to countercharge the enemy successfully. Dealing a successful blow, the French counts in the vanguard managed to break through the enemy line and forced the Seljuks into flight. On the other side of the battle, the Seljuks lost their momentum, and with Louis present among knights and soldiers, the high morale allowed the French to push back the Turkish flanking force all the way to the upper hills. Reveling in their victory, the French army decided to continue their march eastward to the harbour of Antalya, modern-day Antalya. In order to avoid the mistake of their German counterparts, Louis would not risk marching directly through Seljuk territory. Instead, by moving along the Mediterranean coastline, the king could still rely on official assistance from the Byzantines. However, the French Crusaders soon realized that the further they moved east, the less support they could get from the local Byzantines. When the Crusaders reached the town of Laodicea, the place was found deserted and emptied of supplies. Thus, in order to reach Antalya faster, the Crusaders had to go through the Kazikbeli Pass, surrounding the formidable Mount Cadmus. The passage of Kazikbeli was extremely narrow for baggage trains. Moreover, its surrounding slopes were covered in white, rocky terrain on which a greater host could easily disperse. When the Crusader army reached Mount Cadmus, the marching column began to stretch thin, with the centre lengthened up to 10 kilometers straight. During the dangerous and exhausting crossing, the leaders of the vanguard, Geoffrey Rancourt and Amadeus of Savoy, failed to secure the Kazikbeli Pass, and against orders rushed ahead to the valley below, setting camp for the night. On the other side of the slope, the rearguard couldn't control the entire baggage column, which meant that the French centre, containing its baggage train, was exposed. Unbeknownst to the Franks, they were not the only ones present on the mountain. Using the gap in the French supply line, the Seljuks poured out of the steep passes and attacked the Frankish centre mercilessly. Having few knights or footmen to defend the passage, the Turks broke through the Crusaders' defences, killing all that dared to oppose them. The majority of the Frankish centre was not comprised of soldiers, but civilian pilgrims, who now dispersed across the valley or tried to rush through the narrow pass. This blocked the passes, cutting off the Crusaders, and resulting in the potential Seljuk extermination of the entire Frankish centre. Seeing this, Otto of Doile desperately rushed to King Louis, positioned at the column's rear, and begged him for reinforcements. Rocketing into action, the king rushed forward to protect the baggage train. He arrived too late, finding the baggage had already been plundered and the pilgrims stuck in the passage, trying to avoid the Seljuks' wrath. Focusing on defending the civilians, Louis and his knights threw themselves into combat with the Turkomans. However, the rocky terrain denied the French an opportunity for a frontal charge and forced them into a confusing melee in high terrain, where individual Frankish or Muslim parties fought scattered sorties. In the midst of the fighting, the king lost his horse and was separated from his men. Surrounded by the Turks, Louis climbed over the nearest rock, covering himself with a shield and fighting for his life. The king wore armour that resembled most of his nobles, so it took a long time for his knights to realise that their monarch was in peril. After saving their ruler from certain death, the Crusaders forced most of the Seljuk groups to flee. Despite securing the passage for the pilgrims, the battle at Mount Cadmus proved to be a disaster for the Franks. Their baggage train was looted, and many of the French knights and pilgrims had been killed. Hungry and demoralized, the French main host finally managed to cross the pass and rejoin with its vanguard. Blaming Geoffrey of Rancourt for the defeat at Mount Cadmus, Louis VII ordered Geoffrey to return home in shame. Seeing a significant morale drop in his army, King Louis publicly swore an oath of trust before the Templar Knights, putting them in charge of the military affairs of the crusade. In a political move that was unheard of at the time, the king effectively gave up the military command of the army into the hands of the Templars. The Knights of the Temple immediately put their knowledge and expertise into action, issuing orders that no man or woman could abandon the column regardless of circumstances. From now on, they would rely primarily on infantry and missile troops remaining behind the battle line to fend off any Turkoman attacks. The remaining Frankish horsemen in the army were meant to be used as a flanking force, but were strictly forbidden to pursue the enemy. Any disobedience was severely punished regardless of status or birth. The Templar assistance proved key for the Crusade's success, as the army managed to cross 3 rivers without any issue, and even repel attacks. Thus, the Frankish army successfully reached the city of Antalya on January 20th, 1148. Upon reaching Italia by February of 1148, King Louis awaited the Byzantine naval support that would transport his army to the Principality of Antioch. Unfortunately for the king, the stark reality of logistics and local politics proved to be very challenging for the Crusaders. The local governor didn't have enough ships to transport the large French army. Meanwhile, Italia's countryside was heavily devastated due to Turkic raids. Although the city belonged to the Byzantines, its governor had forged some sort of pact with the local Seljuks in the interest of protecting his citizens. This meant that the Byzantine governor often had to choose between aiding the Crusaders or feeding his people. Furthermore, the French host was too enormous to be housed inside the city. Thus, most of the Crusaders were forced to camp under the city wall, where they were easily exposed to attacks by the Turks. Not surprisingly, the Seljuks used hit-and-run tactics on the pilgrims who were denied entry into Italia. Realizing that waiting for proper naval support was futile, Louis VII decided to continue the march using the land route to Antioch through Cilicia. Although Louis's plan had merit, many of his nobles feared another Mount Cadmus, so they came up with a plan of using any Byzantine naval assistance they could hope to acquire to take the sea route, from where they'd act as a supply line to the king's landward force. Thus, the Crusader army split, and the landward Crusaders safely reached Antioch by marching through Cilicia. King Louis himself travelled by ship and arrived at Saint-Simeon harbour on the 19th of March 1148. Prepared for the Crusaders' arrival, the Prince of Antioch, Raymond of Poitiers, received the French pilgrims with great splendour, inviting them to his capital. Meanwhile, the remaining part of Louis's army had successfully managed to enter the Principality of Antioch through the Cilician land route, rejoining with Louis in Antioch. Though his army had been battered on its journey through Anatolia, it was still a large enough force to shift the balance of power in the Levant. Having now reached the lands of the Outremer, King Louis was faced with a difficult choice. Because the papal call for the Second Crusade did not specifically mention the recovery of Edessa, it was up to the European king to decide where to aid the Eastern Franks. This resulted in each Latin state competing for the Crusaders' assistance in order to expand their own territories. Unsurprisingly, it didn't take long before the Prince of Antioch asked Louis for help, imploring the French Crusaders to support him in his plans to conquer Aleppo and Shaizar from Nur ad-Din. Sadly for Raymond, Louis VII had another vision for the crusade, deciding to visit Jerusalem and see the Holy Sepulchre instead. However, before he could depart, Louis's plan was opposed by Queen Eleanor. Through the use of his family ties to Aquitaine, Raymond had convinced Eleanor that an alliance with Antioch and the capture of two strategic citadels might neutralize the Zengid threat, and more importantly, stabilize the Syrian frontier after the loss of Edessa. These opposing visions for the crusade were also fueled by personal differences between Louis and Eleanor. Louis was known for his piety and emotional distance, while Eleanor was known as an open, hot-tempered and energetic woman. Finding it easier to communicate with Raymond than with her own husband, Eleanor began to distance herself from Louis, spending time with the Prince of Antioch instead. Before long, Eleanor's disobedience and Raymond's influence over his wife started to anger Louis. As a result, rumours began to circulate about a passionate romance between the Queen and the Prince, only souring the relations between the French royal couple. The tensions between Louis and Aquitaine's supposed lovers were only exacerbated when the Patriarch of Jerusalem, Fulk, arrived in Antioch, urging Louis to visit Jerusalem. Fulk also informed Louis that German King Conrad III just landed in Acre the previous week and was already on his way to the Holy City. Not wanting to feel left behind, Louis decided to move south, leaving Raymond on his own and Antioch to fend for itself. Eleanor, however, refused to leave, insisting that her husband stay in Antioch under the threat of divorce. It was only by force that the French king dragged the Queen alongside him, after which both sides became separate from one another, already preparing for divorce. Word of Eleanor's actions spread not only in the Outremer, but even in France, where the royal steward, Abbot Suger, insisted that both sides should hide their grudges for the sake of the expedition. But the damage had already been done, and it was only a matter of time before this quarrel would change the history of France forever. Louis's falling out with Eleanor weakened his pious image as a crusading monarch, with important retainers like Count Thierry of Flanders and Bishop Arnulf of Lisieux beginning to argue in favour of returning to Europe, citing how King Louis was yet again running out of money and supplies. Another problem arose while the French Crusaders were marching south. During the journey, the 45-year-old Count of Toulouse, Alfonso Jourdan, died under unexpected circumstances. This too was a major loss to the French morale, as Alfonso Jourdan was the grandson of Count Raymond IV, one of the First Crusade's most prominent leaders and the founder of the County of Tripoli. Alfonso's corpse was barely cold before his bastard son, Bertrand, accused Tripoli's current Count, Raymond II, of poisoning his father. Bertrand convinced many knights of Toulouse to demand justice for Alfonso Jourdan by overthrowing the Tripolitan Count. Bertrand's decision to avenge his stepfather led to a decline in discipline among the French host. To make matters worse, Raymond II saw Louis's unwillingness to restrain Bertrand and decided to withdraw Tripoli's support from the crusade. As the contingents of Flanders and Toulouse were among the largest in the French army, both of these instances only deteriorated Louis's position. While Louis struggled through Anatolia, Syria and Lebanon, the German king Conrad rested in Constantinople, where he made a full recovery from his wounds. Not wanting to lose an ally against King Roger II of Sicily, Byzantine Emperor Manuel Komnenos gave King Conrad III all the necessary supplies, horses, and new military equipment he needed. The Emperor of the Romans even allowed Conrad to recruit a combination of European volunteers and Frankish mercenaries in Greek service to aid the Germans in their quest. Even more generously, Manuel used his fleet to transport the German crusaders all the way to the Holy Land. Upon landing in Acre in the middle of April 1148, Conrad was greeted with great splendor, after which he moved to Jerusalem, being the first of the two kings to reach the Holy City. After being welcomed by Queen Melisende and King Baldwin III, the German king visited the holy sites and even turned the Temple on the Mount into his quarters. It is very likely that during his stay, he managed to promote and stylize himself as the Crusade's main leader. When King Louis arrived in Jerusalem, he was given the same royal greeting that his German counterpart had received. With both the French and Germans now having reached Jerusalem, the kings Conrad III, Louis VII and Baldwin III now had to decide on their next possible move. Naturally, this could not be done without acknowledging the need for cooperation between European rulers and the local expertise of the Latins from Jerusalem. Thus, on the 24th of June 1148, all the kings assembled at Palmyra near Acre, after which a great council took place in which the future of the Outremer was discussed. During these talks, it became clear that none of the parties were interested in aiding the Crusader States in northern Syria. Having no obligation to recover Edessa, the council decided that the city was too devastated and remote to retake, basically condemning Joscelin II and the remnants of Edessa County to failure. The Principality of Antioch was also put out of the picture for various reasons. Louis had personal motives to reject Raymond's plans of campaigning against Aleppo and Shaizar. The German king also did not intend to help Antioch's expansion, as it would inevitably motivate Raymond to free himself from Byzantine overlordship, which could ruin the German king's alliance with Constantinople. The Kingdom of Jerusalem, for its part, was more concerned with its own interests than the interests of the other Outremer states. As a result, only two potential targets remained: the Fatimid city of Ascalon and the city of Damascus, the latter of which became the Crusade's new direction. Relying on Latins as their guides, the European kings were convinced and decided to head for Damascus. Their confidence in an easy siege was so enormous that the Crusaders didn't even prepare any siege equipment, which would later prove to be problematic. There was the unresolved issue of who Damascus would be handed to once the city was captured. While King Baldwin III had appointed his vassal, Guy Brisbard, Lord of Beirut, as the future ruler of the city, William of Tyre states that Kings Louis VII and Conrad III favoured Count Thierry of Flanders. Nonetheless, all the parties agreed to march on Damascus, and having assembled their hosts at Tiberias with the relic of the True Cross in the summer of 1148, the bolstered crusading army began its march through Banyas towards the city of Damascus. Soon, the ruler of Damascus, Mu'in ad-Din Nur, began to receive reports of a large Frankish army approaching his city. Knowing full well that the city wouldn't withstand such a large host on its own, he began to prepare Damascus's defenses and, more importantly, called for any possible reinforcements he could find. These included local Bedouin tribes and, most importantly, the Zengids. Saif ad-Din and Nur ad-Din received Anur's messages and began assembling their armies, prompting a jihad in defense of the once mighty Umayyad city. The Crusaders marched through Huran without encountering any resistance. Their numbers are debatable, but the most probable number is 50,000 troops in total. After a short journey, the armies of Christendom reached the town of Kiswa, just around 20 kilometers southwest of the city, where they made their first encampment. From there, the crusading army could see its target. The city of Damascus was prominent in the Muslim world. Despite this being the case, its city walls were not as strong as many might have believed. Instead, Damascus's main defenses were its suburbs, most notably its vast orchards around the city. Together, they formed a dense forest composed of narrow passes that would not suit a major army to cross, especially one not familiar with its surroundings. Among these orchards, the Damascenes had built rescue towers for farmers and potential strongpoints from which to mount resistance behind enemy troops. The southwestern road met with the Barada River, which supplied the city with water. On the 24th of July 1148, the Frankish army crossed the river directly to approach the city from its western side. Meanwhile, Anur urged caution from behind the walls of Damascus and ordered his citizens to wait for more reinforcements to arrive. This was met with anger from the Adath, the local Damascene militia, who didn't want their orchards to be destroyed. The Damascene force left the city and began to mount defences on the northern riverbank, deploying horse archers, melee infantry, and even a few ballistae. The Frankish army arrived on Damascus's outskirts in a marching column, prepared to face the standard hit-and-run tactics of Turkic horsemen. King Baldwin led the vanguard, while King Louis commanded the centre. The Germans placed themselves in the rearguard, in case they needed to counter any possible attacks from the enemy. When they heard that the main defenders concentrated around the bridge at Barada, they moved through the main road until they met the enemy at the crossing. The French and Jerusalem hosts formed their lines along the river and tried to charge through the bridge. A desperate melee ensued, but the Muslims' intense missile fire soon began driving back the Christian advance. Seeing this, King Conrad III sent his infantry to bolster the Crusader attack, while he led his knights to the upper tide of the river. There, he managed to find a moat small enough to slip over with his men, riding along the river to position himself on the enemy's right flank. Then, according to William of Tyre, Conrad ordered his knights to dismount and fight on foot, with just their shields and swords, which was reportedly their preferred style of fighting. So it was that the German knights charged down on the enemy's right flank. At first, the Damascenes put up heavy resistance. The Crusaders' two-sided charge began to lose momentum at some point, and it seemed that everything was lost. However, in the midst of the fighting, Conrad spotted a revered Damascene warrior and challenged him to single combat, from which the German king emerged victorious. This shifted morale heavily in the Crusaders' favour, forcing the Damascene militia to retreat behind the city walls. Though victorious in their first struggle, the Crusaders now had to focus on the proper siege. To that end, the Franks decided to build a second camp, which they surrounded with stakes gathered from orchard trees next to the western gate. Beaten down, the citizens of Damascus began to lose all hope, and even attempted to build barricades inside the city. If Anur had not eased the tensions, the city might have surrendered to the Franks. Despite the successful initial phase of the siege, the crusading forces also encountered some problems. First of these were logistical issues caused by the locals using orchards as a staging ground for guerrilla warfare and hindering Latin supply lines and foraging parties. This factor only emboldened the citizens of Damascus, who began to sally out from the city with increasing frequency to make hit-and-run strikes on the besiegers. With more reinforcements still pouring into the city, the defenders' confidence grew with each passing day. Another issue stemmed from the growing pressure of Zengi aid. Without siege machinery, the Latins didn't possess the means to end the siege before these key allies of Damascus arrived. Indeed, it was soon reported that the Zengid brothers were already at Homs, just a week away from Damascus. Convinced that the arrival of Saif ad-Din and Nur ad-Din was imminent, the European kings sought a quick means for Damascus's capture. Both medieval sources and modern historians are conflicted on what happened next, but it is most likely that the Crusader kings followed the Levantine Franks' advice to move from the western to the eastern part of the suburbs, where the walls were thinner and the area was more wide open. However, after a brief reconnaissance made by the Bishop of Langres, it became clear that the place lacked any water supply. After tense discussions and growing pressure, the Christian army decided to move east around the city through the southern wall. Unfortunately for the three kings, problems began to arise as soon as the Latins left the camp. The passages through the southern orchards proved difficult, with some of the Frankish contingents falling for Damascene guerrilla tactics along the way. Those who managed to reach the eastern side of the city on the 27th of July soon realized that despite its weaker walls, the Damascene defenders didn't intend to back down from their relentless attack. Constant Muslim raids and water shortages quickly became the sad new reality for the Crusaders. This only intensified as the fear of the Zengids' imminent arrival resulted in quarrels between the Crusaders and the Latins. These quarrels were intensified when the French and German kings' plans to appoint Count Thierry of Flanders as the future ruler of Damascus were leaked. This displeased the Eastern Franks greatly and compelled the Jerusalem contingent to begin talks with Anur, negotiating with him to lift the siege in exchange for tribute. This in turn prompted the European kings to accuse the Outremer's of treachery. However, with the prospect of taking Damascus becoming more and more unrealistic, King Conrad announced the retreat to Jerusalem. Not wanting to be left out, Louis followed suit, leading to the entire Christian army's overall withdrawal. Anur promised to let the Christian armies leave Damascus unmolested. However, the ruler of Damascus didn't promise to leave them unscathed. Seljuk horsemen harassed the Christian army all the way to Tiberias, with many being cut down by the Muslims. The failure to capture Damascus proved to be fatal for the crusade. After the retreat, King Conrad attempted to regroup and attack Ascalon. However, the mood was sour, and after no one else showed up for 8 days after the proposed date, King Conrad decided to leave the Kingdom of Jerusalem and begin the return journey by sea, landing in the Byzantine city of Thessaloniki, where he met Emperor Manuel, tightening their friendship and discussing plans to attack the unruly Kingdom of Sicily. Unlike Conrad, King Louis decided to stay in Jerusalem until Easter of 1149, before planning his departure. Angered by the Greeks and Eastern Franks, the French king decided to ask the Sicilian king Roger II for safe ship transport. Having travelled on separate ships, the French royal couple set sail from Acre, heading back for France. However, Louis's travel plans proved to be quite risky. The conflict between King Roger II of Sicily and the Byzantine Emperor Manuel still raged on the Aegean and Adriatic seas. As the French king was relying on Norman assistance, he was exposing himself to potential Byzantine attacks. It did not take long before the Franco-Norman fleet was spotted by the Byzantine fleet that was anchored near Cape Malleus. The Byzantine warships moved quickly, easily boarding the slow-moving transport ships. In the midst of the attack, King Louis managed to escape with his ship to Calabria, leaving his wife and his household to be captured by the Byzantines. Queen Eleanor was transferred to Constantinople as a hostage, but was rescued by the Norman fleet that operated on the Aegean Sea. The French queen eventually reached the Kingdom of Sicily and reunited with her husband in Basilicata. The French royal couple met King Roger II of Sicily with great enthusiasm. Feasting in Potenza, Louis confirmed Roger's royal title as King of Sicily, discussing a common anti-Greek alliance, and expressing willingness to launch another crusade, this time jointly attacking Constantinople itself. Leaving Sicily, the couple stayed in Rome, where they met with Pope Eugenius and tried to persuade him to launch another crusade. Although initially eager for the next crusade, the Pope's enthusiasm was dimmed when he noticed the disunity between Louis and Eleanor. After some failed attempts to reconcile the couple, the Pope gave up on the idea, resulting in his abandonment of the project and confirmation of the Great Royal Divorce of 1152. Another authority figure humiliated by the outcome of the crusade was Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, who, together with King Louis, blamed the Greeks for the crusade's defeat. Saint Bernard attempted to aid the French ruler in calling for another crusade. However, his efforts were ultimately fruitless. The European elite was simply too disappointed and exhausted from the failure of such an enormous undertaking, and they were distrustful of the Byzantines and Eastern Franks. Moreover, the German king was allied with the Byzantines and opposed this idea, even threatening war with France to prevent its follow-through. Thus, the potential next campaign in the Holy Land had died down. solidifying the Second Crusade in the Levant as a failed endeavour, which had resulted in deteriorating relations between Catholic Europe, the Byzantine Empire, and the Crusader States. The true winners of the Second Crusade in Syria were the Zengids, especially Nur ad-Din. The departure of Louis VII and Conrad III marked a major power shift in the Levant, leaving the growing Zengid power unchallenged. However, much to Nur ad-Din's surprise, the first opportunity to strike did not come from his actions, but one of the Latin Franks in the Outremer. As King Louis departed from the Holy Land, a civil war broke out in the county of Tripoli. One of King Louis's vassals, by the name of Bertrand, still blamed Count Raymond for the death of his father, Alfonso Jourdan. While pretending to return home, Bertrand postponed his departure, buying himself enough time to gather supporters from the French king's returning host. In August 1148, Bertrand launched a surprise attack on the Tripolitan garrison at Arima, seizing the castle and threatening Tripoli directly. Shocked by this turn of events, Raymond asked his neighbours for help, but due to the failure at Damascus, the Latin elite was not eager to assist him. In desperation, the Tripolitan count asked Nur ad-Din for assistance. Much to everybody's surprise, the Lord of Aleppo agreed. Marching from his city, Nur ad-Din met with his Damascene ally Onur at Baalbek, after which they jointly besieged and burned Arima. Bertrand and his family were taken prisoner and carted to Aleppo, where they spent 12 years in captivity. Nur ad-Din's triumph in Tripoli helped him realize that the remaining Crusader states were practically defenseless without the support of Jerusalem or the kingdoms of Europe. This meant that there was practically no one to save the Latin states, which was why Nur ad-Din decided to embark on a rampage across the northern Outremer. The only person capable of confronting Nur ad-Din's advance was the Prince of Antioch, Raymond of Poitiers. Having received no aid from crusading monarchs and Jerusalem, Raymond was left on his own. The only help the Antiochian prince could find came from the famous Nizari assassins, who, after being exiled from Damascus, had found shelter in the fortress of Masyaf. Their leader, Ali ibn Watha, was aware of Nur ad-Din's expansion. As the leader of a militant sect of Shia Islam, he decided to fight against the Sunni Islam leader by allying himself with Raymond. However, even with the support of the valiant assassins, Raymond's forces were meagre when compared to Nur ad-Din's alliance with Damascus and the Seljuks of Anatolia. The first blow against Antioch came not from Nur ad-Din himself, but from his Anatolian allies. Sensing the weakness of the Latins, Sultan Masud of the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum signed a truce with the Byzantines, with the aim of seizing the Antiochian town of Marash, for which he asked Nur ad-Din to create a diversion. Using this as an excuse, the Emir of Aleppo invaded the territory of Antioch, planning to block Raymond from relieving the Seljuk siege of Marash. However, it was Raymond who took the initiative, attacking the unprepared Nur ad-Din at Famia in a skirmish that pushed him from the principality. However, Raymond's luck did not last long. The Lord of Aleppo regrouped his forces and attacked Raymond once again, forcing him back in a skirmish at Bagres. Raymond was forced to withdraw. Subsequently, Nur ad-Din decided to besiege the key fortress of Inab, which guarded the southern principality's border. Nur ad-Din's expedition consisted of 6,000 horsemen and yet more Aleppo militia. In contrast, Raymond and the assassins possessed 4,000 horsemen and 1,000 infantrymen. They decided to relieve the fortress and combined their soldiers with the local garrison to become a defense force that outnumbered Nur ad-Din. Not expecting Raymond's return, and informed about the numerical superiority of his foes, Nur ad-Din decided to lift the siege and move east of the Orontes. Thinking that Nur ad-Din would try to take Inab again, Raymond ordered much of his contingent to remain in the fortress, leaving his more agile force to respond to the Seljuk attacks. The Nizari leader, Ali ibn Watha, tried to warn Raymond about the perils of splitting up their combined force, but to no avail. The Emir of Aleppo quickly realized that he once more outnumbered the Antiochians and devised a plan to isolate Raymond's force from any potential strongpoints. Contrary to his opponent's movements, Raymond of Poitiers was unaware of the Seljuk army's return and decided to build a camp for the night on an open plain, also known as the Fountain of Mured. Utilizing the element of surprise and terrain, Nur ad-Din managed to surround the Christian camp. At dawn on the 28th of June 1149, Raymond found himself surrounded. He assembled his unprepared force to break through the enemy encirclement as fast as possible. Fighting for their lives with outstanding ferocity, the initial Frankish and Nizari charge made the impression that a breakthrough was possible. It was then that disaster struck. The dust clouds churned up by the field of fighting men had significantly slowed the Antiochene advance, allowing for Nur ad-Din's Seljuk horsemen to attack Raymond's army from all sides. A desperate melee ensued, during which Raymond and Ali ibn Wafa fell in battle alongside the rest of their force, with only a handful managing to break through enemy lines. The Battle of Inab proved to be a disaster for the Franks in Syria. Though often compared to the Battle of Ager Sanguinis that took place 30 years ago, it had much more dire consequences. Unlike Ilghazi, Nur ad-Din fully exploited his victory, capturing all of the Principality of Antioch's lands east of the Amanus mountain range, pushing the Principality's influence into the coastal regions. The events that took place at Inab had sent shockwaves across the Principality of Antioch, as well as other Crusader states. Raymond's heir, Bohemond III, was only 5 years old and not ready to replace his late father as ruler of the realm. The panic in the city rose to such levels that, in an attempt to buy more time in exchange for a truce, the city's patriarch, Aymery, even promised Nur ad-Din the surrender of Antioch if no help would arrive. Luckily for the Franks in Syria, King Baldwin III of Jerusalem managed to intervene in early 1150, becoming the guardian of young Bohemond III until he came of age. However, unlike when Baldwin le Beau had saved Antioch in 1119 with the full might of Jerusalem's army, the king could only arrive with a small force, with an additional contingent of the Templar Knights. Although Baldwin III took action to preserve Antioch, he couldn't risk major campaigning without exposing Jerusalem for a longer period. This essentially marked the giving up of Antioch's territory in northern Syria forever, turning the Principality of Antioch from a Frankish bastion in northern Syria to a minor power in the Outremer. If this ignominious outcome was to be the Principality of Antioch's fate, then its counterpart of the county of Edessa would be worse. While on his way to seek help from Baldwin to the west, Count Joscelin II of Edessa was captured by Nur ad-Din's men. He was put in captivity in Aleppo, where he died 9 years later. Preying on Tebessel's easy capture after de Courtenay's detainment, Nur ad-Din attempted to storm the city, but Jocelyn's wife, Countess Beatrice, rallied the Frankish and Armenian populace to defend its walls. Despite this success, Beatrice deemed the territory impossible to defend without a proper army. Surrounded by Seljuks, the Countess opened diplomatic overtures with the Byzantine Emperor Manuel, proposing to sell the territory to the Byzantines. Manuel was always seeking to regain Roman territory in Anatolia, so he agreed, sending his governor to Cilicia to pay Beatrice for the fortress. All the while, the Countess planned to leave Tebessel and seek shelter in the Kingdom of Jerusalem, together with her son Joscelin III, informing Baldwin and Melisende of her actions. King Baldwin agreed to oversee the transition of the Countess's territory to the Byzantines and take in her Frankish refugees. Left only with a castle at Roncalais, Jocelyn's widow Beatrice decided to sell this fortress too to the Armenian Catholicos Grigor III, before going into exile in the Kingdom of Jerusalem, never to return. On their way west, the Latin column was followed by Nur ad-Din's horsemen, who surrounded them at Aintab, barraging the Latins with arrows. The Frankish discipline prevailed, and King Baldwin managed to escort the Edessan refugees safely to Antiochene territory. Of course, the area the Byzantines bought was too remote for them to maintain, and it didn't take long before Nur ad-Din carved up the county with his Seljuk allies in Anatolia. Sultan Masud of Rum took Kaysun, Aintab and Duluk. The Artuqids seized Samosata and Berejik, and Tebessel was taken by Nur ad-Din, marking the final death of the county of Edessa. In 1152, Nur ad-Din attacked the county of Tripoli, besieging the city of Tortosa and overwhelming its garrison. The capture of this vital harbour allowed Nur ad-Din to reach the Mediterranean Sea, and more crucially, cut the communication lines between Jerusalem and Tripoli with Antioch. Things were looking grim for Raymond, and it was only due to King Baldwin's support that they managed to assemble a strong enough force to retake Tortosa, only to find the city in ruins. To protect this vital town, both rulers placed the Knights Templar in charge of guarding Tortosa. Upon Raymond's return, another shake-up took place in Tripoli. Raymond's relations with his wife, Countess Ordiana, had soured severely. Sources from the time don't state the exact reason. However, later 13th century writing recalls that Ordiana had an affair with a French noble and troubadour named Geoffrey Rudel of Blaye, who reportedly died of sickness during his travel to Tripoli around the time of the Second Crusade. As the quarrels between Raymond and his wife were spiraling out of control, Melisende invited Odiana to Jerusalem in order to ease the tensions. At the same time, King Baldwin moved to Tripoli to strengthen its position against Nur ad-Din. As Raymond was escorting both ladies through the city of Tripoli, he was suddenly approached and murdered by the Nizari assassins. Though Melisende and Odiana called on the guards to chase the murderers, the assassins dispersed amongst the crowd and were never found. The motives behind Raymond II's death are sketchy, but the general consensus is that Countess Odiana was responsible. Acting swiftly, Odiana held an assembly in Tripoli, assuming regency over her son Raymond III, and asking the rulers of Jerusalem for protection, to which Baldwin and Melisende agreed. The lack of a single vision to oppose Zengid power became an increasing issue for the Kingdom of Jerusalem and its Latin allies. This was clearly seen in the growing animosity between Queen Melisende and her son Baldwin III. The Queen intended to rebuild relations with Damascus, while her son preferred to ignore the Zengid threat in order to focus on possible territorial expansion into the weakening Fatimid state in Egypt. Another source of tension stemmed from the personal relations between both monarchs. As a 22-year-old, Baldwin wanted to rule on his own without his mother's interference. However, the Queen had no desire to step down from her position of privilege. Melisende enfranchised her political allies from the House of Ibelin. The most influential of these allies was a king's constable, Manasses of Liège. Being favoured by the Queen, Manasses' position was met by envy from some of Jerusalem's barons, such as Humphrey of Toron and William of Falkenberg. These men conspired against the Queen and her allies, influencing Baldwin into demanding that he be crowned as sole ruler of Jerusalem. Despite Patriarch Fulk calling for peace and the joint rulers' recognition, Baldwin continued to press his claim. Seeing no response from Melisende, Baldwin entered her quarters with his nobles, demanding to divide the kingdom in half. Melisende was shocked by her son's audacity and refused, after which a family quarrel ensued. After a long discussion and intervention by the clergy, it was settled that Baldwin would receive the north of the kingdom, consisting of Galilee and the coastal cities of Acre and Tyre. Moreover, his 16-year-old brother, Amalric, would hold the county of Jaffa, while Jerusalem and Nablus would remain under the Queen Mother's authority. Initially, all parties agreed and moved to their own domains. Yet the treaty had barely been ratified when Baldwin changed his mind about claiming Jerusalem for himself and demanded that Melisende give up her power. Having acquired most of the nobility to his side, King Baldwin first attacked Mirabel Castle, where Manasses resided. He forced the constable to surrender and banished him from the kingdom. After eliminating Manasses, the attackers moved on to Jerusalem. Realizing her support was shrinking substantially, the queen behind the citadel allowed King Baldwin to enter the city. Seeing that Melisende did not want to give up, the King of Jerusalem ordered his army to deploy siege engines and stormed the citadel several times. Realizing he could not take the citadel, Baldwin began talks with his mother, with Patriarch Fulk acting as a mediator. Queen Melisende eventually relinquished her crown and the city of Jerusalem in exchange for peace, to which Baldwin and his nobles agreed. As a result, Queen Melisende retired to her estates at Nablus, thus announcing Baldwin III to become the sole ruler of Jerusalem. The end of the civil war in Jerusalem marked the end of the kingdom's active policy in northern Syria. Baldwin realized that expansion to the north was now practically impossible. Instead, the King of Jerusalem wanted to focus on securing the Mediterranean coastline from the raids of the Fatimid fleets, which disrupted the pilgrims' travel route to the Holy Land. The harbour of Ascalon was the last Fatimid foothold in the Holy Land, a prize that had been eagerly craved by the Kingdom of Jerusalem ever since its establishment in 1099. Taking the harbour looked more possible than ever, as the Fatimid Caliphate was undergoing political turmoil in its home territory of Egypt, as its Caliph al-Zafir was trying to break from the dependency of his vizier. King Baldwin III knew all too well that this opportunity could not slip from their grasp. First, the king ordered the House of Ibelin to fortify the castle of Gaza and strengthen its garrison, in order to cut Ascalon from potential aid from the land. By the end of January 1153, Baldwin assembled the full might of Jerusalem, mustering an army joined by his brother Amalric, all the Latin lords of the land, knights of the temple and the Hospitallers. Together they followed a relic of the True Cross and jointly moved on the harbour. Despite the Fatimid internal disputes, the city itself was well prepared for a siege, with a huge garrison and considerable navy to oppose the Latins. To counter this, the Franks conscripted 20 pilgrim ships and galleys, commanded by Gerard of Sidon, but these were not enough to confront the Egyptian fleet, which could still supply the garrison through the sea route. In July, the Latins finally brought a vast plethora of siege machinery, including catapults, rams and siege towers, slowly approaching the city walls. One night the defenders attempted to make a sally-out to burn the machinery. Although the attack proved successful, the fire that spread over the siege equipment burned so fiercely that it heated the thicker section of the walls, causing them to collapse. This sudden breach was exploited by Templar knights, who rushed through the gap, where they encountered fierce resistance. After a heavy melee in which they sustained intense losses, 40 Templars managed to rush into the city. In the midst of the chaos, the Fatimid troops had thought that the Templars had captured the city, but as the Egyptians regrouped, they realized that the Latin forces inside the city were much fewer than initially presumed, and eventually overwhelmed the attackers. The death of so many experienced knights had deterred Jerusalem's nobles from taking the city, but Baldwin managed to convince his men to continue the siege. On the 19th of August 1153, the intense bombardment of the city and dwindling rations forced the Muslims to surrender, on condition of being granted a safe journey back to Egypt, a condition which Baldwin III granted. The capture of Ascalon proved a great achievement for King Baldwin and the future crusading movement, as now the entire coastline of the Holy Land was in Christian hands. Furthermore, the capture of the main Fatimid fortress allowed the Franks to attack Egypt in the future. Jerusalem's victory at Ascalon did not change the overall balance of power on the main Syrian frontier, and would soon be overshadowed by the deeds of Nur ad-Din. Having neutralized Antioch with Tripoli and vanquished Edessa, no one stood between the Lord of Aleppo and the city of Damascus. Nur ad-Din's alliance with Anur was created temporarily in the face of attack from the Second Crusade. However, after Anur died in 1149, power in Damascus was transferred to Emir Mujir ad-Din Abak. Mujir was aware of Nur ad-Din's designs on his city, so he renewed his contact with Jerusalem, and even agreed to pay tribute to the Franks. Having fresh memory of the Crusaders' assaults on their home city, the people of Damascus began to despise Mujir for his pro-Christian policy, and began to look for Nur ad-Din as their leader instead. Utilizing his support from among the Damascene people, Nur ad-Din began a game of psychological warfare with Mujir. In 1151, he moved his army under the city walls, accusing Mujir of exploiting, quote, the poor and the weak among the Damascenes for paying tribute to the Franks, and addressed Damascenes, asking them to aid him in the holy war against the Latins. Additionally, Nur ad-Din used the presence of Nejm al-Din Ayyub, the father of Saladin, as an agitator against the emir's policy. This tactic was carefully put in motion for 2 years straight. Finally, emboldened by the idleness of Baldwin III and growing resentment of the Burid regime, the Emir of Aleppo decided to act. In March 1154, Nur ad-Din again marched with his army for Damascus, setting camp under the city walls as usual. On the 18th of April, Nur ad-Din instigated a skirmish near the Eastern Gate against the Damascene patrols in the area. Utilizing the confusion this caused, Nur ad-Din rushed with his elite Askar Seljuk warriors and moved under the gate, where a given signal allowed the rest of his army to enter the city. Upon seeing the arrival of Nur ad-Din, the citizens of Damascus welcomed him as a hero. Upon hearing the news, Mujir panicked and fled Damascus, leaving the city in the hands of Nur ad-Din. After decades of careful planning, it was Nur ad-Din who managed to accomplish something that his father, Imad ad-Din Zengi, could only dream of. The takeover of Damascus by the Zengids had finally completed the creation of a united Muslim front in Syria and Jordan against the Latins. This front would inevitably push the Crusaders to the Mediterranean Sea, and it would take the loss of Jerusalem to Saladin 33 years later to spark the next crusade. So it was that the Second Crusade in the Levant had come to a close, remembered as an enormous loss of manpower and potential of the Christian world. We will make videos on all crusades if this video performs well enough, so consider sharing, liking and commenting to make it happen. More episodes on so many different topics are on the way, so make sure you are subscribed and have pressed the bell button. Our patrons and YouTube members can watch more than 250 exclusive videos. Join their ranks via the link in the description or by pressing the join button under the video to watch these weekly videos, learn about our schedule, get early access to our videos, access our private Discord, and much more. This is the Kings and Generals channel, and we will catch you on the next one.